This video is a mega cut of all of the Final Fantasy VII trivia that I researched and then discussed during my Final Fantasy VII Enemy Trivia Challenge. If you want to watch or reference that original challenge, the playlist will be down below. Otherwise, sit back and enjoy 10 hours of Final Fantasy VII Enemy Trivia. Our very first piece of Final Fantasy VII Enemy Trivia is the first enemy in the game. It's the old MP. In the original demo of the game, these guys were called security troops, and their battle model was a lot darker looking. The reason for the name change might be because they were trying to start to hint at the fact that Shinra was so powerful that they control not only Midgar security, but the entire military of Midgar, because MP stands for military police. So it was probably their way of being trying to hint at the player at the beginning of the game, hey, Shinra's actually controlling everything. This enemy uses both machine gun and tonfa 50% of the time, but if he's in the back row, he actually uses machine gun 5/6 of the time. And funnily enough, the back row doesn't actually, he actually deals a lot less damage from the back row because machine gun isn't coded as a long range attack. So the idea was, let's put him in the back row so he shoots with the machine gun more, but the machine gun isn't coded as a back row attack, so it just does less damage. And we also have some cool concept art. The thing that's kind of funny about this concept art, you can see the tonfa down there. The funny thing about this concept art is they were super, I'm guessing Tetsuya probably drew this. He was super adamant that the gun had a strap. That was his big thing. It has to have a strap and it has to spin around his shoulder. It was super, he needed it to be that way. So he even put it in the concept art. It goes around the shoulder with a strap and they can spin it around. We got the first raise. So there's not a ton exciting about first ray. That's probably not surprising at all. He only has one attack, and he always hits the enemy with the most HP. He also has one of the slowest animations in the game for his attack. The enemy has a recolor named Laser Cannon, which appears in the warning board enemy, which we'll see in the HQ. All right, these are mono drives. So mono drives have a 4% chance of dropping an ether, which is the very first ether available in the game other than the one you start with in your inventory. 4% chance is really low, but ethers are crazy to get in the first area. They sell for stupid amounts of gil that you could sell one and get a ton of grenades if you were to get one. They're supposed to target the enemies in the front row with the drill drive and then the back row with fire. But because the script is flawed, they instead target the lowest defense for drill drive and the lowest magic defense for fire, which is actually kind of better than what they intended for the enemy. So this is a guard hound. He always uses both of his attacks, bite and tentacle, on the party member with the least HP. So he's kind of the opposite of the mono drive, and he's a little scarier for that reason because he actually attacks people that are lower health. And he also has some early concept art, which is cool. Especially because he ended up being kind of a big part of the game in terms of, there's multiple versions of him, and also there's Dark Nation being kind of a more prevalent character in the remake. But oh, that was one other thing I meant to mention. There will be very, very minor Rebirth remake spoilers. I made sure not to include anything that's a surprise enemy or something in remake. So if it was a surprise enemy, then I don't mention it. But I do mention some enemy change, name changes from regular Final Fantasy VII to remake. So very, very minor remake Rebirth spoilers. But just be aware of that. So let's talk about the grunt first. The grunts were called combatants in the original demo of the game. And if you look at their arm, you can see they have kanji symbols on their arms. The kanji on all of the different grunt enemies is actually different. And this one translates to flammable, which I find pretty funny, especially since I don't even have a fire attack. but it says flammable on their arm. He has a 50% chance to use hand claw or beam gun, but if they're in the back row, they have an 11 and 12th chance to use beam gun. So in this fight, since they're in the back row, they're almost always going to use beam gun. They were also supposed to use attacks based on the party's rows, but the script doesn't work correctly. Once again, another script error. They were supposed to like use different attacks depending on what row you're in as well, but it doesn't work. Shocker. And these guys also have some concept art. A lot of the early enemies have concept art. The funniest thing about this concept art is the like smoke coming out of his ear. I don't know if that was supposed to be like implemented, but in the kanji's even there on the concept art as well, and his little shoot attack. And you can see they're even like diamonds and stuff, so that was always intended to look like that. So the sweeper in the original 1996 demo, the first, I think the 1996 demo was the first demo. When you got all the way, so the demo you had Cloud, Barret, and Tifa, and you basically did this mission, but with Cloud, Barret, and Tifa. And when you got to the bottom of the reactor, Guard Scorpion didn't exist yet. So guess what you fought instead of Guard Scorpion at the end of the 1996 demo? A giant sweeper. A sweeper that's like 2 times the size of a regular sweeper. This is OG Guard Scorpion. Sweeper Scorpion. And 2 grunts. And blue grunts. So yeah, that was the original final boss of the demo. Was a big sweeper. That picture I took was off of a YouTube channel called Wobbles, so shoutouts to Wobbles. He has a playthrough the original 1996 demo on his channel. We're gonna have to do a playthrough. I do have it. We did a playthrough of a different demo, the old PC demo where you're with Aerith, I think. But I don't think we've ever done the 1996 demo. Sweepers are often only fought in the starting mission, but you can also find them on a single screen in the train graveyard before you leave for the second bombing mission. So right before you get on the train, you can go into the little top section of the train graveyard, and you can actually fight them there. W Machine Gun, the attack that he does, is similar to W Materia's, as they use both guns versus Machine Gun just using one gun. So if you look at the animation when he does W Machine Gun, he actually uses both guns, whereas when he uses Machine Gun, he just uses one. So it's kind of a similarity to W Item, W Magic, W Summon. Machine Gun always hits the lowest HP member, and W Machine Gun always hits the highest HP member. Smoke Shot looks like it's supposed to cause darkness, and it even checks in the code for darkness when it picks its target. So it looks at a target and says, does this target have darkness? Yes or no. And if the answer is no, then it hits them with it. So almost every ailment attack in the entire game does that, so that an enemy doesn't waste their turn giving an ailment to a character that already has it. So it does check for darkness, but the attack doesn't deal darkness. It just deals damage. So I think at some point they wanted it to give darkness, and then they probably thought, maybe that's too much for the first dungeon. So then they got rid of it, but they never changed the code. So it still looks for darkness even though they can't have darkness. And in fact, there's no way to have darkness at this part of the game because you don't even have items yet. Couldn't even do it to yourself if you wanted to. So Mr. Guard Scorpion. So normally when you fight Guard Scorpion, obviously there's the text that everyone knows when he puts up his tail and he says, Cloud says, attack while its tail's up. It's going to counterattack with its laser. But did you know that if Barret isn't here for Cloud to say, attack while its tail's up, which normally doesn't happen because Normally it'd be very difficult to kill Barrett before he raises his tail for the first time. He only does 2 attacks before he raises his tail. But if Barrett is already dead, Cloud will have different text instead of the classic that we all know. Instead, he says, it's going to fire that laser. Attack while its tail's up. It's going to counterattack with its laser. So he has an extra line of dialogue there. But wait. It gets even better. Because what if Cloud isn't alive at all? Then what? How's he going to say counterattack with that laser if he isn't alive? Instead, Barrett says, I don't know what's going on, but it looks pretty bad. Let's see what it does when its tail's up. So regardless of whether or not both are alive, only Cloud is alive, or only Barrett is alive, all 3 of them still give you the wrong information and basically bait you into attacking him. I always thought that it was like a typo, like they screwed up, and it's not really supposed to say that. But I think it was a troll the whole time. The whole time they were trolling us, and they actually wanted us to attack. Probably just to show us, like, hey, not every enemy is simple. Like, you're going to have to think about the battles, you know? So it was definitely intentional. But it's always been kind of memed about as, like, a mistranslation. Like, they didn't realize how baity it sounded. But no, I think they were baiting us the whole time. Like, the whole time they were baiting us. And yeah, I'm actually glad you asked that, because that was my other piece of trivia. What does Search Scope actually do? Search Scope does nothing. Literally nothing. It does tell the player who he's going to attack, which is actually really nice for the speedrun. Because you know who to block with, or who's going to get hit for, like, limits or whatever. But yeah, the actual attack does nothing at all. It is just an attack to let you know who he's attacking. When it says locked on, that doesn't mean he hits more. That doesn't mean it's going to crit. Nothing. All right, so this is Grass Strike. An incredible name. Starting the trend of strange names in this game, as you will see. Grass Strikes have spider webs on their steel, drop, and morph table, which is extremely valuable this early in the game, and you will not have access to slow again until Gungaga. So a lot of challenge runs you see me do in the past, I always stop here and get spider webs, because they are incredibly good for pretty much the entire game, but especially for the beginning, because you don't have access to slow till Gungaga, and there's a bunch of bosses pre-Gungaga that can be slowed, almost all of them. They will always use Silk until the entire party has slow. So if you're immune to slow, they just stand there and never attack, which you're not really going to see till later. But if you do happen to have slow resistance, they will just stand here and never attack. But once you have slow, then they start attacking you. Okay, rocket launcher. Not too much exciting with these guys. They only have one attack, and it's called rocket launcher. And they use it every other turn on the party member with the least HP. So if you go into this fight with someone with low HP, they can actually be kind of scary. This enemy shows up later as part of guard system, and it gets an extra attack called Confuse Missile. But it's still the same exact enemy. It's called rocket launcher, but it gets an extra attack in just that fight. And these are also a great grind because they're weak against lightning. So if you put all lightning on, you can just... or all bolt, you can one-shot all of them. And makes for a pretty quick grind if you need to grind early. Blue Goos have an odd AI quirk where they always use Body Blow on a paralyzed enemy, even though all of the enemies that show up with this guy and he himself cannot give Paralyze. But if I were to cheat here and give Cloud Paralysis, like that, they will body blow only Cloud. Perhaps at some point they had an enemy that gave paralysis and they wanted the blue goo to like combo with that enemy. It's really completely useless though because their body blow does like 2 damage. There's so much stuff like that in this game where it feels like they did so much work on the AI just for it to have so little impact, which is why I kind of wish the enemies were stronger so you could see more of that. So these are Choose tanks. Another bizarre enemy name. The literal translation of this enemy's name was Choose tank, like CHEWS tank. And the translators probably had no idea what to do with that, so they named them Choose tank instead. And their rolling claw attack actually does 1/8 current HP damage. So they're probably the scariest enemy in this area and early game, because rolling claw can actually deal some damage. Special combatant also has kanji on his arm, but surprisingly to me, it's actually different. I thought that they were all the same, because usually the enemies in this game, when they're like the same exact model, they just change color. But the kanji is actually different. The kanji on the special combatant roughly translates to no use arguing about it. So take that for what you will. I looked it up to try to figure out, is that like a popular Japanese saying? Is that like, so, you know, is there some kind of meaning behind it? I couldn't really find anything at all about it. Maybe some people that know more about Japanese can chime in, but that's what it says. No use arguing about it. And that's all I could find. They have this punch attack, and then they have beam gun. I think that's it. I think it's just like the other guys. But the beam gun is actually a physical attack. Even though it looks like a ranged attack, maybe magic attack, maybe it's water or ice or something, but nope. It's just a physical attack. I think it does count as ranged, but it's just a physical. Oh, and wave too. So yeah, that attack, that's still a physical attack as well. All of their attacks are physical. They just do slightly more damage. In fact, it looks like the enemy in the front that did wave did more damage, so maybe it isn't a ranged attack. So Smoggers, if you notice when they attack, if we let them attack, they have this attack called Smog. There it is. So you may notice that Smog sometimes gives poison and sometimes gives darkness. And you may wonder, like, why does it never give both darkness and poison? It's because there's actually 2 versions of the same move that have the same exact name. One of them gives poison and one of them gives darkness. Sometimes he uses the darkness version, sometimes he uses the poison version, but it's never a version that does both. It's just 2 separate attacks that have the same exact name. He also has stealable smoke bombs, which are not available again until like way later in the game, but we don't have steel yet, so we can't get them. The Blood Taste has a surprisingly complicated AI for being one of the first enemies in the game, and like I said before, he takes like 2 hits to kill, so why give him such a complicated AI? But he has a very complicated AI. He has a higher chance to use Tentacle Drain when he has lower HP. He attacks the last character who attacked him unless that character dies, and if that does happen, or it hasn't been attacked before, then he'll bite somebody and it'll be a random character, and Tentacle Drain will hit the character with the highest HP. So there's like a ton going on with his AI. But he takes like 2 hits to kill. So what's the point? So the proto machine gun is the only machine gun in the game that doesn't appear as part of a warning board enemy. There's 2 warning board enemies and they both have a machine gun, but proto machine gun is its own thing. It has no steal and no drop, and it only attacks with machine gun every other turn. And even with the lack of items, they're decent for grinding because they can come in big groups and they're weak versus lightning. So just like the rocket launcher enemy, if you have all with bolt, you can get some decent XP from those fights pretty quickly. Mr. Airbuster. As part of Airbuster's gimmick, he takes 5 times back damage instead of 2 times, which is used in the speed run because if you can get him to face Barret and Tifa and then have Cloud do a Braver to his back, and especially if the Braver crits, you can one-shot him because of how much extra back damage he takes. Airbuster will use Big Bomber 4 times at the start of the fight, and then he enters Program 2 Operation where he uses Energy Ball for the rest of the fight. Once he's under 20% HP, he will no longer be able to turn around. He resists fire but is weak to lightning. And then a really interesting thing, as you'll see later, way later, when we get to the weapons, all of the weapons in the game, like Emerald Weapon, Ruby Weapon, are, according to the wiki, and I'm willing to, once you see the pictures, you'll agree probably, they were inspired by the Gundam franchise, specifically different mechs from the Gundam franchise. Pretty much each weapon is closely associated to one particular Gundam. And what's interesting is Airbuster is also based on a mech from the Gundam franchise. So all of the weapons are, but then also randomly Airbuster is as well. So Airbuster is based on MSN2 Xiong, who looks like this. So you can see the resemblance there. But he is the only one that's not a weapon that is based on a Gundam. The rest of them are all weapons, if I remember correctly. But for some reason, they got the idea for Airbuster as well from Gundam. So there you go. We got Hedgehog Pie, one of the best names in the game. Hedgehog Pie was actually located in the first Mako Reactor mission in the 1996 demo. So the demo where you play as Cloud, Barret, and Tifa, and you just do the first section, they had Hedgehog Pies as one of the enemies you could run into. You can also steal ethers from them, but it's really hard to steal. You can basically got to get steel and then come back to this area, not this area, but the get steel, and then when you're Cloud, Barret, and Tifa going back to Aerith's house, you can fight them. But the steel is really rare. But worth it, because it's a really early ether that sells for a ton. So Vice, in Japanese, is written as Weiss, which is still pronounced Vice, but W-E-I-S-S, leading to Vice, W-E-I-S-S, being accidentally labeled as Vice in some publications like the Dirge of Cerberus Complete Guide. And this is a picture that was sent to me by Turquoise Hammer, the guy that made the Shinra Archaeology cut, part of that team. He sent me this picture here. This is Vice from Dirge of Cerberus, but he's incorrectly written as Vice in the Dirge of Cerberus Complete Guide in the physical copy, which is pretty hilarious. So the reason this is because this word is the same in Japanese, W-I-E-S-S and V-I-C-E. You just have to know the context, and whoever wrote this didn't know the context, so he wrote Vice with a V. They have 5 attacks, but they only use Grind, Steal, and Escape. There's 2 attacks on their table that they don't use that later Thief enemies use. Hit is only used when they're manipulated or berserked, and Seize is never used. But the later Prowler enemy outside of Midgar uses it, Strangely, that makes this enemy actually better at stealing items than the Prowler that's outside of Midgar, because the C's attack doesn't actually steal, as we'll see later. So the enemies outside of Midgar have 5 attacks, and 2 of them don't steal. These guys only have 3 attacks, and 2 of them steal, so they're actually better at stealing items. They have speed drinks to steal, which are super helpful because, just like with slow, you don't get access to haste until Gungaga. So if you can steal some speed drinks from them before you leave Midgar, it's huge. And they also have a really cool concept art that, if you ever wondered, like, how well did they do in the Final Fantasy VII Remake to be, you know, really pay homage to the original game? Well, look at this concept art. Tell me this isn't just straight up the thief from Final Fantasy VII Remake. Like, they did not take this enemy for the remake. They took the original concept art for the remake, because this looks exactly like the thief from Remake. So they went deep for this one. And yeah, pretty cool concept art. I like how they have the like epic flair for the name. This says Vice here. So the Hole Eater's name was changed to Gorger in the remake, which makes a lot more sense because they like gorge on their enemies. But it sounds a lot worse than Hole Eater. Hole Eater, I guess, was their way of saying like they eat things whole, which sounds kind of dumb when you put it that way, but it rolls off the tongue a lot better than Gorger, so I like Hole Eater a lot better. He has a 1/8 chance to double attack you, but it skyrockets to half a chance to double attack you when they get below 50% HP. So you'll see if I lower him down to 50% HP, he will start double attacking like crazy. Which again is a really cool gimmick that you're just really not going to see much of in the regular game. Let me see here. Okay, yeah, he has 13 HP left, so he should 50% of the time double attack now. There's another one. Yeah, but he has 70 HP, so like you might see it once as you do your second attack to kill him. The only thing I could see happening that would actually matter is if you fight the fight with 4 of them and you use an all spell that almost kills all of them but doesn't kill them, and then all 4 of them double attack you. That's pretty much the only time that I think that would come into play. Otherwise, you're not really going to see it. There it is, ol' Hell House. It is possible to beat Hell House, even early game, without letting it transform, as it only gains a 1/2 chance to transform once it gets to 3/4 HP. It has a counter at 1/4 HP at a 1/4 chance. Also, the Hell House is one of the random items that can be dropped on enemies when you use Kate Sith's Toy Box attack. So if you watch my in-depth look at Kate Sith, I actually show off all the different things that can be dropped, which took me forever, by the way. That was even before I had the Ultima tool, so I had to go into fights with his limit break over and over and over again and just record every single thing. I had to, first of all, get Toy Box every time, and then record what it dropped over and over and over again until I got every single thing. But one of the things that can drop is Hell House. Alright, so here is a super unique enemy in the game. This is the only time you fight them. They're called Corneo Lackeys. So these guys are yet another example of an enemy with a really cool AI that you don't really get to see because you're just playing as Cloud and you just attack them till they're dead, regardless of what their AI does. Like, even though they have this cool AI quirk, you're never going to do anything other than just attack with Cloud, because that's all you can do here, really. But these guys actually have a hidden angry mechanic. And the way it works is the Corneo Lackeys get angry if any lackey goes under 50% HP, or if Scotch is ever attacked, who's in the next fight. And once they become angry, they will only use machine gun for the rest of the battle. So right now, you'll see they do regular attacks. And then sometimes they'll do... I think sometimes they'll do machine gun. Maybe not, though. Maybe they don't do machine gun at all. And then once I hit one... Now they're going to do machine gun. And nothing but machine gun for the rest of the fight. So pretty interesting. They also have their own concept art, surprisingly. Even though this is the only place in the game they appear, they have their own concept art, which I think this is pretty similar to the remake lackeys. So that's the lackeys, and then the next fight is a couple lackeys, and then we also get Scotch, who's kind of like a boss, because he's the only version in the game. And you can't even tell because he looks exactly the same. But this is Scotch. So Scotch has a similar angry gimmick. And it activates if any other lackey is angry or dead, or if you attack him. So if I attack Scotch, which I don't know if I can attack Scotch because I think he's back row? No. So now they're all angry. So now all of them are going to use machine gun for the whole rest of the fight. And Scotch in particular is going to double machine gun, and he does a lot more damage as well. But yeah, little hidden mechanic that you'd never know about unless you look it up. You would just figure, oh, that's weird. They're using machine gun a lot. It'd be cool if they had some kind of like animation to show they're angry, or even just a message that prints that says like, Corneo's lackey is angry. But it's just completely hidden to the player. All right, time for another boss trivia. It's Apps, our favorite sewer animal. So, Apps' original name was supposed to be Abzu, and it was supposed to be named after the Mesopotamian god, as confirmed in its concept art, which if we look at its concept art here, he has a really cool concept art. If you wondered why they changed his name to Abzu in the remake, this is why. Because this right here says Abzu, that was supposed to be his original name, and then they changed it in the translation. But yeah, really cool concept art. You got like Cloud standing next to his tail to show how big his tail is. Obviously it was a mistranslation, but they fixed it in remake and call him Abzu. Apps takes 400% back damage instead of the regular 200%. The reason for this is to balance out his sewer tsunami attack. So when he does sewer tsunami and it comes from behind him, he takes extra damage to compensate for it dealing damage to you. However, due to the fact that on this field you can also fight random encounters, they had to include the preemptive strike flag for this fight in order for it to also be included in the fights that are in this field. So there is an actual chance that you get a preemptive on Apps. And if you do, that means that your preemptive strike is going to do 400% damage instead of 200% damage. And this is actually used in the Final Fantasy VII speedrun. So if you've ever heard of step count, the reason we do step count in the Final Fantasy VII speedrun is specifically so we can get a back attack on Abzu because he takes, or Apps, because he takes so much extra back damage. You can use a Braver on him and almost one-shot him. So that's why it's so important. It would already be important to get a back attack on Apps because it would save time, but it saves even extra time because of this little gimmick with him taking extra back damage because of his tsunami attack. Apps can either counter with the frontward tsunami, which does more damage to himself and less to the party, or the backward tsunami, which does more damage to the party and less to himself, every time he's hit with magic. But you can use cross slash to paralyze him and then attack him with magic, and he won't counter with tsunami. Also, you see here, this tattoo here was in the original concept art, but didn't actually make it to the model because the models in the game ended up being less detailed than they thought they were going to be. If you recognize this concept art, this tattoo, it's because this tattoo is actually on Corneo in the remake on his head. And so they took this idea. The original idea was Corneo would have this tattoo on his head and then Apps would have it on his shoulder. Neither one of those happened in the original game because the models ended up being not as detailed as they wanted them to be. But in the remake, they brought that idea back. And in remake, he has the tattoo on his shoulder and Corneo has it on his head. And the one on Corneo's head is a heart with a arrow through it. And the one on Apps is a heart with a sword through it. So he got his pet with the same tattoo as he has, which is a pretty cool idea, but also don't tattoo your pets. Also, he flushed him down the toilet, I guess, so I don't think he takes care of his pets very well. All right, we have one of the dumbest enemies in the game to fight down here. Not this one. This one I love. Because their name is Caesar, which I think is an excellent name for a crab. Caesar also has a way more complicated AI than you would think for a random enemy in the sewer and also just a random crab enemy. He has more chances to attack the lower his HP and always double attacks once he's below 25% HP. His name is most likely a mistranslation of the word scissor, given that it's a crab, and also its counterpart is also the name of like a household object. So it was probably supposed to be scissor, but I vastly prefer the name Caesar. It's super memorable to me. I don't know why. It's just funny. It's like some regal crab. I don't know. I just love it. I love that name. Caesar the crab. Alright. Dumbest enemy in the freaking game. The Sahagin. His name is based on the Sahuagin. I guess you could pronounce it. It's supposed to be Sahugin, but instead it's Sahagin. From Dungeons and Dragons. So there's a monster in Dungeons and Dragons named the Sahagin, and it's very similar to this. But they're not turtles, I don't think. They're like more like lizardy. They're not. I don't think they're turtles in Dungeons and Dragons. But this does match the spelling throughout the rest of the series. Pretty much the whole rest of the Final Fantasy series, every Sahagin is spelled like this. They always drop the U for some reason, maybe so it's not the same exact name. These guys have a 1/16th chance at the start of every turn to activate Shell Defense. And if they do, they have 512 defense for that turn, which is more than Ruby Weapon has, by the way. But it's a really small chance. So a lot of people are never going to see it. The reason I hate this enemy is because I swear every time I play, they activate it constantly. Even though it's only a 1 in 16 chance, I swear I get it super often. He also has a 3/4 chance to use Water Gun as his first attack, but then it switches to 50% for the rest of the fight for some reason. I guess they really like that attack, so they wanted to show it off at the beginning of the fight. The rest of the fight, it's only a 50% chance. And they also have their own concept art, which is a pretty simple concept art, but there it is. They have kind of a circular head. They're like a mixture between a turtle and the typical Sahagin lizardy monster from the Black Lagoon type look. And yeah, they they have like a little thumb so they can hold their spear. So let's see how many times we get Shell Defense. So the way it works is it's not just each attack, it's at the start of the turn. So if like at the start of the turn this guy decides to activate Shell Defense, then every attack for that turn is going to do 1 damage. until the end of the turn, and then he'll go back to normal. I don't know why they made this so... There we go. There's one. I don't know why they made this so rare. I feel like there's a pretty good chance you play through and never see it. Oh, there you go. There it is again. Gotten it twice already. And you can completely bypass this, by the way, by just attacking with magic. So they really should have made it more common. Like, it feels like this enemy is supposed to be an enemy that you use magic on, but it goes off so rarely that it really doesn't matter. First, we got Ghosts. So, Ghosts have the super rare and missable Ghost Hands on their steal and drop table. This item is only available from Ghosts, Sneaky Steps, and Gi Specters. But because you don't have Morph for the Gi Cave, you can only get them from Sneaky Steps and Gi Specters in the battle arena before getting the High Wind. So once you get the High Wind, the item's completely gone. You can never get it again. They also resist ice and are weak against fire, even though they use fire. I guess because they're, I don't know, ghosts. Are ghosts typically weak against fire? I don't know. But they use fire spell, but they're still weak against fire. So this is completely irrelevant because you would never have this stuff. But if you happen to have something that will give you Holy on your weapon... Oh. Didn't work. Oh, because I did added effect, not elemental. Duh. So for some reason, the ghosts are not just weak against Holy. Holy causes instant death to them. So if you had a way to deal Holy damage this early in the game, it just auto deletes them. But you would never have that, so it's kind of irrelevant. Nope, it's not restorative. It's specifically Holy damage, which is pretty much Alexander, and that's it. So the Dean Glow has a bizarre counter AI. He will change his next attack to either Ice or Demi based on the third attack that it takes. So, like, this is yet again another AI that's just, like, really stupidly designed. Like, they put way too much work into this for no reason. But basically, the Dean Glow takes 2 hits, and then the third hit that it takes, if it's still alive, which they don't have that much HP, if the third attack that it takes is physical, it will counter with Ice. If the third attack it takes is magical, it'll counter with Demi. Its HP is way too low to ever use Demi in particular, unless you use Ice because he absorbs it, or Lightning because he halves it. He also has an Ether Steal, which is a good steal chance, and is super good this early, especially to sell. There was even a point in the speedrun where we tried to steal Ethers from him to sell for more grenades. He also has a 14% Grabby Ball drop, which is super rare and missable. The only other spot to get them is Shadow Makers in the Midgar raid, which is a missable area. And they're also located in the opening bombing mission in the 1996 demo, just like the Hedgehog Pies were. So let me show you. If I attack him... Did I attack him yet? I don't think so. So this is 1. This is 2. And then if I hit him with something like Ice, you will see probably the earliest Demi you'll ever see. Very early in the game to be seeing a Demi spell. But he has it. This should count even though it heals him. Nope. Let's try Lightning. Now that I healed him, it won't kill him. There it is. So yeah. Who knew? Dean Glow actually has Demi. Alright. These little dudes are Cripshays. Another great name. So Cripshays, their name might come from crypt because they're in the train graveyard. And then the word clip and shave because they have their cutters. They only appear in this single formation in the game. This is the only formation. 2 of them and a Dean Glow. This is the only fight they're in. Also, they're supposed to be a bug, but with human features. That's like what they're supposed to look like. But it's hard to tell from this camera angle. They kind of just look like bugs. But if you look at their actual model, you can see what they actually look like, and it's kind of nightmare fuel. They have like a humanish face and like humanish feet. And they're kind of terrifying. I'm glad that we don't really see this side of them. All right, this is Eligor. He's a rare encounter, of course, but he also appears in the battle arena before the party receives the Tiny Bronco. So if you fight the battle arena at the very first time that you can, before even going to Rocket Town, you can fight Eligor in the battle arena. He has the striking staff, of course, which is incredibly strong for Aerith. You don't find anything even remotely as strong until Junon. And he starts using Mono Laser on everybody below 50% HP, which also means they triple cast it on a single member in the battle arena. So once he gets under 50% HP in the battle arena, he's actually pretty scary because he'll use it 3 times on you, and you only have 1 party member. His name is based on the Great Duke of Hell in the Ars Goetia, which is a very well-known European occult text that's all about demonology and different demons. And there's a demon called Eligor, who is the Great Duke of Hell. So that's where he gets his name from. So this is the Arrow Combatant. This enemy is actually 2 enemies. One is the aerial one and one is the grounded one. When the aerial enemy is hit, they have a 1/2 chance to drop down. And if they drop down, they basically get deleted, and then the grounded enemy appears, and then it takes the health from the arrow, from the flying one, and puts it on the grounded one. So that was their way of coding it, so that they didn't have to code like one enemy doing both. It's just 2 separate enemies, and if you hit the flying one down to like 50 HP, then it lands, goes away, the grounded one appears, and they give the grounded one 50 HP. The grounded enemy has different stats, including an increased magic stat, which literally does nothing because they have no magic attacks, and double the magic defense. Both the flying and grounded are weak to gravity, but only the flying one is weak to wind. And they also, surprisingly, have a concept art, even though this is the only place in the game where they appear. There is a specific concept art just for this enemy, with a pretty cool action shot there of them using their propeller and smacking Cloud. So there you go. And this like one cylinder jetpack that's attached to the helmet for some reason, which looks exactly how it looks in the game. So let's see if we can show off the magic defense here. Use fire on him, I did 80 damage. This is scary because we got the pincer attack. They're doing super damage. Okay, so I did 80 before. Now let's use the same fire attack. You can even kind of see the act of them getting deleted. I don't know if you saw that, but the animation kind of like jittered for a second. 76, so a little less. It didn't even make much of a difference. So first of all, his name is Turks Reno, not Reno. Never forget. They're all called Turks, colon, and then their name. Okay, so this like blew my mind. And I don't know if a lot of you guys are just gonna be like, duh, Death. We've known this ever since we were children. You're an idiot. And how many people are actually gonna be surprised by this? Maybe everyone knew, and I just like was the only one that has been sitting here this whole time didn't know. Or maybe it surprises you. I don't know. But I never knew this. In this fight, Reno uses a lightning attack called Electromag Rod. And it can paralyze you And then on top of that, he also has a resistance to lightning damage, which I didn't know that. But he halves lightning damage on himself. But here's the interesting part. If you ever use specifically Bolt, Bolt 2, or Bolt 3, that's what's on the code. Like if you use Trine on him, it doesn't work. Has to be Bolt, Bolt 2, or Bolt 3. The next time he attacks, unless he uses Pyramid, it will always be Electromag Rod. So I think the gimmick they were going for is he has his regular rod, but if you hit him with lightning, it like electrifies his rod. And that's why he can use Electromag Rod. So if I hit him with Bolt here, he will now use Electromag Rod. And he takes less damage from Bolt. So he's like storing the energy in his rod and then using Electromag Rod. And as you'll see, this is actually a repeating thing with Reno in the later fights. I won't spoil it. But there's always a thing going on with Lightning and Reno in all of his fights. And I never knew that. I never knew. And it specifically looks for Bolt as well. Even at the end of the game, when you're like if you use Trine or Ramuh, doesn't work. But if you use Bolt, he always uses a electric move afterwards. Which is such a cool detail. And you would never know it playing the game normally because he uses Electromag Rod on his own. So you would never know. But yeah, there should have been like a little message that says like, you know, Reno's staff is charged, or he could even say something like, oh, now you've done it. You know, he could actually like taunt you or something and say, I'm going to throw that back at you. It's almost like to punish you for using Bolt too much, because a lot of the early game enemies are weak to Bolt because they happen to be machines. So this fight like punishes you for using Bolt. Was there anything else I wrote down for this fight? Oh, yeah. So the pyramids that he uses is the same model that's used for all the debug fights in the game. Except in the original Japanese version, they actually used a couple different enemy models, like the Guardhound model and one of the flying enemy models, I think the Dean Glow model. But that was changed for the Western release. They just used the pyramid for everything. Which I don't even know why they changed it, because it's the debug stuff anyways, and no one's going to see it. But unless, of course, nowadays we can actually see it, but yeah, they changed it so that pyramid is the model for all the debug fights. So these guys are not not MPs. They are grenade combatants. So the original version of this enemy was only in the 1996 demo. Oh, I think I was wrong when I said this earlier. I said that the 1996 demo was with Cloud, Tifa, and Barret. I think that one was the one with Cloud, Aerith, and Barret. Because my note here says with Aerith playable. So I think the 96 demo was actually with Aerith. But anyways, in that demo, it was called Grenadier. Grenadier. And his model was yellow. In the final game, they were changed to this blue model, and a new enemy called Underwater MP took the yellow model instead. I'll repeat that one more time so everyone's following along. There was the Grenadier, which was yellow in the demo, and then in the final game, it was turned into Grenade Combatant, given the blue model, and then the Underwater MP was given the yellow model, right? Now look at this. This is an enemy from Final Fantasy VII Remake. Do you notice the color of his armor is yellow? Guess what the name of this enemy is in Remake? The name of this enemy is Grenadier. So in Remake, this is actually a reference to the original 1996 demo. which I never realized till I read this. So if you're one of those people that are like, what did the remake do to actually bring us stuff from the original game? This is actually a reference to the original demo version of this enemy, instead of the actual enemy from the real game. So I never knew that, but there you go. They could have just called it MP and made him blue. They could have just called him Grenade Combatant and turned him blue. But they said, you know what? We'll go back to the original demo and take the original enemy from the original demo before they changed it, just as like a little reference to those that know. And when we played the remake, I didn't even realize. I wish I had known, and I would have pointed it out during our remake playthrough. It's a Hammer Blaster. One of the weirdest enemies in the game. I still don't understand what this enemy is even supposed to be. But even so, they actually still brought it back anyways. There's not a ton exciting about Hammer Blaster other than the fact that he can disappear. But he has not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, but 6 unused attacks on his ability table. So he has Zip Hammer, Zip Confuse, Flying Hammer, Flying Muddle, Flying Zip, and Flying Zip Confuse. All on his ability table, none of which are ever used. It sounds like they wanted to have some other kind of deal going on with him. Like he can fly, or like maybe like he comes out of that hole and like jumps on a zip line or something. I don't know. Maybe there's supposed to be like different holes and like a zip line and he would fly between the holes or something. There was obviously something planned. And eventually they were just like, have him just whack you with a hammer. All right, now we got Sword Dance, who's another great name. Okay, so Sword Dance, I'll show you. Actually, I can't show you yet because we're in the elevator. Okay, I'll show you after. I'll show you after we get off the elevator. If you come back to the Shinra HQ after the Midgar raid, you can easily morph these guys into light curtains, which is really nice because light curtains are pretty rare. They also have 2 unused moves. One's called Gash and one is called Spinning Cut. And their name, Sword Dance, might be a reference to the cultural sword dances or mock sword battles of the past, given that it's kind of like this agile enemy. So that's probably where they got the idea of the name. So pay attention to Cloud's regular attack. 53 damage, remember that. I'm now going to put Added Effect and Mystify onto Cloud's Buster Sword. We now do double damage. So for some extremely strange reason, Sword Dance has a very rare ailment weakness. There's only a couple enemies in the entire game that have this. He is not weak against any elements. He is weak against the ailment, or basically the element of confusion, but not the ailment. So he cannot be confused. But the actual element of confusion, he's weak against. So if you have an attack that does confusion, he takes double damage from that attack, but he can't be confused. So Added Effect, Mystify, gives you double damage, which is a very rare thing that does not exist on many enemies. And it seems like it's actually it wasn't like a mistake, because he also has Loco Weed on his drop table. He can drop Loco Weed, which can give confusion. It doesn't deal damage, so it wouldn't be any good against him. But the fact that he drops a confusion item and he's weak against the confusion ailment kind of I guess makes sense, or maybe they were trying to hint at it or something. I don't know. All right, now let's talk about the Mighty Grunt. Seraphic, thank you as well, man. Oh my god, insane. Thank you guys so much. You have no idea. So the Mighty Grunt starts in the armor until they lose 50% of their HP. Then they lose their armor. They lose a ton of defense and magic defense, but they gain attack, speed, and evade when they're in their dancer form. Now, the unarmored form is a bit of a joke because 3/8 of the time they use an attack called skating, which is just an animation of them skating around, and they don't do any damage. And I always found that so strange. And I don't understand, never understood why it's a thing. And even after looking into the code and stuff, there's no reason for it. It's just a thing they do. So you'll notice here, almost half of the time, this dancer guy will just skate around and not attack. All right, so let's see. How often do they just, there it is. And what's weird is they like go all the way up to you, but then just do nothing. So Moth Slasher obviously has a carbon bangle to steal, which is super strong for this part in the game. You don't get anything better for quite a while. And his regular attack is called Verbal Attack in the code, which is a weird name, but kind of makes sense because he hits you with like his beak. So I guess it's kind of a verbal attack, but yeah, that attack is called Verbal Attack in the code. Warning Board, one of the weird things about Warning Board, you probably know this from your playthroughs. They're immune to Bolt, which is very counterintuitive because they're a giant robot thing, but they are immune to electric for whatever reason. They summon laser cannon and machine gun. It'll always start the fight by saying leave it once or warning, warning. That's always their first turn. But they also have a dummied out ability that's called leave it once, but it was never programmed to do anything. And it may have just been the way that they used to implement printing messages on the screen. Like originally they might have had the enemy do an attack called the thing and then have that print the message. But at some point they decided to switch how they did printing messages, probably so that your characters could also print messages. Like they probably programmed the guard Scorpion fight and thought like, oh, we want Cloud to say something here, but we can't have Cloud use an ability because you wouldn't have that ability. It's the player character. So then they changed the way that printing messages works, and now it's just part of the code that prints the message. But at some point, they probably had abilities do it, and that's why he has this ability called Leave It Once that doesn't do anything. And then this is the laser cannon, which is just part of the warning board, and it's basically just the first ray from the starting mission, just with better stats. And the laser cannon also has a special extra attack that can paralyze you, but it's really inaccurate and doesn't normally hit. And then this is just machine gun. We talked about him earlier. He is just literally the same exact thing as the other machine gun enemy. Or no. Reverse that. He's his own enemy. He's not the same as the other machine guns. And he also has a version in the other warning board enemy, but we'll talk about that when we get there because he has kind of a funny glitch involved with him. So Soldier Third has the very strong Hard Edge to steal, which can't be bought until June on, so it's super strong for super long time. They're also weak against fire, which seems like they wanted to have human enemies be weak against fire, but it rarely ever happens. In fact, anything being weak to fire in this game is pretty rare, but they're weak against fire. Just like the Sword Dance, they also have the really weird confusion element weakness. So we can put on added effect Mystify against these guys as well, and they will take double damage. And once again, they cannot be confused. They also drop Loco Weed, just like the Sword Dance. So I don't know if there was some kind of weird like idea they had in this part of the game that they just didn't implement for the rest of the game, where they were going to have enemies drop ailment items and then have them be like weak against that ailment or something. It feels like something that was just like lost through the coding eventually. But both these guys and the sword dances drop Loco Weed and are also weak against Confusion Element, but can't be confused, which is super mega odd. They also have their regular attack called Split. They have Bolt 2, Ice 2, Sleep Hell, and Flying Sickle. So they have 5 different attacks, which is a lot. I have a few things to say from last week that I missed. So first thing is Mighty Grunt. I forgot to mention that they have a 14% chance of dropping a Tranquilizer, which at one time was actually like a big strat for the speedruns. So because it was a 14% chance, we didn't like depend on it. But if he dropped the Trank, you could actually do a separate strategy later in the PC 80% run, and it actually saved time. So there was like a really goofy 14% chance of getting a time save on the Mighty Grunt encounter way back in the day. Nowadays, it doesn't matter, but one of the routes included that Tranquilizer. And also, the Mighty Grunt has a concept art that I forgot to show, which is pretty cool because it shows both pictures here, or both forms, rather. It shows the skater and the armor, and the armor has this same like little squiggly thing coming out of his head that the grunt had. So I found that funny. I don't know if that's because they're both grunts or what. I never really made the connection between Mighty Grunt and Grunt, but I guess this is supposed to be like the upgraded version of the Grunt, which is the guy with the beam cannon. And then the other thing I forgot was there's actually a concept art for the hedgehog pie, which is pretty cute. Pretty funny looking concept art. Seems like the type of enemy you would just kind of design quickly and not like... This one kind of surprised me there's a concept art for it. Like, I didn't figure this one was one that he had thought of from the beginning. It seemed like something they threw in later. But nope, he has a concept art. All right, so Mr. Sample, who, by the way, is H0512, not HO512. Sample halves lightning damage and absorbs poison element, but isn't immune to poison ailment. So the way this works is if I try to use Bio on him, which I believe Dawson has. If I try to use Bio on him, he's going to absorb it. And because he absorbs it, he isn't taking damage from it. And because he isn't taking damage from it, he can't get the ailment. Because the way Bio works is it has to deal damage in order to roll for a chance for poison. But he isn't immune to the ailment. So if you were to use a move like Bad Breath, which doesn't need to deal damage to give the poison ailment, you could actually poison him. And if you poison him, he's just going to heal from the poison ticks. So every time it ticks, it's just going to heal him. So he's going to have like a budget regen. The minions are actually not protected from poison, so you can poison them to kill them. But they are immune to earth for some reason. Maybe because they like jump. I don't know why, but for some reason they're immune to earth. There are some unused formations of this fight that don't have as minions. I can show you after the fight. So there's probably a chance that originally they thought about having Sample just appear with himself and then summon the minions somewhere throughout the fight, but then eventually just decided to have the minions there at the start of the fight. He will always reanimate the minions if you kill him, but he can only do it 3 times. And he'll do it even if you kill one. So if you kill a single minion, he will still use Reanimagic, and it will just miss the other 2. But he can only use Reanimagic 3 times. Doesn't matter how many he revives with Reanimagic, it costs the same amount of MP. Actually, I don't think it's an MP thing. I think it's just there's a counter. So he can only do it 3 times. So even with just 1 gone, he will immediately bring him back. So it's pretty... Unless you want to take the time to kill him 3 times, it's pretty much a moot point to kill the minions because he reanimates them so quickly. I believe he does waste a turn, but other than that, it's not worth doing at all. And then finally, the other thing I wanted to mention about this fight is it's actually used in the current speed run, or no, it's not used in the speed run because we just wrong warp instead, but I think there's a category where you can't wrong warp. Like there's a no warp category of the PC runs where you can do disc 1 skip but not warp. And this fight's actually used for that because if you're on the world map and you load a file that's at this fight and you game over and then you load the world map, you will no longer get random encounters, which I can show you that as well. It's a very, very weird glitch. Here is one of the sample fights where there's no minions. So this is just in the code, it's never used. But to me, this signifies that perhaps they had an idea to... And he doesn't ever... I don't think he ever summons the minions in this fight, but... My guess is that they were maybe going to have him summon the minions like halfway through the fight or something, or just after the screen came in, he would summon them, but then at some point they were like, nah, let's just have them be already in the fight. So if we were to load this up again, and then game over on purpose... and then load a world map save. There will now be no encounters on the world map. We could run around as much as we want. There will be no encounters. So this is used in disc 1 skip for PC. So you know how if you go back and watch my disc 1 skip video, how it's super difficult because you have to dodge encounters all the way to the Bone Village, or the city rather. The reason you don't have to do that on PC is because of this glitch. So you can just do this glitch, and then you can do all of disc 1 skip without having to worry about encounters, which makes it like 10 times easier. Because you just have to do the movement that deloads the map. You don't have to worry about doing the very specific movement and camera movements and everything to dodge encounters. All right. This is one of my favorite enemies in the game. This is Vargid Police. I absolutely love the name of this enemy. I don't know what it means. I don't know why they're called Vargid Police. I don't know what a Vargid is. I don't know what they're policing, but I just love the fact that the translators looked at the original Japanese and said, Vargid Police. I just love it. This name has always stuck out to me. Like, even as a kid, I remember this name just sticking out to me. Like, what the heck does this mean? The actual translation was probably supposed to be like Vargid Polis. Like Vargidpolis, which is what he is in Rebirth. So they translated it to that in Rebirth. But Vargid Police is S tier, way better than that. He has only 2 attacks. He has a needle attack, which can paralyze, and for some reason it does 1 damage. I don't know why it does 1 damage. Pretty much every other attack in the game that does paralysis or some kind of ailment just does 0 damage, or it does regular damage. This is the only attack in the game that does an ailment and does 1 damage. So I'm not sure why that is. But it was a move called Suicide, which deals 3/16 max HP to all party members. And if they use it, then you won't get any rewards from them. However, the code for triggering it seems to be bugged in my experience. I did a bunch of testing with it. I didn't read anything about it being bugged, but I tested it, and it seems to be bugged to me because it's supposed to trigger 1/4 of the time always. Like, no matter if you've touched them or not, it's supposed to trigger 1/4 of the time. But they don't seem to ever use it on their own. It's also supposed to trigger if another one is killed or if they're at 25% HP. But from my testing, it seems to only work if they're under 25% HP. So here, he's going to use it now, I think. Yeah. Oh, it only hits one member, not all members. So yeah, it's not very scary anyways. I mean, it does more damage than your typical attack, but it's not very scary. And also another weird thing I found is that if you're in the battle arena and you kill another enemy that isn't Vargid Police, so if you have like 2 Vargid Police and then a Gorger or something, or a Hole Eater, and you kill the Hole Eater, then they can potentially use it. Which is pretty weird. Not sure if that was intended or not. Alright, fan favorite enemy, the Brain Pod. So, Brain Pod has this attack called Refuse. The way it works is there's actually 2 Refuse attacks that both have the same exact name. The first one they use will always poison. And then if they go to use Refuse on an enemy that's already poisoned, they use the second Refuse, which will put you to sleep. And if you look closely, they actually have different animations. So, white screen and then green spiral, that's the poison one. And then now he's going to use the other Refuse, and that one's spit. And this one can cause sleep. And also, another fun fact that I never knew before. Did you know they're weak against curatives? Even though they're obviously not undead. Alright. I love these guys because the way that their claws are designed, their hands look like little mouths. It cracks me up. So this name is a direct translation from the Japanese. It wasn't changed at all to fit English, and even retains this name in the remake. So they looked at Zanini, and they just said, yeah, we're just gonna keep the name. We're not gonna come up with any translation for that. Just gonna leave it. And even in remake, they still just leave it as Zanin. They resist fire. But one thing that I never knew is they can also be damaged by poison. Or potions, rather. And there's also another really interesting thing with these guys, which I'll show after we do the fight in relation to that. And of course, one of my favorite things to point out about this enemy is their pizza shower attack, which I love. One of my favorite attack names in the game. Okay, so another cool thing about this fight, we're going to put on Added Effect and Destruct. Alright, check this out. So, Added Effect Death heals him. And if we use... I believe if we use the Death Spell... Yeah. So the Death Spell fully recovers them, like an elixir. So this is not normal of enemies that get healed by curatives. This is a special property that only these guys and like one other enemy in the game has. They are basically, they heal from the death ailment. So using death on them or using added effect death heals them. Which is pretty bizarre. You're never going to have access to any of that stuff here anyways. But for some reason, they decided to do that. All right, welcome to 100 Gunner. So, 100 Gunner has 3 phases. In his first phase, he uses Aux Artillery and Hidden Artillery. In phase 2, he uses Main Artillery, and then in phase 3, he charges for 2 turns and then uses Wave Artillery. He also has an attack called Sub Artillery that was supposed to deal damage to a single target, but he never uses it. And he has a really cool concept art. Look at how detailed this concept art is. There's like... Let me get, hold up. Let's full screen this one. Because there's a lot of small detail. There's like a... there's one here, part here, where there's like the beam cannon shooting, and this presumably Cloud getting cooked. There's all sorts of stuff with like the way the guns move and everything. Lots of little details. The way the turrets spin. All right, here is Heli Gunner. So Heli Gunner, once he's down to 250 HP, he starts spinning. And he starts doing that really annoying top attack. But the other thing that I didn't know is that he gains 50 defense and 50 magic defense when he starts spinning. So it's actually harder to finish him off once he starts spinning. He's also the only one in this fight to give spoils, because 100 Gunner was supposed to give you an extra 330 XP, 35 AP, and 300 gil. But when they coded it, they didn't code him to die like a normal enemy. They coded him to get removed so that Heli Gunner could come in afterwards. And because he gets removed, you never get his spoils. So the 330 XP, 35 AP, and 300 gil that 100 Gunner gives is just never given to you, ever. And instead, you only get the XP and gil and AP from this guy. So yeah, we were robbed. We've been robbed this whole time and never knew. Dark Nation here, who's technically back row, by the way, even though he's like next to Rufus. He gets removed from the battle if Rufus is defeated, but he doesn't give his rewards. So you want to defeat him first if you want his rewards, which he does drop a guard source, which is kind of nice. He always casts Barrier on Rufus for his first turn, and then he can also cast Barrier and M Barrier on himself, but for whatever reason, he can't put M Barrier on Rufus. So he always puts Barrier on Rufus, and then he could put Barrier and M Barrier on himself, but he'll never use M Barrier on Rufus. I don't know if that was on purpose or not. And then Rufus, the laugh that Rufus does is actually a trigger, which a lot of speedrunners know. If he has more than 200 HP, and the last attack from Cloud did damage less than 100, there's a 1/3 chance that Rufus will laugh. Which I find really cool, that it's specifically if he's healthy and Cloud does an attack that doesn't do a lot of damage, that's when he laughs. So it isn't just a random thing he does for the sake of this fight. It's specifically like he's laughing at you because you didn't do much damage. And then also the helicopter in the background that's flying around, that's actually technically an enemy. Anytime they have models like this in a fight, like for example the Tiny Bronco during the Palmer fight, it's always coded as an enemy because it was easier for them to animate doing it that way, because you have like the background layer and then the textures of the actual combat arena, and none of that has animation, so it was much easier for them to just code anything they needed to animate in a fight as a separate enemy and just not have it be targetable. And then from there, they could have their animations that they do for every enemy. Like I think this animation here is technically like a standstill animation, like Cloud's doing now. So it's just much easier for them to program it that way. So the helicopter is technically an enemy, but he has, I think, like 1 HP, and you can't target him. Dark Nation's not immune to manipulate. There it is. All he has is bite. Which does like no damage. Horrible plan, but it does work. So right now there's the one helicopter flying back there. But they use 2 models. That they use one helicopter to fly around, and then there's an invisible one that helps with the coding of the animation. But when you use Pandora's Box on the PC version, it shows invisible models. So now there's 2. Now there's 2 flying back there. So Motor Ball, his fight counts as a back attack, so your rows are reverse, which most people know, but you want to make sure to have your rows be the opposite of what you want before this fight, because it counts as a back attack, so you can see Cloud and Red 13 are in the front row, even though I had them set to the back row. This fight is super scary in speedruns because all of his attacks are super long animations, so you really want to kill him quickly. His rolling fire attack is also really strong against low-level parties. So this is kind of the final boss of Midgar. I mean, he literally is the final boss of Midgar, but he's also like the final boss of the speedrun. The PC speedrun, especially because the run ends right after this. When he drops below 325 HP, he will immediately use rolling fire as his next attack, even if he just used it. So the way this fight works is he starts off in this phase and he does 2 arm attacks, and then he goes into his like downward phase and he does the fire spit attack. And then if he's below a certain amount of HP, he'll go into his other phase and do his rolling fire attack and then go back to this phase. But whenever he gets below 325 HP, he will immediately go into that third phase and use rolling fire. So you can get into a weird situation where he just used rolling fire and then went back to this phase, and then you hit him under 325 and he immediately uses it again, which can be a bit of a beginner's trap. If you've ever died to Motor Ball on like your first playthrough, that's probably what happened. Bolt does crazy damage in this fight because he's weak against lightning, but he also has really bad magic defense. So Bolt does like crazy damage. In the speedrun, you just throw grenades all of Midgar because grenades are so powerful. But in this fight, you actually spam Bolt and grenades because Bolt is so strong in this fight. And then we also have concept art here. And I wanted to show, oops, in the concept art, that they planned on having Motor Ball having a shield that deflected attacks and then eventually break and reveal his hand. So if you see this section, this right here, you can see it over here too, but over here it's like a shield with a thing sticking out, and then underneath there's a hand. And if you look at the concept art, you'll see, I think it's this part here. The idea was this shield would break at one point, and then he would just have his hand underneath the shield once it broke. So there probably would have been some mechanic where you attack him and it guards it a certain amount of times, and then it breaks, and then you can start dealing normal damage. But they never ended up implementing that. And I'll show how much, I'm sure most people have already seen, but show how much stupid damage Bolt does. 250 damage. In fact, it'll probably do more than Cross Slash. Yeah. So yeah, this fight is very tricky in the speedrun. You want to kill him as quickly as possible because all of his attacks are really long. But then on top of that, you need to get him just above 325 HP and then nuke him before he can use Rolling Fire a second time. Both because it's slow and because it'll probably kill you. So the way we do that in the speedrun is we get him down to like 400 HP and then we queue up 2 grenades and a limit break, or bolt and a limit break, because limit breaks will interrupt any action. So you throw the grenade, and then he queues up his rolling fire counter, but because you're using a limit break, the limit break will happen first, and then you kill him with the limit break. All right, here's Devil Ride. Devil Ride was either a mistranslation or a typo, but the Japanese was supposed to be Devil Rider, which makes a lot more sense and was also fixed in Remake. He's just called Devil Rider. But for whatever reason, they called him Devil Ride in the original. It's probably a typo, or maybe they just thought it sounded cooler because it's kind of a... It does not look like a normal guy on a bike. It looks like a experiment, so maybe they just thought Devil Ride sounded more like an experiment gone wrong than just a normal biker guy. Yeah, this enemy was changed quite a bit in Remake. In Remake, it is just a bandit on a bike. But in this game, it's pretty obvious that this is some kind of, like, experiment. Because you can see, first of all, his arms are, like, 3 times the length of regular arms. But also, does he have his own, like, arms here? Is this, like, an arm? And then these are arms coming out of his back? Or are these just his regular arms? It's hard to tell. But either way, I think it's safe to say it's like a mutant rider guy. Even with the model viewer, it's like hard to tell. But his arms like go into the bike. So my theory is that these are his normal arms. And they were like grafted onto the bike. And then obviously these ones coming out. And we were wondering if like these were his regular arms, but they come out of like his back. So I think these were added. And they're like super mutant arms. And then these are like his original arms, and they're like grafted into the bike. And then the rest of his body just kind of like is the bike, unless you want to say like this is a cover that's covering up the rest of his body. But I think his body basically is the bike. Like, he was turned into the bike in a crazy experiment. So this is Custom Sweeper. Of course, everyone knows this enemy for teaching Matra Magic. And most people also know this enemy because you can steal Atomic Scissors from him. The Atomic Scissors are actually better than the Cannonball, which you get from Calm. So I think that this enemy was kind of here as a direct reward of using the Steel Materia. If you are actively utilizing the Steel Materia, then you can get the Scissors here, which you then go to Calm and immediately find a weapon that's worse. Calm Fang are super common in this area. They show up in 11 different formations in all 3 of the biomes. So they can show up in the grass, the dirt, and the beach. And they're in 11 different formations, so it's very easy to find them. On top of that, they're also in the battle arena. So they're probably one of the most common enemies in the game. And surprisingly, you can steal ethers from them, which seems like a very good item for a very simple enemy. You'd think he'd have like a potion or something. But he actually has ethers. They're pretty hard to get though. And then we have the Prowlers, who are our second thief enemy. And I kind of mentioned this before when we talked about the vices. But the Prowlers have 2 different steel moves, Steal and Grind, and then a third move called Seize, which sounds like it would be a steel move, but it actually just does damage. They'll always wait a turn and then use one of their moves and then either run away or wait a turn and then run away. So even if they use Seize, which doesn't actually steal anything, they'll still run away afterwards. And one interesting little thing about their AI, which seems like a waste, is that they'll always target the person that attacked them. So if you end up attacking them before they do their steal move, they will specifically steal from the character that attacked them. It doesn't matter because your inventory is shared between all your characters anyways, but it's an interesting little detail. Like, they get mad at that specific target and go, all right, fine, I'll steal from you. They can't steal materia, but they can steal anything in your inventory that's not equipped. So I always thought that there was like a... So the magic pots way later in the game, at the end of the game, they can steal like ultimate weapons and stuff. And I always thought like they had some specific code where they steal more rare items, whereas the enemies at the start of the game steal really common items because, you know, they don't want to brick your file or something right at the beginning of the game. Turns out I'm pretty sure that's not a thing. I'm pretty sure every enemy in the game can steal anything. Well, not every enemy, but every enemy that steals can steal any item. It's just that you don't have good items when you fight these guys. So there's not really much. Even if you stole the hard edge, you probably have it equipped, so he's not going to steal it. So it just so happens that you just fight them when there's not really much for them to steal. But if you come back, and if you come back with a lot of good items, pretty sure they can steal some good stuff. So Mandragora, even though this enemy is named Mandragora, which is known in general fantasy lore to have a scream when you uproot it, and the scream like kills you or deafens you or whatever. Only the counterpart version of this enemy, that's called Razorweed, that we fight later, has a scream attack. This enemy does not have a scream attack, so kind of a lame name for Mandragora. They should have swapped and had this one been called Razorweed and the other one been called Mandragora. This is also super weird because this enemy has a concept art, and in the concept art, it shows him like yelling somewhat, you know. It doesn't really look like he's yelling, it looks like he's singing or something, but he has like a yell attack, and this says Mandragora, so this is specifically this enemy, but they just kind of forgot to give him the yelling attack. They only gave the Razorweed the yelling attack. Now, one very funny, interesting thing about this enemy that I never knew before. Do you notice anything weird about this fight? Let me bring it up to ×5. Yeah, they don't attack. These enemies do not attack until you attack them. First of all, if you're in a fight with Mandragora and other enemies, you can completely ignore the Mandragoras and just fight the other enemies first and leave them for last because they will do nothing until you attack them. When you hit them, all of the Mandragora will use Slow Dance if it was a physical attack and Grass Punch if it was a magical attack, and then go back to doing nothing. So look how goofy this is. So if I attack one Mandragora, they will now all four use Slow Dance. 1, 2, 3, 4, and now go back to doing nothing. And then if I use a magic attack, which is also interesting because they have 450 magic defense. So magic does next to no damage to them, even fire. They will all use this attack. And then go back to doing nothing. So very interesting AI here. It's like they only counter what you do, but all of them counter it. All is like one big hive mind. All right, these are another really cool named enemy, Levricon. Its name was intended to be Replicon, but due to a mistake with the way it's written in katakana, which is not specifically the translation, you would think that they translated it wrong, but it's actually just the way that it was written originally is the mistake. The name became Levricon when it got translated. We probably wouldn't know it was supposed to be called Replicon, but it was fixed when the enemy appeared in Crisis Core. So we would have probably never known because the translation looks like it's correct, but they changed it back to Replicon in Crisis Core. So now we know that that was probably the original name, the intended name, but they just wrote it wrong. The name Replicon is a genetics term, and I don't know why they would use that for this enemy unless they're trying to hint at this being either a Shinra experiment or some kind of like ancient bird creature that's lived through mutations for years and years and years and still exist on the planet. Which, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's like a dinosaur bird hybrid thing. But other than that, no idea why it would be called Replicon. When a Chocobo is with 2 Levercons, the Chocobo is level 16 and perfect for learning Chocobuckle. So if you're trying to learn Chocobuckle, you want to find a fight with 2 Levercons and a Chocobo, and then you know it's the right Chocobo for learning Chocobuckle. He also has an odd variable in his AI code that seems to do nothing. So instead of his normal code, he will instead always use Flaming Peck at a 1/4 chance, when it was supposed to have a 3/4 chance at some point, whether or not it's like when he took damage or at the start of the fight or something. But instead, he just always uses it at a 1/4 chance. And when they're with the Alpha Dunk enemy, they will both cause sadness and fury over and over again, but due to Alpha Dunk having a better chance to use Shower, sadness will usually take over. So the idea with the battle with Levercon and Alpha Dunk is that Alpha Dunk can cause sadness and Levercon can cause fury, but the Alpha Dunk enemy has a much better chance of giving sadness than Levercon does of giving fury. So if you fight that fight, you'll all end up in sadness eventually. Whereas if the code was correct, it probably would have been the same chance, and you probably would have been going back and forth between sadness and fury the whole fight. So Mu has 5 different attacks, which is part of the reason why learning level 4 Suicide can be a struggle, because he only has a 1 in 14th chance to use it, and all the other chances are those other 4 attacks. He also only has a 1/14th chance of using Hot Springs, which heals one of your party members. I have no idea why he has this attack, but yeah, he has a 1 in 14th chance of using L4 Suicide and a 1/14th chance to just randomly heal one of your party members. Now, he then has a 2 in 7 chance to use his other 3 attacks. Now this, I think, was really interesting. This like kind of blew my mind a little bit. So this enemy has 5 different attacks, which is a lot for a random enemy in a field, right? There's a part in this concept art, which, by the way, look how cute this concept art is. There's a part in this concept art, I believe it's this right here. This says something to the effect of, despite its appearance, it actually has a lot of different attacks. So that is really interesting to me, because I would have thought that Tetsuya would have just designed this enemy, and then at some point down the line of them coding all the attacks and all the enemies, they decided, we want this enemy to have level 4 Suicide as an enemy skill, but we don't want it to be super easy to get because it's really strong. So let's give this enemy a bunch of attacks. That way it's kind of rare for him to use this L4 Suicide attack. And then at that point, they implemented all the attacks. But due to this concept art, we now know that that was actually just an original concept of the enemy. When Tetsuya originally designed this enemy, for whatever reason, he was just like, I want this enemy to have a lot of attacks. I don't know why. Like, the way that it's written, it sounds like he just thought it would be cool to have this cute enemy that looks unassuming, but then has a lot of different things he can do. So I guess that was the idea, but that's just so bizarre to me, because if you had asked me before reading this, I would have figured that was just something that the designers of the attacks eventually just decided, oh, let's just give him a lot of attacks. But that was a core concept of this enemy, was that he had a lot of different attacks. And you'll see the other version of this guy also has a lot of attacks. So it's not just something they randomly decided. It was a core concept of this enemy to be cute, but also have a lot of different attacks they can do. The hole that the Mu sits in is actually a separate enemy. This is done just for animation's sake, so that he can like jump out of the hole and stuff, but it is technically an extra enemy. He is the first source of learning L4 Suicide, the other being his counterpart. But his counterpart has an extremely high chance of using L4 Suicide, and by that I mean he has a 1% more chance of using it. So if you want to learn it a bit quicker, you can wait to fight his counterpart, and you'll have 1% more chance to get it. And his name is most likely a reference to the fictional content of Mu, M-U, which was claimed to be connected to Atlantis and the Sunken City, which is maybe why he has his Hot Springs attack. But, you know, who knows? There it is, by the way. Super rare attack. He used it first. So yeah, this just heals you, and that's it. The Alpha Dunk. The best Chocobo fight for learning Chocobo Goal is the Chocobo that appears with 2 Alpha Dunks, since that Chocobo is level 16. So just like with the Leprechaun, either the 2 Leprechauns or the 2 Alpha Dunks are both good for learning Chocobo, but the Alpha Dunk one is even better because the Alpha Dunks are weaker, easier to deal with. And surprisingly, the Alpha Dunk has concept art. And look at how cool he looks. He looks a lot scarier in his concept art. He looks like an actual scary enemy that could maybe deal some damage. We even got like little stats here. He looks a lot more friendly and goofy in his actual version. So first of all, for those of you that don't know, you do not need a Chocobo to get across this. There are multiple ways to get across this. You can actually just run, and if your timing is absolutely perfect, you can get across without the snake catching you. Mostly it's because of the way his movement works. He kind of, once he's on a path, he stays on that path until he hits something. So if you can time it correctly to where he's on the really long, well, he doesn't always do that though. If you're too close or like the angle's off, then he can just U-turn into you. But sometimes he'll stay on his path, and you can kind of take advantage of that and have him do a big bounce right when you start running and make it all the way across. It's pretty tough though. In the speed run, we use a little exploit where you wait until he's all the way to the left. We want him like top left corner. My camera bonked the mountain and now I can't see. There we go. You want him like top left corner-ish. That might work. Oh, I got no fight, of course. Then you bump up against this. You wait for him to bonk. And then he'll go straight until he hits. And he'll actually move depending on how you move. Then you bonk him into that corner and just run straight up. And you can get across. Or, an even easier way to do it, if you don't want to do that, is you just book it. And then as soon as he goes on screen, you just save the game. Then you either reset or you let him kill you. And then you load. Then you hold up. Huh! Oh, we got stuck! I got lucky. You got stuck in that little corner. So there you go. Multiple ways to get across without using a Chocobo. So the original Japanese for the Midgard Zolom was supposed to be Midgard Sormer, which is another name for Jormungandr, which is the world serpent from Norse mythology that a lot of people probably know from the God of War remake or whatever you want to call it, New Age God of War. The idea is that it's a pun, both referencing Midgar and the world serpent. So the world serpent's normal name is Jormungandr, but another name for him is Midgard Sormer, and they thought that was funny that Midgard Sormer kind of sounds like Midgar, so that's why they called him Midgard Sormer. However, this was like totally lost on the translators. They didn't understand that. They didn't understand what Jormungandr was. They didn't understand that it was a pun. So instead, they just named him the Midgar Zolom. But funnily enough, that does kind of fit the pun still. So at least we still got the Midgar in there. But yeah, they didn't understand the reference, so they just named him the Midgar Zolom instead, which is why it's fixed in the remake. This fight has a special flag that no other fight in the game, pretty sure no other fight in the game has, that will place the party back on the side of the swamp that they came from if they flee the battle, or if they lose the battle but someone got kicked. So if you come from the farm side and you run away from the fight, it'll place you back on the farm side. If you come from the Mithril Mine side and you run away from the fight, it'll place you on that side. That flag, specifically that flag, is the reason why Calm Skip was able to be found. We exploit that flag basically by fighting the Zolom while having the Chocobo on the side that if you haven't done the Calm flashback yet and you have the Chocobo on the side with Mithril Mine, then when Cloud gets off the Chocobo, he will say, like, don't go anywhere, Chocobo, because normally the Chocobo would run away. But they wanted to give you a way to get back across the swamp without getting soft locked, because once you go into Mithril Mine, you're stuck there. Or you can't go any further because you haven't done Calm flashback yet. So because that text box comes up, and because of that special flag that places you on the side of the swamp based on where you came from, that was basically the reason that Calm Skip was eventually found, which ended up being one of the most monumental glitches in the speed run, both the console run and the PC run. Now let's talk about Beta. Beta is a counterattack at 3/8 HP, and it's only used once. But the longer the Zolom is in his second phase, the greater chance a party member will get kicked out of the fight, which could be your party member that has the enemy skill materia. So you definitely want to try to get it to happen as quickly as possible. If you want to just defeat the Zolom and you don't care about learning Beta, you can actually poison him and then never attack him, and he will never enter his second phase, because the way the code works is it checks his HP anytime he gets hit, and if his HP is below a certain amount, he will rise up into the air and start his second phase, which is where he kicks people and where he uses Beta. But if you just poison him and you never attack him, then he will just stay in phase 1 the whole fight. All you have to do is just heal whenever he bites you, and you'll get a free win. The best way to do this fight, if you want to learn Beta, is what we're about to do. You put your characters in Sadness status, which gives you a 30% flat defense boost. And then you give one character enemy skill and elemental fire. And then you just do the fight normally and hope that that character doesn't get kicked. And once that character gets hit by Beta, you can either use it to kill him or poison him and kill him, and then learn Beta that way. But if you don't have access to elemental, for example, if you were doing some like special challenge run where you couldn't use elemental materia but you still wanted to learn Beta, one thing you can do is you can have a party member queue up a hyper and then confuse them. So basically you would throw a Loco Weed, which you can get from Midgar, at the character, and then before the Loco Weed gets thrown, you queue up throwing a hyper on one of your party members. And if you're lucky, the Loco Weed will hit the character, they'll get confused, and then they'll throw the hyper at the Midgar Zolom instead of your party members. And what that does is it gives the Zolom Fury status, which normally makes your limit bars go up faster, but he doesn't have a limit bar. And it also makes you more inaccurate. So what that means is Beta gets a 15% chance to miss. So then you do the fight normally, you wait till he uses Beta, and you pray that the character that has the enemy skill materia gets missed by Beta. And if that happens, you still learn it, even though it missed. And that's the way to learn it if you don't have the HP or like elemental to stop the damage. but it's very hard. You have to first get confused and throw the Fury at him. Then it's only a 15% chance that it's going to miss that party member. But it is possible. If you have a crazy low-level party that doesn't have any access to any sadness or elemental resistance, and you still want to learn beta, that is a way you could do it. But it's very difficult. Now, one final thing about the Midgar Zolom. Take a look at this. This is a very well-known, unused fight with the Midgar Zolom that takes place in the Shinra HQ. So no one knows why this is here, but this is an actual formation that's in the game. And if you've ever played any mods, you've probably seen a fight like this. I think Hardcore had a fight where you went into like the Genova chamber and you fought a crazy strong Midgar Zolom. I want to say New Threat at one point had a fight with Midgar Zolom in Midgar as well. But those are obviously just made up. But that, if you ever wondered why they did that, this is why. Because this exists in the game. We don't know why, but it's here. So, maybe at one point they planned on having him in Midgar. Maybe they planned on having like a... Maybe Shinra captured a Midgar Zolom to use it for an experiment or something, and you see him, or it could just be random. They could have just put him here for funny because it's called the Midgar Zolom and never used it. I don't know. But it's here. It is the thing that exists in the game. And he's annoying. He works just like he does in the swamp. So here is a Chocobo. Okay, so people ask me all the time, one of the most common questions I get when we talk about enemies in this game is, can you kill the Chocobo? You cannot. He has no death animation. He cannot die. No amount of damage you could ever do would kill the Chocobo. Even if you overflow glitch the Chocobo, he will not die because he literally can't. He has no death animation. He instead runs away and pecks you and does his whole animation thing, whether or not he runs out of HP or not. If he runs out of HP, he does it. If he gets hit, he does it. Doesn't matter. One thing that I find pretty interesting is that in the original Japanese version, they did not make Chocobos immune to paralysis. So you could actually paralyze the Chocobo instead of throwing greens at it, and then kill the enemies and get the Chocobo. And there's another funny thing about Chocobos. So if you happen to be catching Chocobos near the end of the game and you happen to have Odin, or you happen to have exit materia, you can do this. So apparently, canonically, Odin really likes Chocobos. And he will not touch Chocobo. So you can catch a Chocobo with Odin. Totally safe. I wonder if it'll hit any of us. And look at what our levels are. Yeah, if you've never seen it, probably the rarest enemy skill in the game, Chocobuckle. It does damage based on how many fights you've run away from. All right. So, remember Caesar in the sewer? And I said that there was another enemy that's similar to him that is a household object. So that's why we said like Caesar was probably supposed to be Scissor. These are castanets. And if you don't know what a castanet is, This is a castanet. You ever see those? You click them. That is what a castanet is. So they're named after these, which is a clever name for a crab. Also, a funny thing that I found that may or may not be related, there is a Japanese indie rock band called the Castanets, which sounds like it would be completely unimportant, but there's actually a lot of musical references in this game, and you know, they were big fans of music and implementing music, and even like the Uematsu talks a lot about the influences he had on, or the influences he used for One Winged Angel and stuff. And so there is like a world where maybe someone was a fan of the Castanets and named this enemy the Castanets because of that. I seriously doubt it. It's a pretty not well-known band. Like, it's definitely an indie band. It's not a super popular band, but who knows? Maybe. It's possible. And it's specifically a Japanese band, so. But I was trying to find, like, if there was any other reason these guys to be called castanets other than just the instrument, and I found that. I thought it was interesting. All right, now we got Madouge. Madouge, of course, has a grand glove that you can steal from him. Very well-known steal. And they also use Iron Ball more often when they're in the front row, and Swamp Shoot more often when they're in the back row. So they have a little... You'll notice this guy will use the Iron Ball more, and this guy will use the Shoot more. Just a little bit of strategy, so they use the back row attack more when they're in the back row, but not always. They can still use the front row attack from the back row and vice versa. The Crawler is based on the Carrion Crawler from Dungeons & Dragons, which looks like this. So some of the Final Fantasy games have crawlers that look a bit more like this, and for some reason in Final Fantasy VII, they were like, nah, just make him a snake. Just make him a little crappy snake. But in some of the games, the crawlers are actually more scary and more akin to the reference. But here they kept the reference with the name, but it ended up just being a small snake enemy. Okay, this is Arc Dragon, which sounds a lot scarier than it is. When Arc Dragon uses Flamethrower, it uses it on the character with the most HP. So if you want to learn it as an enemy skill, just give the character with the enemy skill full HP, and you'll learn it a lot faster. One of the bosses, this is like real deep cut here. One of the bosses in Airgeist, God Bless the Ring, is called Arc Dragon. Now he looks a lot different. He looks like this. He looks like a full-fledged dragon, and he's like a molten fire dragon. But there are multiple enemies in Airgeist that are taken from Final Fantasy VII. So it's not a stretch to say that this is actually the Arc Dragon from Final Fantasy VII, and they just gave it a different look. So this might be a direct reference to this enemy, which is kind of neat. And of course, the word Arc is a common name for like leader type enemies in RPGs, and it comes from the Greek Archos, which means leader. So that is why you'll see sometimes in RPGs something is an arc version of something, just means it's the leader. Now, why this guy would be the leader dragon when he's, first of all, the first version of this enemy that we meet, and second of all, not a dragon, like not one of the big dragon, like he's a smaller dragon. I don't know. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but apparently maybe he's the leader of the snakes. Like maybe he's the Arc Snake, but he's a dragon, because he does kind of look like the snakes. Like he looks like the snake, but with wings. So maybe he's more of like the Arc Crawler. But it didn't make sense to call him a crawler, so he's the Arc Snake or Arc Dragon instead. He's the leader of the Castanets. He's the lead singer in the band. Dude, how cool would it have been if they did like a whole musical theming for this dungeon? Like you had like the Castanets, and then the dragon was somehow the singer. They named the dragon after the singer of the band or something. The snakes were like backup singers. The Hellrider VR2. So quite possibly one of the strangest names in the game. I have no idea why he's called this. Well, I know why he's called this, but what's weird is that you have Hellride at the start, right? So it seems like you have Hellride at the start, who was supposed to be Hellrider, and then this is Hellrider version 2, but he looks nothing like Hellrider. He's not on a bike. His character doesn't look like the bandit. He has a hammer. Like, no part of this looks like Hellrider, right? But then you find out through the grapevine, or this video you're watching right now, that this is actually the second version of this guy from Final Fantasy VI. This is Hellrider from Final Fantasy VI. So this guy is not a version 2 of Hellrider from Final Fantasy VII. He's version 2 of Hellrider from Final Fantasy VI. Look, he looks exactly the same. He doesn't have a hammer, but he's got the armor. He's on a beast. He's got a staff weapon. So yeah, he is actually a reference to Final Fantasy VI. And it just so happens that we have the Hellrider from earlier in the game that has a similar name, but they should have called him something else. Also, both of the Hellrider enemies were originally going to be called Hell Harley, which is a reference to Harley Davidson, the motorcycle company. I don't know why they decided not to do this reference, because they still have the motorcycle that is a reference to Harley Davidson. So I don't know, like, it's not like the reference, they decided they didn't want to reference it for fear of getting in trouble or something, because they still reference Harley Davidson. So I don't know why they changed the name from Hell Harley to Hell Rider, but either way, it's Hell Rider instead. And the other interesting thing about this enemy, he is, I think, the only enemy in the game that has an attack that changes your row. I could be wrong, but I looked as much as I could, and I do not think there's a single attack in the entire game that affects your row other than this one. And I believe he always does it at the start of the fight. Did he already do it? Are we in the front row? Or back row? What row are we in? We're in the front row. So yeah, he already did it. Yeah, at the start of the fight, he does this weird, like, spinny thing, and it changes your row. And I don't know... I don't think he ever uses it again. It's not really like a big deal in the fight, but maybe they're just experimenting with it. It's a really cool, unique attack that can definitely catch you off guard if you're back row, and then he pulls you into the front row. No, that's just a back attack. So that just, any back attack in the game swaps your row. But I believe that's the only attack that does it. So this is another very rare enemy that I almost never fight. But he does exist. And you only fight him if you fail the Four Condor game. Alright, so this is Commander Grandhorn. So an interesting thing about this guy is there's actually 3 versions of him. There's a level 19 version, a level 25 version, and a level 37 version. So the level 19 version is always fought if you fail the first Fort Condor mission, which is what we're doing right now. So this is the level 19 version. The level 37 version is always fought during the Huge Materia quest, if you fail it during the Huge Materia quest. And then the level 25 version is sometimes fought during the other missions, depending on a bunch of different factors, depending on how many party members you have, your average party level. That all kind of, there's like a formula that it goes through, and then depending on what the answer is, you either get the level 19 or the level 25 one. The level 19 enemy drops a Bagris Claw, which is the only one in the game other than stealing from the Bagrisk enemy. So if you never fight the Bagrisk enemy, this is the only Bagris Claw you'll ever get in the game. And the level 37 one drops an Imperial Guard, which a lot of people know is like the reason to fail that game, to get the Imperial Guard, because it's one of the best armors in the game. And there's only 2 Imperial Guards in the game, but you can get 3 through a glitch. And the level 25 version drops nothing at all. So I don't know why the level 25 version doesn't drop a Bagris Claw as well, but for some reason it doesn't. So the level 19 one is actually better to fight than the level 25 one. The level 25 one is a waste of time. Each version works slightly differently in terms of their attacks. The biggest difference is that the level 37 version doesn't actually use his strongest attack until you kill him, and then he uses it as like a final attack. Whereas the level 19 and the level 25, they can use it randomly. But other than that, none of the fights are really scary enough to have too much of a worry. It's kind of a shame because this is a totally optional fight, and even if you lose it, you don't game over. So I wish they would have made this fight like really difficult. So you kind of have to win the 4 Condor game, or else you have to fight this super hard boss to still get your rewards. But because this guy is so easy, you're really better off just failing the game if you don't feel like playing it. So, I don't know, this was an opportunity because you don't game over to really have like a strong enemy here, but this is Final Fantasy VII. On this episode of Weird Final Fantasy VII Names, the Neurosupharoth, who is this little 4-legged dinosaur-looking creature. So, if you look closely, his name is kind of similar to Sephiroth. So I looked into the Japanese name, and the Japanese name is even closer to Sephiroth. Sephiroth's name in Japanese is Sephirasu, and this thing's name is Suferasu. So it's Suferosu versus Sefirosu. So very, very close to Sephiroth's name. Nero Sephiroth will always start the battle with Beak, and then he gains a 1/4 chance to use Heat Wing and gets more and more chance based on missing health, which is a common thing with enemies. I never knew how common that is, but probably 50% of the enemies in this game get more chance to use their stronger attack the lower their HP is, which is a really nice thing to know. Maybe not 50%, maybe like 30%, but a big chunk. He's probably supposed to be weak to ice because he's like a fire lizard dude. And the remake version of this enemy is weak to ice, but instead he's just normal to all elements. He doesn't heal from fire and he's not weak to ice. So I feel like that was probably just an oversight. He's probably supposed to be weak to ice. And also, fun fact, and it's funny because we actually got the right encounter here. This is encounter number 065. This encounter is one of the encounters that we use to wrong warp to the debug room in the speedrun. So you set up the glitch and then you fight this fight in particular. And this fight's battle ID, 065, matches the field ID of the debug room, 065. So when you do a wrong warp after fighting this fight, you wrong warp to the debug room. And then we also have the formula, which I love the name of this enemy. Something about the name Formula, kind of like a Formula race car or something, in the fact that he goes fast. I don't know, it's just cool. Always like that name. Formula only uses his cross impulse attack when he's under 60% HP. And you can also steal a boomerang, another early game weapon. Steal a boomerang from him, and you can also morph him into speed drinks, which I didn't know about for the longest time. I always used to go back to Midgar and morph the vices, or steal from the vices to get speed drinks. But you can actually morph these guys into speed drinks if you want them late game. And then one other interesting thing about him, which I don't know if we can do here without dying, but we can try. Because formulas are actually pretty strong. They deal some pretty good damage. Let's speed up the game a little bit. And hopefully I don't die in the meantime. There we go. So, for some strange reason, all of Formula's attacks cause MP, or cost MP. Even his regular, like, just attack costs MP. So after 10 or so attacks, he can't do anything. He is dead in the water. Can't even do his normal attack. He's just stuck here till you kill him. Normally, enemies either have checks for MP, and then they'll do, like, their regular attack instead, or it'll display the message saying, like, they don't have enough MP. But Formula, all of his stuff takes MP, and then once he's out, he just sits there. So Kapar Wire uses the same attack that Rude uses, the Grand Spark attack where he punches the ground. They have the same exact attack, same coding, same name, same everything. So I don't know if Rude was like walking through the forest and met these guys and they took him to his lair and taught him all the things they know. But for some reason, this is where Rude gets his attack. And they're also a very early Ether Steel, although only at an 8% chance. But another nice early Ether Steel. Yuffie has a 12.5% chance to appear in this forest. She gets a better percentage chance the further you get in the game. And once you get to Rocket Town, the forest near Rocket Town has a 255 out of 256 chance to have Yuffie in it. But this one has the worst... Oh, we got her already. Nice. This one has the worst chance for her. Alright. So let's talk about Mystery Ninja. Now, this is a big one. I have a lot to say about this fight. First of all, already mentioned increased probability to get her as you get closer and closer to Rocket Town. And then Rocket Town, it's like basically automatic. There are 3 removed formations of Mystery Ninja. And 2 of them have 2 Mystery Ninjas in them that stand in line with the party instead of across the field. So we'll show that off. Mystery Ninja gains a new attack at level 27 and above, and it's called Swift Bolt. It's still just another, like, item throw. But, yeah, she has an extra attack if you fight her later. And then, because of the way that the game takes the player from the Mystery Ninja encounter back to the field module, instead of taking you to the world map module, it takes you to the field module so you can recruit Yuffie. That is why the Yuffie warp basically happens. And I'll show off a Yuffie warp. And then I also have one other goofy thing to show off. So let's, first of all, just do this fight normally. So you go. So you'll notice, normally you'd go back to the world map here, but because we're recruiting Yuffie, it instead places you on the field module, which, by the way, the PC version has a weird music glitch where it'll play the music of the last town you were in instead of what it's supposed to play here. Alright, we got Yuffie. Now, let's show off some goofy stuff. So first of all, here is a weird removed Mystery Ninja fight. Is it this one or the next one? Yeah, it's this one. So this is one of the removed formations of Mystery Ninja. And it's 2 Mystery Ninjas, and she's like on our side of the field. So I have no idea what the plan was for this. But maybe there was some kind of weird... I know there was the new threat fight we did where there was all 5... There was like Cloud, Barret, Red 13, Tifa, and Aerith like all in the same thing, or all on the same side of the field. I don't know. I don't know what they could have possibly used this for, but it's here. It's weird. So now we're going to do another regular fight against Mystery Ninja. But this time we're going to let her escape. So this is one of the only fights in the game where the enemy can escape. The only real other ones are the thieves and like Magic Pot. But there's a weird coding error with this particular fight. Basically this fight in the PC version is just unbelievably busted. It works fine on the PS1 version, but when they ported it to PC, they just did not check to make sure that this fight would work right. And because of that, Yuffie warping is possible, and this happens. And this is something you can do in your game. This takes no understanding of any glitch, but all you have to do is sit here and wait for her to disappear. That's it. You can do this at home. Do this on your version right now. All you have to do is sit here and wait for her to run away. There's no other prerequisite for this. You can easily run into this on accident on your game. And someone out there, I'm sure, probably did, and is to this day wondered what happened to their game. Even like Yuffie warping, it wasn't found for so long because you have to die on one save and then load another save and do this. So like that's a little too many steps for someone to accidentally run into it. But this, I'm sure so many people have run into this on accident without any realization of what they did. I believe she attacks 11 times before she runs away. It takes a while for her to run away. And she doesn't have much HP, so you would have to be pretty weak to not kill Yuffie. Also, her eyes look like Rufus's eyes, I just realized. Alright, so now all you do is open up the menu. And you've now broken your game. So this happens on every PC version. Like I said, you don't have to do anything. This is not even like a big in-depth thing. Just let Yuffie run away and open up your menu, and you just broke your game. Let's do it again. Okay. So now if I open up the menu, the game breaks. If I can get to a town, it'll fix my game. So if I get to a town, I can open up the menu, and it'll be fixed. But if you get into a fight before getting to the town to fix your game, this happens. And your game is still broken. So the only way to fix your game is to get to a town before opening the menu and before getting into a fight. If either happens, you're cooked. Real quick, I know we've done it many, many times over the years, but I'm sure there's people watching that have never seen Yuffie warping, especially because now it's not even used in speedruns anymore. So I figured I would do a very quick Yuffie warp just to show anyone that's never seen it what it looks like. This was one of the biggest breakthroughs to ever happen in Final Fantasy VII. There was a whole, I don't know, how many years, like, when did the game came out in 97. Yuffie warping was found a little after I started streaming, which would have been like 2015 or 16 maybe. But I mean, it was at least 15 years, 15 to 20 years where we kind of had the game quote unquote solved. We didn't, nothing was really found that was super exciting in Final Fantasy VII for a huge stretch of time. And then when the Steam version came out, Yuffie warping was found, which it does work in the original PC, but it wasn't found until the Steam version came out. And that kind of started this landfall of like, Yuffie warping was found, and then battle mode warping was found, and then wrong warping was found, and then because wrong warping was found, and everyone was so excited about the game again, all this other little, like all the stuff that I found materia smuggling and calm skip. I didn't find calm skip, but calm skip. All the other things that happen that aren't even related to UV warping happened kind of because of UV warping. It kind of started this just, well, if the game went 20 years and none of us ever found UV warping, maybe there's more to this game that we haven't found. And so this was kind of just the start of everything, you know, and that all led up to the Aerith revival and saving Aerith and getting Aerith through the whole game and stuff. So all of that kind of lends itself to the original Yuffie warping. So the way Yuffie warping works is you take any save you want and you just game over anywhere. Now, if you game over on a field battle, you will warp to the field. If you game over to a boss battle, you will warp to the boss battle. So we'll do a field. And then you load up another save that doesn't have Yuffie yet, and you recruit Yuffie. So we're going to load up a save that's by Rocket Town, because, like I said, this forest here has a 255 out of 256 chance. So it's much better than doing the Junon one. And then we're going to beat up Yuffie. And boom. We have now teleported to where we game overed in the previous. So now we're in the Shinra HQ, but we have our party from this late game save. We have all of our stuff. It's the same exact save file, but we're now in the HQ. And depending on where you warp, you know, the game might figure out what's going on. It might not. It might let us do the sample fight here. It might not. See, now it thinks we already beat the sample fight. So now it's here in this part of the game. All these flags have already been turned on, so it's going to be pretty confused as to what we're supposed to do. We'll probably go up and it'll either play the cutscene and then we'll be kind of in this part of the game again, or it'll get confused and soft lock at some point. So this is the Zemzalet, another awesome name. And they kept the name in Rebirth, which is really nice. He uses Thunderbolt, but he actually takes normal lightning damage. He doesn't like absorb lightning or take half damage from lightning, even though he seems to be a lightning type enemy. One strange thing about him is when he flies up into the air, he's immune to Earth, which makes sense, obviously. But he's also immune to Earth if he's on the ground. So, pretty sure that is a mistake, because there's probably 10 or so enemies in the game that are immune to Earth when they're flying, and then when they hit the ground, they're not immune to Earth. So I think they just forgot to change his immunity to Earth when he's on the ground. He's also he's also immune to gravity and water. So he has a lot of immunities for some reason. He's most likely supposed to be weak against wind when he's flying, but he's actually weak against wind flying and on the ground. In fact, the wiki actually says that he's weak against wind when he's in the air and not weak against wind when he's on the ground. But I tested it, and he's actually weak against wind always. So they really screwed up everything with this guy's element table. I don't know what in the world was going on, but he's immune to Earth whether or not he's in the air or not. He's immune to water and gravity, which maybe he's supposed to be, maybe he's not, who knows. He takes normal lightning damage even though he does Thunderbolt, and he's weak against wind both when he's flying and when he's on the ground, even though it should only be when he's flying. He has White Wind, which you can manipulate to learn from him, but the programmer didn't take this into consideration when setting up his MP and only looked at his magic attack, Thunderbolt, which only takes 4 MP. So because of this, they only gave Zemzalet 36 MP. So if he uses Thunderbolt even one single time during this fight, and then you manipulate him, he won't have enough MP to use White Wind. So you'll have to throw an Ether on him or something so that he can get MP to use White Wind. It's pretty obvious when you look at the table of attacks because most of the enemies in the game, the programmer would have looked at like all the attacks they have, what MP they take, and then usually multiply it by like 10-ish. So if the most MP he ever uses with an attack is 10, they usually give him around 100 MP. And you can tell that they did that with Zemzalet because Thunderbolt takes 4, so he gets 36 MP, which is pretty close to 10 times. But they completely forgot that he also has White Wind. So it's obviously a mistake. They meant to give him either more or maybe have White Wind not take MP for him or something. Who knows? But either way, because of it, you have to give him an Ether to learn White Wind if he ever uses Thunderbolt. You just have to make sure you manipulate him right away before he uses Thunderbolt. Another funny side effect of this is the Battle Arena. If you manipulate a Zemzalet right away and use it to cast White Wind on yourself, you'll no longer have enough MP to cast either of his attacks. And there'll be no way to break the manipulate because you only have one party member. So I can show you kind of what that looks like here. So let's say we're in the Battle Arena, fighting this cloud. And we're like, oh, look, a Zemzalet. I know he can be manipulated because of the whole White Wind thing. So let's manipulate him to make the fight easier. And then we're like, oh, well, we're hurt, so might as well have him use his White Wind here. All right, now let's go ahead and end the fight. Oh. Let's go ahead and end the fight. Oh. So now you are essentially soft-locked. He has no MP to use either of his attacks. He doesn't have a regular attack. He only has Thunderbolt and White Wind. So no matter what I do, his skill power is used up. And I only have Cloud. You can't undo Manipulate unless someone else attacks. So now you're stuck and you have to run away. So if you're in the battle arena and you do this, you just have to forfeit your fight and run away and lose all your battle points. All right, here is Bottom Swell. Bottom Swell has 3 different phases, which he changes based on missing HP, and you can tell which phase he's in based on how he moves in the air. So if you watch his tail, right now his tail is like pretty chill. When he gets into phase 2, he'll start wagging it, and then phase 3, he does like that crazy, like he's doing the wave all the time. So the idea behind the fight is you're supposed to like look at his tail to determine how angry he is, quote unquote. It would have been cool if there was some kind of character before this that said like, oh, there's this ancient creature that like you can tell how angry he is based on his tail movements. And then that could kind of help you in the fight. But it doesn't really matter too much because he just goes from phase 1 to phase 2 to phase 3 based on missing HP. It's not like there's any strategy behind it. It's not like Guard Scorpion where maybe you could like stop attacking while his tail is waving. And then that would actually be really cool though. If they did like a Guard Scorpion 2.0, like you have to take what you learned from Guard Scorpion and apply it to this fight, where when he wags his tail a bunch, you have to like stop attacking or else he does some crazy strong move. That would have been cool, but it's just missing HP, so you really just fight him normally no matter what. Now you can cheese him, however, by poisoning him and then not attacking him, just like the Midgard Zolom. If you poison him and don't attack him, then the AI will never check his HP, so he'll just stay in phase 1 the entire fight, and all he'll do is just attack single people, so you can just defend and heal, and you'll just win the fight for free. You don't have to worry about his big tidal wave, and you don't have to worry about the bubbles. Speaking of the bubbles, I've said previously that Bottom Swell is the only enemy in the game to cause the duel effect, which is used in a lot of different Final Fantasy VII mods and is basically the opposite of regen. So instead of your HP going up, it goes down, and that's what happens when you're in the bubble. But according to the Final Fantasy VII wiki and a couple other community members I've talked to that have made Final Fantasy VII mods, the effect that the bubble causes isn't actually called duel, it's called seizure. And it's the only place in the game that uses it. And basically the bubble is its own enemy, and it will appear on a character when Bottom Swell uses that attack, and then cause basically like paralysis and seizure at the same time to the character that's in it until you break the bubble, and then it removes the 2 effects. The bubbles have 40 HP and they're immune to physical damage. and it's always in the battle. It's just invisible, and then when Bottom Soul uses his attack, it appears, and then once you lower its HP to 0, it disappears. But there's 3 bubbles on top of each of our characters right now. They're just, you can't see them. And that's how the bubbles work. This is a Marine, which is different from an MP, so he has his own trivia. So the Marine has a maximum of 4 grenades each. So he can only use grenade 4 times, and then there's a counter in his AI. He has like 4 ammo. If he runs out of ammo, he can't use grenades anymore. It seems, looking at the AI, that the smoke bullet attack is accidentally hidden elemental, because most other sleep attacks in the game are non-elemental. But for some reason, this smoke bullet, they accidentally made hidden elemental. And because of this, Smoke Bullet will wake up a target if they're already sleeping, which is something they don't check for. So usually with sleep attacks, they're non-elemental, so they don't wake up. Like if you're already sleeping and they use it on you, it won't wake you up. And secondly, usually when enemies have a sleep attack, they check the target to see if it's sleeping, and if it is, it'll use a different attack. But the Marine's AI forgets both of these. It forgets to check to see if you're sleeping, and it accidentally made it hidden elemental instead of non-elemental. So basically, because of 2 different mistakes, they have the quality of accidentally waking you up all the time when they're supposed to be keeping you asleep. So the Scrutiny can use Fire 2 and Ice 2, which is pretty powerful for this early in the game. And they have a much better chance to use it if they're in the back row. Also, the translation for this enemy should have been Search Eye, but somebody in translation thought they were clever and called him Scrutiny instead, as a play on the word scrutiny. But their name was definitely supposed to be Search Eye. This is one of those instances where, like, it's not exactly a mistranslation. They just wanted to be clever, I think. Alright, so Genova Birth. There's a glitch that was found last year, I think, that allows you to duplicate the Ifrit materia in this room. And in addition to duplicating the Ifrit materia, you also get to duplicate this boss fight. So you can actually fight this boss fight an infinite amount of times and get the rewards an infinite amount of times using that glitch. Which I think this is the only boss in the game that's possible that I can think of. You can do the double boss glitch to fight a lot of bosses in the game twice, but not infinitely. Because there's fights in this room, like the actual fight that this boss shows up in, there's also random encounters. That means you can get a preemptive battle on this fight, just like the apps fight. So every once in a while when you're playing through Final Fantasy VII, you will get into a preemptive fight here, and it looks pretty funny. The tail laser attack that Genova uses is the same exact tail laser attack that Guard Scorpion uses. It's the same animation. I think even the damage is the same. Obviously with Guard Scorpion, it's a counter, so you can avoid it, but here she just uses it normally. And she also can use it twice in a row. But because it's not a counter, and because she uses it twice in a row, I'm pretty sure the damage calculation is also exactly the same. So it's like the exact same attack. She follows a pattern in her AI. She uses stop. She waits 2 turns. She uses laser. She uses tail laser. She uses W laser. She uses gas, and then she repeats. But she can only use stop 3 times before running out of MP. There's a check in the AI so that when she runs out of MP, she won't display the ran out of skill power message. But there's no replacement attack, so she just skips that turn. So after you go through 3 whole cycles of her using stop, she will skip 3 turns in a row when she gets to the stop part of her AI. The other 2 Genovas have like an element attached to them. So there's the Genova Life has the water element and Genova Death has the fire element. And it seems like this one was supposed to have poison element because she's immune to poison and she uses the gas attack that looks like it's supposed to cause poison, but it's actually just a non-elemental attack and doesn't cause poison. and the rest of her attacks are just physical attacks. So it seems like at one point they thought about, you know, Genova Life will be water, Genova Death will be fire, and Genova Birth will be poison. But then maybe thought that poison was like too OP for this part of the game or something, so they just removed that. And she still uses the Gats attack, but it doesn't give poison. Whoa, Black Betty. Grand Galan. Whoa, Black Betty. Grand Galan. This one has a very fun trivia. So, first of all, we need to let him show his kids. All right, there's Grand Galan Jr. There they are. All right, so check this out. For whatever strange reason, Grand Galan has a very strange property when they are in Berserk status. So if I give myself a War Gong, the big Grand Galan will only use a special move that he doesn't, I don't think he normally uses it. Actually, no, I think he does, but it's kind of rare. It's an eye attack, and the middle one will also use an eye attack. The Grand Galan Juniors will use an extremely rare attack that only exists when they're in Berserk status. So this is the only place you will ever see this attack. So he's only going to use this Triclops attack that will put you in petrification. And the small guys will use Stop Eye, which will stop you. So this fight goes from being like, oh, no big deal, to an extremely scary fight where all three of the small eggs are doing stop attacks, and the middle one is spamming petrification. So it's actually a really scary fight if you do this. So yeah, the whole field of 5 enemies spamming stop and petrify is pretty scary. And then the big one uses Dark Eye, which just gives you darkness, which is lame. So yeah, if you ever wanted to make this fight 10 times harder, put him in Berserk. I actually kind of love the idea of having enemies that are kind of like go crazy when you put them in Berserk and actually become stronger. But this is such a weird one. Like, you wouldn't think this one would be... You would think it would be some, like, Berserker enemy or something, but nope. Do not put the eggs in Berserk. You will pay for it. So Beach Plugs are obviously well known for giving you the Big Guard enemy skill, which they don't ever use on their own, but if you manipulate them, you can learn Big Guard. They also have an ice counter, but it doesn't work as a normal ice counter. If you use any kind of magic on them, their next attack will be ice. It basically just sets their next attack to ice, and they don't even always use it on the character that hit them. It can be on any enemy, but they'll always use ice after you use magic on them. And then another cool thing about these guys is you can use L4 Suicide on them, which will work because they're divisible by 4. And then you can morph them really easily for Turbo Ethers, which is pretty nice. Very easy Turbo Ether farm, especially since they show up in multiples. All right, we got Search Crowns and Needle Kiss. Search Crowns are great enemies for leveling up limit breaks because they show up in big groups. I always used to use them all the time as a kid to level up like Aerith's limit breaks. They have a difficult Turbo Ether Steel, which is really rare for this early. And they can only use 4 laser 3 times because they only have 30 MP. And they don't have a check for MP when picking moves. So once they run out of MP, they have a 50% chance to skip every turn that they take. The Needle Kiss has more chance to use Thunder Kiss and double hitting with Shoot Attack, depending on how much HP he has missing. And it goes all the way to a 50% chance if they're below 25% HP. They also have Softs for Steel, which is useful against the Cockatolus, which it can also appear with. But the Cockatolus also has Softs. So the idea kind of was you fight this thing and the Cockatolus, which petrifies you. and you're supposed to steal the softs from these guys to help with the fight. But they also made it so you can get softs from the Petrify Bird anyway, so it's kind of a moot point. All right, we got the Bloat Float, a great name. They use Spiky Hell as a counter to magic, but they only do it a single time. The counter does exactly 200 damage to the highest HP member. You can, however, manipulate them yourself, and then you can use that attack an infinite amount of times. So it's not like an MP thing. It's just, for some reason, the AI has it only use the counter once. So yeah, don't use all magic on these guys. All right, now we got the Cockatolus. Great name. This is an obvious mistranslation to Cockatrice. They have a cool gimmick where they give slow numb, but they also have soft on their tables. So the idea is they petrify you, but then you can steal from them to save yourself. But honestly, it's definitely one of those mechanics that the enemies are just kind of too weak for it to matter. You can kill all the enemies here pretty quickly. So usually you'll just end up killing all the enemies before you get petrified. The Bagnadrana has a stealable diamond pin, and he morphs into a guard source, which you can do really easily by using L4 Suicide because he's divisible by 4. And also, this is the first of many guidebook trivias. This is from the official Brady guide. For whatever reason, they spelled this enemy's name as Bagnarada. Time for some fun bomb trivia. We're going to kill him with Bolt, and at the same time, we're going to throw a Phoenix down on his dead body. I think this works even if there's not multiple enemies. No, it doesn't. Okay, we need 2. Then we're going to kill him with a Bolt, and we're going to throw a Phoenix down on him at the same time. And this needs to be before he dies, otherwise he won't have the target. So now he's back. And fun fact, you can do that with like any enemy. Now he's going to Bomb Blast. So the way this works is normally if you kill an enemy and then you throw a Phoenix down on their dead body, they'll just revive and be normal. But because of the bomb's AI, when it gets revived, it gets confused and thinks that it should Bomb Blast. So it Bomb Blasts, but because I'm guessing the way it works is like the Bomb Blast doesn't remove him correctly because he was just revived. So normally when he Bomb Blasts, he gets removed. But here he doesn't get removed, so now we have an invisible bomb here. And now, if we do the same thing again, we kill the invisible bomb. Ah, I did it too slow. And then this happens. So his model gets a little goofed. And you can continue to do this. He's now like way up in the air. Like you can't even see the finger because he's like way up in the air. But we can continue to do this. It'll just get more and more confused. Now he's got pieces all over the place in the sky. So we figured that out during the absolute lowest level challenge because we actually found out that this is probably the only fight in the game. Maybe you can do it with grenades too. But this is the only fight in the game that you can get a kill without getting any XP. Until you get to movers, which give no XP. But doing this in a certain way will give you a kill for the bomb, but not give you any spoils from the bomb. And also some concept art for the bomb, which I really like this concept art. The best thing about this concept art is bomb with the bomb in the name. And it looks like they had an idea for like a fire geyser attack coming out of his head. So the bandit has multiple steals. And then he also has a new attack that steals gil. He always steals exactly 340 gil. I always thought it was random or like based on how much gil you have. It's always 340. So it's not really too scary. He also has an X potion on his steal table, which is kind of weird because he also steals stuff from you. And he also has a high potion on his morph table, which is weird because it's worse than an X potion. So it's already kind of weird that you can steal from him because normally the bandits steal from you, and they still do, but you can also steal from them. And then it's also weird because his morph is worse than his steal. His morph is a high potion and his steal is an X potion. I kind of wonder if those were supposed to be flipped. And now I can show you that Two-Faced does nothing until you attack it. So it will just sit there until you attack it. So whenever you get a fight with Two-Faced and other enemies, you can always kill the other enemies first. So when you attack Two-Faced, they have a 1/4 chance to use their flip move. And then when they use their flip move, it's a 50% chance to either self-destruct or cure 3. And it's a 50% chance, so the model is actually accurate. It's 50% chance for one head and 50% chance for the other head. And if they do this attack, then you don't get any rewards from the fight. And then if you happen to have a war gong, you can do this. So the Two-Faced Berserk table only has one attack, which most of them do, and it's an attack that he does not have enough MP to use. So he will just sit here and it'll say Two-Faced skill power is used up forever until you kill him. He will just non-stop try to use an attack that he can't use. Some enemies in this game, including Two-Faced, their Berserk attack table is basically bugged, and the attack they try to use costs 65,535 MP. And it does 0 damage to a random target, but they can never use it anyways because they don't have enough MP. And I tried glitching the game to give them 65,535 MP, and even then, they don't use it. So, it's just a glitched attack that can't be used at all. And even if they did use it, it doesn't do anything. And plenty of enemies have it, but a lot of those enemies can't be berserked, but some of them they screwed up, and the enemy can be berserked, like Two-Faced. So then, they try to use that attack, and it does nothing. It's obvious that they meant to give him immunity to berserk, but they just forgot. Alright, here is Deathclaw. So Deathclaw has the only learnable laser in the game until the final dungeon. And they're completely missable once you leave the prison. So this is your only chance to get laser until the final dungeon. They only use laser after using barrier or M-barrier on themselves with a 25% chance, but you can also just manipulate them to use it. And this is a really funny one. I can understand typos, especially with how many enemies exist in this game, which, you know, I really did not realize how many enemies are in this game until I started this project. So I can understand that the guidebook would screw up a name here and there, but this one is a bit ridiculous. So in the Brady guide, there is 2 entries for Deathclaw. One says the prison, and then the other one says the crater, and has way more HP and has death roulette. So this is actually Death Dealer. This is supposed to be Death Dealer, the Joker enemy that's in the final dungeon. But they accidentally named it Deathclaw and gave it the Deathclaw picture. But then everything else is accurate. And Deathclaw has a pretty cool concept art. His leg, do his legs actually look like that? They kind of do, actually. I never noticed that. They have kind of like blocky feet. There you go. There's the Deathclaw concept art. And they have a platinum bangle as well for steel. All right, the Alaskan bullworm. So the Endless Desert has landworm at a 15 out of 16 chance encounter. And you can steal turbo ethers from them, or they drop regular ether. Or wait, did I say elixir? Turbo ethers from them, or they drop regular ethers as well, making them a great ether grind early in the game. So you can sit here and steal turbos, or you can just kill a bunch of them and get a bunch of regular ethers. They are weak to ice, and both of their attacks are earth. So if you defend against earth elemental, it can help as well. One thing that is pretty weird is if he's poisoned or confused, he will always use the sandstorm attack. I don't know why particularly that's part of his AI, but there's a very specific part of his AI that says if he's poisoned or confused, always use sandstorm, which is extra weird because he can't be confused normally. He is immune to confusion. Now, if I cheat and I give him confusion even though he's not supposed to have confusion, and I speed up the game to 5 times speed, this is what happens. So I don't know if they planned for this, and then decided like, nah, that's dumb, and just made him immune to confusion. But this is what his AI does if he's confused. So it's kind of cool that he has like a specific punish for being poisoned, although him spamming sandstorm isn't really that big of a punish, but it is cool that his AI has something special for that. Especially given how good poison is up to this point. You're probably just, if you're playing this for the first time and you've learned how good poison is, you're probably just spamming poison on everything, especially big enemies. Alright, so this is a Cactuar. I always found this weird that the real Cactuars show up here. And on Cactus Island later, it's Cactuars. You would think it's the other way around. You'd think you'd start with like the fake one and then you'd find the real ones later, but this is the real Cactuar. They give only 1 XP and 1 AP, but they give 10,000 gil. So in old low-level challenges, a lot of times they would grind this enemy. We couldn't grind him in absolute lowest level because the whole thing with absolute lowest level is that we could not get any extra XP, even if it was just 1 XP. Unfortunately, he gives 1 XP, not 0, so we couldn't fight him. But in old low-level challenges, you could fight quite a bit of these guys without going up any real significant XP. He actually does have 1,000 needles on his attack table, but he never uses it. He also has a 1 in 16 chance of being found and only exists in the Endless Desert, so a pretty rare encounter. Having said that, a lot of people get lost in the Endless Desert the first time they play, so a lot of people have still seen the enemy. Every round, he gets a chance to set his defense percent to 87.5, or sorry, he has an 87.5% chance to set his defense percent to max. So this is, did we have an enemy that was similar to this earlier? I can't remember. But I had mentioned before that there was an enemy similar to this that would dodge stuff, and the way that this works... Oh, the turtle... Was it the turtle guy? The turtle guy had a chance to set his defense to 255. This is defense percent, dodge chance. So it's a little different. What's cool about this, the way that this works, is instead of having like a super high evade chance, he instead has a super high chance to set himself to max evade. So it works differently than just regular evade chance. Basically, if this happens, he will dodge everything, including limit breaks. So he's one of the only enemies in the game that can dodge limit breaks. So if I spam limit breaks on him, if I spam him, then they'll either all miss or all hit because it happens at the start of his turn. So let's do 1. Okay, so now if I use all these, they'll all miss. Because his evade is still set to max. Because he hasn't had a turn yet. So he's going to dodge all 3 of these. Nope, he must have gotten a turn in between those two. So there you go, that one hit. But yeah, if you ever wondered, can limit breaks miss? Yes, they can. It looks very strange. You would not expect it, but there's only a few enemies in the game that can do that. There's another one later that we'll mention that can do that. But it's because their dexterity is basically set to max on like a chance roll instead of just having a regular high evade. He also has immunity to every element but wind. So the best way to kill him actually is to use Chocomog, or you can use non-elemental items like grenades, or you can use Mantra Magic. Those are the best ways to kill him. Chocomog is definitely the best way. And then also we have a cool little concept art for Cactuar. I love the little wanted and how tiny he is. And I don't know if this is like him dodging. I don't know what the X and the circle are. You'd have to read what this says. Always move in this state. Even when moving towards the character, use this pose. So it's basically just saying whatever he's doing, he still looks like that. So this is Bull Motor. He uses Mantra Magic, so there's another chance to learn Mantra Magic if you want it. Bull Motor has some really nice items. He has an X Potion Steal, a 14% Ether drop, and a Turbo Ether Morph. Granted, you can't have Morph at this point. He also prioritizes using Body Blow if he's in the front row. So if I were to kill the 2 Death Claws, he would then start using Body Blow more often. And he's surprisingly not weak against lightning, even though it obviously looks like he should be. I have written down that Dine has fire on his attack table, but he never uses it, which I thought was kind of interesting because maybe it shows that like Dine can use materia. But I talked to the Shinra Archaeology Cut crew, the last Elixir guys, and they said that also his fire move had like a unique animation. So they must have had more plans for Dine using fire as a specific thing in this fight, but then decided to get rid of it. I am curious as to whether or not they may have gotten rid of his fire attack because it made this fight too hard. Because this fight can be kind of challenging for a first-time player. And in the original game, you also had the magic defense bug. So fire would have done even more damage. So maybe they thought like, oh, fire's like makes the fight too difficult if you don't have fire protection, if you don't happen to have it when you go into this fight. It could have also been that they didn't want you to be able to equip the fire ring and make it like a free fight, but that doesn't seem... I mean, there's a lot of fights in this game that are free with elemental resistances, so probably not that, but it's a thought. Also, the Final Elixir crew let me know that Dine had a move that's similar to Rufus's Laugh. You know, remember back in the Rufus fight where if you do a small amount of damage to Rufus, he has a chance to just laugh as his attack? Dine had something similar, but it looked like he was gonna like yell at Barret. So you would do a certain amount of damage to Dine, and then he would like yell at Barret about Marlene or something. And that would have happened in the fight, which would have been really cool. I think there's probably enough dialogue outside the fight that you didn't really need it, but it would have made a cool kind of special thing about this fight if Dine like talked to you during the fight. At the start of the fight, he uses Needle Gun, and then at 75% health, he has a 1/4 chance to use S-Mine, and then at 50% health, he starts using Needle Gun and S-Mine as like a combo, and then at 25%, he uses Needle Gun and Molotov Cocktail in a combo. And despite all these attacks having names like Needle Gun, S-Mine, and Molotov Cocktail, they're all just physical attacks. And they're all hit element. So even though Molotov Cocktail sounds like it's fire and looks like it's fire, they're all just hit element and they all just do physical damage. Now Molotov Cocktail is different in that it can actually hit all enemies, but because only Barret is in this fight, it doesn't matter. So that's kind of random. I don't know why that's like that. But other than that, they're all just the same exact thing, but deal a little bit more damage. And of course, when Dine dies, he has a 50% chance to use Molotov Cocktail as a final attack, which I always found so weird. Like, you only fight this fight once. Maybe it's so that, like, sometimes developers like to put in stuff like this so that different people have different experiences and they can kind of like talk on the school bus about the game and have different stories to share. But I don't know, it always felt weird to me that his final attack has a 50% chance to go off. So sometimes he will final attack and sometimes he won't. But you only ever fight this once, so you would never know the difference, you know, unless you play the game multiple times. So it's kind of a weird detail, but I always find that strange. And also, the funny meme with this fight is that if you steal a right arm from the bombs in Mount Coral, you can win this fight just by throwing a right arm, which is extra funny because, you know, I should have mentioned that you can steal right arms from the bomb because that is kind of a big deal because it's really overpowered for the time. But yes, you can steal right arms from those bombs, and they're pretty much the strongest item for a very long time. They do crazy damage. So this is the Harpy, and you probably know Harpy because of the fact that he has Aqualung. So he's an early way to get Aqualung, which is super busted this early in the game. Way, way strong, like as strong, if not stronger, than getting Beta early. But it's pretty tough to get because it'll usually just one-shot you. But with Tranks, you can usually survive it. We'll see if we can survive it. The best way is Tranks and using that HP plus from the Junon game to hopefully have one character survive it. The name Harpy was obviously an incorrect translation. It was supposed to be Chimera. The enemy is very obviously a Chimera, but I guess the translators didn't know what a Chimera was. So they changed it to Harpy. There is another enemy in the English PS1 version of Final Fantasy V, which actually released after Final Fantasy VII. That looks similar. The name looks similar in Japanese, and they called that a Dorme Chimera. But in the PS1 version, it was changed to Quad Harpy. So here's the enemy here. And so they basically did like the same weird translation. I'm not exactly sure why. But in the English version of Final Fantasy V, this enemy was supposed to be Dorme Chimera, but they changed it to Quad Harpy. And then in this game, they changed Chimera to Harpy. So I don't know if like the same guy translated it or if they just wanted to stay consistent with Final Fantasy VII or what. But for some reason, both of them got changed to Harpy. He uses Aqualung after Claw, so you know it's coming after he uses Claw. And his coding in his AI is supposed to use certain moves based on missing health, but it isn't utilized, and instead he just uses them in a cycle. So if you look at the actual AI, there was coding in there to basically use his stronger attacks like Aqualung when he got lower in HP, but it doesn't work right, and instead he just uses them in a cycle, which is actually nice because then you know when Aqualung's coming. If we look in the guidebook, we have another funny whoops. So the enemy that you fight in Cosmo Canyon called Griffin, you can see down here. This is similar to the Death Dealer thing, but this time it's also spelled incorrectly. So you have Griffin, and then you have Griffon. And Griffon is actually the Harpy. So I don't know how this happens. First of all, it's the wrong enemy. Second of all, it's spelled incorrectly. Third of all, there's two entries of the same enemy. So this just couldn't be more wrong. But these stats here are actually the Harpy stats. And then this is the regular Griffin stats. So the flat beat is the only source in the game for TS bombs, with the exception of getting a single TS bomb from the submarine minigame in the Gold Saucer. You get a single TS bomb for doing, I think, like the final or second to final mission in the submarine minigame. Other than that, you only get them from this enemy. He also has his flying sickle attack, which does way more damage than it should. I don't know why, but it just does a ton of damage. In challenge runs, it can be really scary. And it's also even worse in the original game because of the magic defense bug, because it is a magic attack. And it's also wind element, which makes it hard to defend against. So it's just a really scary attack in general. He also uses the flying sickle attack more if there's another flat beat in the fight that got defeated. Mr. Joker. Here is a picture of my favorite card, the Joker card. I just always liked the design of this card. I think it looks really cool. All of his cards are as follows. He has the Spade card, which just does a physical attack. The Club card, which does an Earth magic attack. The Diamond card, which seems like it's some kind of static damage attack because it does like the gill toss animation, but it's actually just a non-elemental attack. The Heart card, which cures you. And the Joker card, which may inflict death, but doesn't always. The chances of pulling the cards are actually pretty even. The Spade and the Spade card and just his regular physical attack is a 1/4 chance. And then all the other cards are 1/8 chance, even the Joker card. So the Joker card is actually just as common as the Club, Diamond, and Heart cards. But because it doesn't always work, it's still kind of balanced. But yeah, I found that interesting because I thought for sure the Joker card was like rare, but technically the Joker card itself isn't rare. It's just whether or not it actually kills you is rare. There's the Joker. There you go, it missed. So these are Spencer's. And this specific fight is another wrong warp fight that will take you to the debug room. So at one point in PC any % runs, we were getting to this fight with a glitched state and using the battle ID of this fight to teleport to the field ID of the debug room and finish the game in under 2 hours. So just like that other fight I talked about last week. But at one point we were using this fight instead of that fight because we were on this side of the map. This enemy, the Spencer, only shows up in grass despite looking like a sand shark. So like it looks kind of like a sand shark type enemy. And in Remake, or I think rather Rebirth, they actually dig into the ground and jump out. But for some reason in this game, they don't have any attack that's like that, and they don't show up on the beach. They should totally show up on the beach at least. Even if they weren't going to do the animation, they should have at least made them a fight on the beach. But nope, they only show up in the grass field. In Rebirth, they also got renamed to Sand Spitter, so they kind of went full on with that idea and made them like a sand shark. So this is the Gagagandi, another fantastic name for an enemy. So the Gagagandi has a 75% chance to open with Stone Stare, and then the rest of the fight, they only have a 25% chance to use it. And the original Japanese name was closer to Baji Gandhi, and I don't know why they changed it. Like, normally when they change the names of enemies, it's because it's weird to say in English, so they change it to make it a bit easier to pronounce. But Baji Gandhi is like 1,000 times easier to say than Gagi Gandhi. So I have no idea why they changed it to Gagi Gandhi instead of just leaving it Baji Gandhi. Oh yeah, just wait. They get even more creative. Like the enemy names, I've always made fun of Final Fantasy VII for having ridiculous enemy names. And we even did that video a long time ago where somebody made me a quiz on enemy names. And that was really funny. But like a lot of them are really cool references and stuff that you would never know otherwise. And even if they aren't a reference, it's just cool that they're so memorable. You know, you don't just get Snow Wolf. Okay, this is Grandhorn. This is the normal version of that boss Grandhorn we fought previously in the Fort Condor game. The Grandhorn is the only source in the game for infinite war gongs. The only other way to get war gongs is to steal from Behemoth in the Midgar raid, but once you do the Midgar raid, he's gone forever. So he is the only infinite source of them. The concept art, which I'll open up here. The concept art, which is really cool looking, shows him shooting some type of fireball, but only the commander version of the enemy has a projectile, and it's a poison breath instead. So this might be poison, but to me this looks more like a fireball. But none of these enemies ever use a fireball. The commander guy uses poison breath, and this guy doesn't have any type of breath thing. So this is the Touch Me Pincer. If you've ever played this game more than once, you've probably seen this fight and potentially even game over to this fight. Well, game overing to it is hard because they don't deal much damage, but you can get stuck in this fight for a very long time because they will just spam you with frog jab, and every time you try to do anything other than attack, you'll probably fail it. And this fight, of course, is a big meme for us over the years because I don't remember what playthrough we were doing, but it was one of our challenge runs. I got stuck in this fight for a long time, and I was like raging. And then I realized that this guy, because it goes in order, touch me A, touch me B, touch me C, it goes all the way down to touch me F. And of course, F, pay respects, the whole meme with that. So touch me F became a meme on my channel, and ever since then we've had Touch Me F as a emote. We have Touch Me F merch. I got my mug back here that you can buy on my merch store. Buy it on my store. Touch Me uses a frog jab, which both causes and cures frog. And he also uses Frog Song, which he only uses on enemies that aren't frogs. And everybody, I want everyone to spam Boo the Remake in the chat. Because in the remake, they removed the awesome name of Touch Me, and they changed his name to Amphidex, which is like the dumbest, most boring name ever. So boo the remake. The remake sucks. Everyone sell your copy of the remake. And there's also a really cute concept art. Look at this concept art. This is the cutest concept art I've ever seen in my life. I want to print this out and frame it. Look at this. Also, I don't get the name Touch Me. I do wonder if Touch Me was... I wonder if the plan was like when you attack them, you turn into a frog. And then they couldn't code that. So then they just made it so when they attack, they turn you into a frog. It would have been cool if the mechanic worked backwards. Like if you attacked them normally, you turned into a frog. That would have been cool. But they probably couldn't get that to work. I mean, they could have just had it been a counter. Like you attack them and then they just counter with Frog Song or something. One of the biggest questions I got last week on the last week's episodes was what would happen if we used Pandora's Box on Bottom Swell. The PC version has a weird quirk where if you use Pandora's Box, it will show hidden models in a fight. And usually you really only ever see that on Bizarro Sephiroth because you don't get Pandora's Box until the very end of the game. Till Dragon Zombie. And then the only other boss you're going to fight after that is Sephiroth. So you might see it during the Sephiroth fight. But other than that, you don't really ever see it happen. And even if you leave the North Crater and fight some old enemies with Pandora's Box is so strong that it just one-shots anything. So you're not going to be able to see the results. So that's what happens. So you can see all three bubbles are there. I figured they would show up on the character, like on us. But it turns out they actually just sit underneath him. And then when he uses the attack like this, now it's going to jump over to Yuffie. And then the two other ones just chill. So this is where the whole Reno gimmick gets even more interesting. So in Midgar, we talked about how Reno has this really cool gimmick that I never knew about, where if you use specifically Bolt on him, it has to be Bolt, it can't be like Trine or something, it has to be Bolt, he will then make his next attack his Electro Rod move. So it's almost like he's charging up his staff, right? And he also takes less Bolt damage in that fight. So in this fight, he actually has the same gimmick again, but it's with Electroprod, which does basically the same thing, but it can't paralyze. So if I use Bolt on Reno, his staff will get charged, and then his next attack will be Electroprod. There you go. And it does pretty good damage. It doesn't paralyze in this fight, but it does pretty good damage. So, again, it blew my mind. Oh, it could be Bolt 2 and Bolt 3 as well. Just not any other. It can't be like Ramu or Trine. But yeah, that still blows my mind. Like, I thought it was crazy that it was in the first fight, but turns out it's in this fight as well. And as you'll see, we'll continue to see it later. Also, I think he takes regular lightning damage in this fight. Also, this fight takes place in a field with random encounters, so you can actually get a preemptive in this fight, which is really goofy because there's a whole cutscene of them saying, we're going to fight you, and then you somehow get a preemptive on them. Oh, one really interesting thing, he won't use Electroprod in this fight otherwise, unless you do the Bolt thing. In the first fight, he can use it even if you don't use Bolt on him. In this fight, he will never use it unless you use Bolt, so it's specifically for that gimmick, which most people won't even ever know exists. His Turk Light attack looks like it's a fire damage attack, but it's actually just non-elemental. And in this fight, it's wise to kill Reno before killing Rude, or just killing them both at the same time, because Reno has the Fairy Tail drop. And if you kill Rude, then Reno will leave, and you won't get the Fairy Tail drop, which is a really, really good staff for Aerith. Now let's talk about Rude. Rude will not attack Tifa in this fight unless she's the only target left. And if she's the only target left, he'll have a 2/3 chance to hit her with shoulder tackle and a 1/3 chance to just print a message that says ... and then do nothing. So even if Tifa's the last character, there's still a 1/3 chance that Rude won't attack. He also will never use the fire spell on Tifa. He will only use the shoulder charge. He also has a cover ability where you can cover Reno from damage, and his Grand Spark ability on his ability table, but he never uses them in this fight. So at some point, they were thinking about letting him use Grand Spark in this fight like he does in the future fights. And also he was going to have some kind of cover mechanic, but then they never did it. Which is kind of a shame, because I think a really cool gimmick of this fight would have been that Rude protects Reno from like physical hits, and then maybe like counters with Grand Spark. And then they still could have had the thing where Reno actually has the better drop. Reno has the Fairy Tail drop. So you would have to use magic on Reno to kill him. And then your reward for that would be the Fairy Tail. And if you tried to use physical attacks on him, then Rude would cover it, and then you'd end up killing Rude first, and then you wouldn't get the Fairy Tail. So it'd be a bit of like a reward for getting past Rude's cover. All right, this is a Chimera Bug. Chimera Bug is a mistranslation of insect chimera, which refers to its praying mantis body and face of a spider and butterfly. So I never really like took the time to really look at this enemy. Like, I guess I just always kind of saw him as like a big bug and didn't really think twice about it. But actually, let's take a look at the model viewer. So you got this head here, and then this head here, and then this spider head down here. So I never really like took the time to look at it, but yes, it is literally a chimera bug. It is a combination of 3 bug heads and then a bug body. And the bug body is a praying mantis. And then you have the spider, and I guess this is also the praying mantis head. And then like a moth head or butterfly head. Mosquito, maybe? Yeah. And then, of course, they mistranslated chimera again for some reason. I don't know why this team just did not know what a chimera was. But instead they made it Chimera Bug. Which is a shame, because insect chimera is like a really cool name. So this is actually a super useful enemy, because it is the only source of spider webs outside of the grass trike from Midgar. So once you leave Midgar, you can't get spider webs anymore, except from this guy. And also, he's one of only 2 sources of hourglasses in the game, which are super useful, because they cause stop. Spider webs are his steel, and hourglasses is morph, so we can't get the hourglasses yet, but you can come back and morph him for hourglasses. He has butterfly attack too, which is cool. So he has like the spider web, the spider does the web attack, and then the butterfly does the flying attack. He has stop web, butterfly attack, and spider attack, which is weird because you would think the web would be the spider attack, but yeah, those are his 3 attacks. So he does have 3 attacks, 3 heads. I guess maybe the praying mantis is doing the stop web, but that doesn't make much sense. If you want some cool trivia about the Titan summon here, you can watch our video with Last Elixir about the golem materia and the calm chest. What's the name of the video? The mystery of the calm chest, I think. That's what I called it. All right, here he is. The heavy tank. Fan favorite enemy. The heavy tank has a bigger chance to use Big Spiral multiple times the lower his HP is. And he can also morph into power sources, and is the most effective source farm when not using the W item glitch, as he's the only enemy in this field. So if you're using the W item glitch to multiply sources, then it's better to use a fight where there's more than one enemy that you can morph into power sources so you can multiply them. But if you're not using the W item glitch, then this guy's the best farm for power sources because he's the only enemy in this field. You can just fight him over and over again and quickly morph him for a power source every time. Which is something I believe I did as a kid. I think this was like my strat for getting strong as a kid once I figured this out. Before I knew how to use the W item glitch. Or at least how to use the W item glitch to dupe sources, because it's a bit trickier. I think I knew as a kid how to duplicate items with the W item glitch. It's a pretty easy thing to accidentally figure out, but sources are a lot trickier to do. If we check out this enemy from Rebirth, this is Maliceros from Rebirth. And this is supposed to be... So when we first played Rebirth, we figured that this might be the heavy tank enemy. Like, this is basically the Triceratops tank reference in Rebirth, which people were sad about because... Some people were sad about it because, like, obviously he's not a tank. Other people said, like, it's probably not even a reference, and they just totally didn't reference the Triceratank. But if you look at this guy's... first of all, his name actually is the Japanese name for heavy tank. So that's one point towards him being a reference. But also his intel entry calls him the true tank of the animal kingdom. So, yeah. I think it's safe to say this is the heavy tank of Rebirth. So they did reference him, even though he doesn't look anything like himself. They did at least reference him in Rebirth. As to what this thing even, like, truly is, I don't know. Like, this is a ruined reactor, so I think it's safe to say this is supposed to be some kind of crazy Shinra experiment. But I don't know, like, how does this even happen? This doesn't have the vibe of, like, some kind of, like, sample or something where it's like some kind of enemy they threw Genova cells in and it, like, mutated. This just looks like they took a dinosaur and they're like, what if dinosaur tank? So this is the Flower Prong, the scariest enemy in Final Fantasy VII. I don't know what drugs they were taking, what horror movie they watched before coming into work today, but whoever designed this is a freak of nature. As it takes damage, it moves from its first form to its second form, and then its second form to its third form, and each form has less and less XP, AP, and Gil awards. So if you're able to one-shot this thing in Phase 1, you will actually get more Gil and XP than if you let it get to its third form. Its final form has a W laser attack that does 93.75% of the target's current HP. So it literally does supernova damage to a single target. Supernova hits everyone for 93.75% and does, like, status ailments and stuff. This just hits one character, but it's supernova damage. That's how much damage it does. The fight starts with 3 enemies in the field, but only 1 is active, and when it switches from form to form, they're completely different enemies, resulting in their health being fully restored. So there's a lot of enemies in this game that have multiple forms, but as they go through the forms, they will copy the HP. So if you do, like, 200 damage to form 1, it'll go to form 2 and then basically, like, deal 200 damage to itself. I think the way it actually does it is it like copies the value, but for the sake of explaining, it like damages itself down to where it should be. This guy's different. This guy, if you don't kill him in phase 1, he will fully heal himself in phase 2. Then if you don't kill him in phase 2, he'll fully heal himself again to phase 3. And like I said, you get less and less rewards as well. Okay, so let's see the Nightmare Fuel. And this guy is crazy strong too. Like way stronger than he should be. Even his first form, like Bio 2, does big damage. So here's phase 2. And here's phase 3. Absolute Nightmare Fuel. What is wrong with them? Who designed this? Look at this thing. We got the pincer attack, so it's a bit hard to see its face, but like, what is going on? And look at this damage. Supernova level damage from this W laser. What was going on? Like, this might be one of the strongest random encounters in the game. It probably is. It's just out of nowhere sitting in Gagaga. Like, it's crazy. It's actually crazy how strong this guy is. And he spams this thing too. Okay, so this is Ski, which is a fantastic name. So Ski drops hypers and tranquilizers. He drops hypers and you can steal tranquilizers. So he's a really cool enemy for controlling your sadness and fury. I remember as a kid, I used to always come here when I needed tranks, or like when I was a kid, I didn't understand that sadness was actually a good status, obviously. And I also hated being in fury because it made me miss all the time. But also sometimes I liked being in fury because I wanted to like spam limits, or when I was trying to learn limits and stuff. So I would always come here if I either wanted fury or wanted sadness. If I wanted fury, I would just let them attack me and put me into fury or kill them for their hypers. And if I wanted sadness, then I would steal from them to get the tranquilizers. Honestly, you could just go to a shop and buy them. They're cheap anyways, but I just remember as a kid, I always came here for that. Probably because I didn't want to spend my gil. They have a really interesting AI quirk where if they are poisoned, they will gain a 50% chance to use Rage Bomber. Otherwise, they only use it as a counter once they're below 50% HP. So they have like a little buff if they get poisoned. If they get poisoned, they get like enraged and start spamming their strongest attack at 50% chance. The Final Fantasy Wiki states that the Ski might be a reference to Pen from Neon Genesis Evangelion, who looks like this. So if you're a fan of Neon Genesis Evangelion, you might see the resemblance here. I would say probably yes. Looking at it, I mean, they're pretty close, even the hair, you know? They also have an inscription on their belly, and he has the name thing there. So, also, yeah, like the name reference, Pen, Ski, right? So I think it's a pretty done deal. I think he's definitely a reference. You'll see later that, I mean, we've already seen some of it, some of the references to like anime stuff. So it's not out of the question that they would be referencing an anime. They have already done it in the game multiple times. So, yeah, pretty cool. And speaking of the thing on his chest, that is kanji, that is the word anger. So, makes sense. He's like the fury enemy. So his chest says anger. And also, I'm glad we got this fight, because there's a funny gimmick with this fight. If you kill 3 of these guys, which they usually show up in 3s, you will get 666 XP and 66 AP and 666 gil. So they specifically gave them all 222 XP and 222 gil so that you get 666 when you kill 3 of them. And now we have Golem. This is a very good example, as I've said many times over the game. This is another great example of an enemy that has a really involved AI that you're really just not going to see much of because you're usually pretty strong in this game and just whack regular enemies pretty quickly. But basically, he has several rows he can be in. Throughout the fight, you'll see he'll move back and forth. I don't know if I have to hit him or not to get him to do it. There you go. So he'll move back and forth into different rows. Now he's all the way up into the front. And he will get not only different attacks, but also different stats depending on where he's in the rows. Due to a coding oversight, as soon as the golem moves for the first time, his magic attack underflows and gets set to 255. So basically the way it works is as he moves forward, he loses magic attack and gains regular attack. And then as he moves backwards, he gets his magic attack back and loses physical attack. But because his magic attack is so low to start, when he moves forward, it underflows. And it becomes maxed at 255. Which sounds scary, but he has no magic attacks anyways. So it doesn't actually affect anything. And the whole gimmick of him moving back and forth and gaining and lowering magic attack doesn't even matter because he doesn't have any magic attacks. So again, like, really cool AI, but doesn't actually do anything. Also, Golem may have been made a monster due to the Golem materia being scrapped in early planning stages. We talk about that a lot in that video I talked about earlier, the Calm Chest video, so be sure to check that out if you haven't. But long story short, they thought about putting a materia in the game called Golem materia. They ended up not doing it, and then some people have theorized that that's why this is an enemy, because they already had the idea for the materia, so they just made him into an enemy. I don't think there's any like actual proof of that, but it's an interesting thought. This is a desert Sahagin. You can get these guys in the canyon as well. As mentioned before, his name is based on Sahagin from Dungeons & Dragons, but the spelling is different, which fits the rest of the series. This guy has seemingly an unfinished AI, so he works similar to the regular Sahagin in the sewers in Midgar, where he has a 1/16th chance to activate his shell defense every turn. And if he does, he sets his defense to 512. But they forgot to give it the routine to turn off. So if he turns on his defense at some point, every turn he has a 1/16th chance to turn it on. And like I said before, with the sewer guy, there it is. So, like I said, with the sewer guy, when he turns it on, he sticks with it for the whole turn. So, like, if all three characters were to attack at the same time, he could potentially block all three before turning it back off. But these guys, they forgot to give him the routine to turn it off. So now, he will keep it for the rest of the fight. We could sit here all day and attack him, and he'll take 1 damage forever. Oh, I see. We're darkness. That's why we're missing. Let's get rid of this darkness if I have something for it. I find it weird that these guys even give you darkness when they have this shell defense thing anyways. But yeah, he will take 1 damage for the rest of the fight now. So I guess they just forgot to finish the AI because I really don't think that's supposed to be a thing. I think they're supposed to work just like the sewer ones. Also, a very interesting detail that I never knew about. Somebody commented about this. His name is Dog Shrapnel, so shout outs to Dog Shrapnel on YouTube. He commented about this on the episode with the sewer Sahagin, and I never knew about this. So, but basically, for some very odd, strange reason, the Sahagin enemies, this guy and the sewer Sahagin, have a auto hit effectiveness with punch attacks. I don't think any other enemy in the game has this with any ailment. I didn't take the chance to look at like every single enemy in the game with their ailments like that, but basically, long story short, punch attacks will never miss them. So for example, Tifa's regular attack will never miss them. I believe the check for this happens before ailments. So if Tifa gets darkness, she can still miss. But if she doesn't have darkness and she's just using a regular punch attack, she can never miss. And I don't know why that's a thing. Especially with this enemy, when it can defend against physical attacks anyways, I don't know why it's a thing. But for some reason, they specifically, and it doesn't even seem like it was a mistake because they gave it to both the Sahagin enemies. So I don't know if Tifa's just super effective against turtles. I don't know. I would love to hear the lore implications of this. But for some strange reason, punch attacks can never miss Sahagin enemies. And funnily enough, their evade chance is abysmal. It's like 3. So pretty much no one can miss Sahagins unless they're darkness. So it really doesn't affect anything at all, but it's there. So the very, very strange detail. I have no idea why it's a thing. It would have been cool if it was something like Tifa goes, overrides the shell defense. So when they have the shell defense, everyone does 1 damage, but Tifa can do regular damage. That would have been cool. But no, it's just hit chance. And again, no one is ever going to miss unless they're darkness. So it's really weird. But yeah, this is the Griffin. So the Griffin, as mentioned before, he has 2 entries in the Brady Guide. One is correct and the other one is spelled Griffon. And Griffon is actually Harpy's stats, which is really silly because he's a completely different type of enemy. The Griffin is supposed to be a creature with an eagle for the top half and a lion for the bottom half. But this guy seems more like he's a hawk. And then he either has like a falcon head or a hawk head. And then he has lion legs, like his back legs are lion legs, but his front legs are bird legs. And then he has a peacock tail, which he uses specifically for the peacock attack. So he's basically a mix between either a hawk or a falcon, a lion, and a peacock, which is sick, by the way. Like, probably one of my favorite enemy designs in the game. Why he's called a griffin, I have no idea, but he's a really cool enemy. If he had like a unique name, I feel like he would be really sick. But yeah, Griffin's kind of an odd name and makes you kind of not even think about him that much. It's like, oh, it's just a Griffin, whatever. But if you really look at him, like, he's a really cool enemy. So here's the only enemy on the beach. His name is Crown Lance, which I really like that name. Once again, you're going to hear me say this a million times during this playthrough. This guy has a very complicated AI, and it does not matter because he has so little HP that you're going to like smack him in 2 hits. But he actually does have a very detailed AI. He has moves that can change his row. He has different attacks based on his row, and he will 100% counter with a 100% petrify attack called Deadly Needles if he is in the front row and has under 220 HP. So you don't see it very often because he has to be front row and he has to have really low HP, but it's actually one of the scariest attacks in the game. It's a 100% chance to petrify you, and you can fight this guy in the battle arena. So if you end up running into him in the battle arena and get hit by that attack, you just insta-lose if you don't have protection against it. So actually a pretty scary enemy. But no, there it is too. He must already be front row. Yeah, look at this. Look at how scary. Are we going to game over? Nope. Almost game over. Almost had to reset. I believe the way this works is when you're over here, when you see how like the skybox gets like orange, this counts as canyon. So there's like grass, and then this is canyon, and then beach over there, right? But if you're on this brown, but the sky has turned regular color instead of orange, it now counts as dirt. And this enemy can only be fought in the dirt in Cosmo area. So only this section of this dirt, this is the only place you can fight this enemy. It has to be where the skybox isn't orange, but it has to still be on the dirt. And actually, it doesn't look like we even went far enough yet, because this still looks like canyon. Okay, so right here, I can actually see it on the Ultima. If I pop this over here, you can see it. So you see, this is our encounter table. It's going to be hard to see because when I click the game, it's going to go over it. But if I move like here, so right here you see we have this count. This is Canyon. We're in Canyon right now. And then I move a little bit further. Now we're on dirt. So it has to be past this little line here to even have a chance of getting this enemy in this little tiny corner. But we can't make it far enough to the grass. So basically this little tiny corner of the world map is the only place you can fight this enemy. There he is. All right. Type average in all caps in the chat if you've never seen this enemy before. I want to see how many people in the Twitch chat haven't seen it. I'm curious how many people on YouTube has never seen this enemy before. I think this might be the rarest enemy in the game, at least in terms of just casual people ever seeing it. You have to be on this very specific spot on the world map, and it's still like a 1-4 encounter or something. I told you, there's a very good chance at some point throughout this playthrough there'll be an enemy you've never seen, just because there's so many. There's so many enemies in this game, it's crazy. So this is the bag risk. And what's cool about the bag risk, if you're somebody who's done a quote-unquote 100% playthrough or like a no missables playthrough, then you probably actually have seen this enemy because you would have looked up a guide and realized that you had to fight this enemy. Because he is the only source in the game for infinite Vagris claws. You can get a Vagris claw from the Commander Grandhorn enemy when you lose the Fort Condor minigame. Specifically, when you lose the huge materia version of the Fort Condor minigame, then you can get a single Vagris claw from him. Otherwise, this is the only source of Vagris claws, is this guy. He also is in the battle square, funnily enough. As much as I said he's rare, and he only shows up here, he is in the battle square, but it's only while the Tiny Bronco is active. So a lot of times people don't do the battle square till later in their playthroughs. So you probably won't see him in the battle square, but he is there. The best level to try to steal Vagris claws from this guy is level 11. Once you get to level 77, you can only ever steal a soft. When you get to a high enough level, you have a 100% chance to get the common steal. So you just always get the common steal. I believe that's how it works. So once you're level 77, or if you equip the sneak glove, yeah, you just always get the common steal because it's so common to get. And then in this game, you can't get the common steal and the rare steal from an enemy. You can only get one. So then it's just impossible to get the Vagris Claw. All right, so first we got Heg. So Heg, the original Japanese name for this enemy is Nidhogg, which is the first reference to Nidhogg in the series, which I was shocked by. There's a lot of references to Nidhogg in the future Final Fantasies. And if you were to ask me, like, when was the first reference to Nidhogg, I probably would have said, like, oh, probably like Final Fantasy 4 or 5, because that's where, like, most of the common, like, Tonberry, Bomb, Malboro, Ochu, all the enemies that are reused over the series, a lot of them were implemented like Final Fantasy 2, 3, 4, 5. But surprisingly, Nidhogg, this is the first Nidhogg enemy, and it's not even Nidhogg in English. After this, Nidhogg would be a dragon or drake type creature, with the exception of Final Fantasy 12, which also has a serpent named Nidhogg. But here it's just a little snake dude. Although this Nidhogg is a snake and it's not a dragon, it's still weak against ice. And then we also have Sneaky Step. So the original Japanese name of Sneaky Step was closer to Stealthy Step, which I'm glad they changed it to Sneaky Step, because Sneaky Step is so much better than Stealthy Step. He has a 1/4 chance to use Death Sentence and will not attack a character that has Death Sentence. So he's going to use Death Sentence here on Red 13. And then now he will not attack Red 13. So if I were to give Death Sentence to all 3 of my characters, he would no longer attack. Triple Attack only hits once, despite it being called Triple Attack. I don't know why it's called Triple Attack. It's probably just the animation. The item Ghost Hand can be morphed from Sneaky Step And it would be another source of Ghost Hand that isn't the completely missable one after you leave Midgar, but you don't have Morph at this point in the game. So, unfortunately, although he has it, you can never get it. And he can also drop M Tentacles, which are super powerful at this point in the game because they cast Bio 3. So if you can get M Tentacles from this guy, it's a really, really nice drop. Yeah, see, it's probably just called triple attack because he like boom, boom, boom. So this is the Gi Specters. So once again, we can jump into the Brady guide here because they completely botched the Gi Specters entry. So if we look at Gi Specter here, you can see once again, there's 2 Gi Specter entries. And one of the entries says that it teaches Death Sentence, and the other one only lists it as lists Death Sentence, and the other doesn't, but it lists all of his attacks. So you have like this one says he uses Death Sentence, and then this one just lists all of his attacks: Skewer, Hellspear, and Death Sentence. So like, what are they doing? And why? Why is there 2 of them? This time, it's not even like they accidentally put this instead of another enemy. They just copy and pasted this entry for no reason. They have a 50% chance to counter with Death Sentence, but only use it on the lowest HP member that doesn't have it already. And they cannot be preempted, but due to forgetting to set the flag, the forced fights when breaking the rocks can be preempted. So yeah, really strange. Normally, you cannot preemptive these guys, but because the flag is screwed up, when you break open the rocks, you can potentially preempt them, which is backwards. You would think you can preempt them in the normal fights and not when you break open the rocks, but it's reversed. All right, here is the Stinger. So this guy was kind of similar to what I was talking about before, where this guy's kind of a mini boss enemy, yet that enemy in Gungaga's 1,000 times scarier than this guy. This guy can be pretty mean, though. I remember him giving me troubles when I was a kid. Once again, twice in a row, we get to open up the Brady guide. But once again, you have Stinger and Stinger. So 2 entries, at least this time, it's like 2 separate pages. So maybe they just didn't notice that like he was on the previous page when they printed the next page. So that one at least has a bit of an excuse. And yeah, they're just identical this time. They don't have any, they both just say the same information. He works sort of as a mini boss, and he only shows up in a single formation, which is only activated when you walk into the spider webs. Although the fight is a mini boss, you can use Death Sentence on it. So similar to Gi Natak, the enemies in the prior area give you what you need to defeat Stinger if you choose to use it. So I never really thought of it this way, but you know how I always talk about the X potion that's right before Gi Natak, and how the developers kind of gave you like this item that is good against the boss right before you fight the boss? In a similar way, both the Gi Specters and the Sneaky Steps give you Death Sentence, and Death Sentence works on the Stinger. So it seems like they were kind of giving you the tools you need to fight the enemy right before the enemy, which is cool. Another great way to fight the Stinger is to use Frog or Mini, but if you use Mini, his Sting Bomb will still do damage to you because Sting Bomb does a static 3/4 HP damage. If you Frog him, however, he'll just do Frog attacks. He has an attack called Rabbit Gouge, which is only used after taking some damage. And it was probably supposed to be Rabid Gouge. Let's see if we can get him to use it. Maybe we'll see it on the next one. But yeah, it's the attack is called Rabbit Gouge, and I think it was supposed to be Rabid, and they screwed up the translation. He can use Sting Bomb like normally as an attack, and then he also uses it as a counter attack once he's below 50% HP. But it actually costs MP, and he can only use it 3 times before he runs out of MP. There it is. Rabbit Gouge. So there you go. Pretty sure that's supposed to be rabid. Ginatak not only takes damage from restorative, which most people know, but he's also weak to holy. But there's no way to have holy at this point in the game. It is much better to throw an X potion or an elixir at Ginatak rather than a Phoenix down. A lot of people will say like, oh, throw a Phoenix down in this fight for a free win. But Phoenix downs actually only have a 25% chance to hit when you throw them to try to insta-kill an undead enemy. I say undead enemy, but they don't technically exist in this game. It's just a weakness to the restorative element, but for the sake of just explaining it, undead enemy. But X potions and elixirs will always hit and always do max damage. X potion does 9s, I think, and then elixir just gives the death status. Ginatak actually has D barrier, and he will use it if a party member has barrier. A lot of people don't know that because you don't usually use. I mean, you can get barrier material at this point, but other than like, I think we have. Did we get Mighty Guard? Do we remember to go back and get it? No, we didn't. We still have to go get it. So if you use Mighty Guard here, it'll actually debarrier you. The Soul Fires are particularly annoying because they share Ginatak's immunity to gravity, poison, earth, and surprisingly water, and they absorb fire. So they're immune to gravity, poison, earth, water, and they absorb fire. So it's just really hard to find an element that actually works on them. Water always is really strange. Like, why do they have immunity to water? Ice will also just do normal damage. So the only good element to use is wind, but we don't have much access to wind. Really just Chocomog at this point. Ginatak bears a striking resemblance to an enemy in Final Fantasy IV called Rex Soul. Remember this guy? This guy is one of the cheesiest bosses in Final Fantasy history. Six, yes, 6. Sorry. Thank you for correcting me. I wrote 4 on accident on my sheet. So I read it as 4. So yeah, this guy is like the cheesiest boss ever. He has this really stupid gimmick that is really hard to figure out on a casual playthrough. But in terms of his relation to Ginatak, so first of all, they kind of look similar-ish. They both have spirits that were formed from dead souls of previous battles. They both appear with 2 spirit minions, and Rex Soul can possess you, whereas Ginatak has the Fire Souls possess you. So, yeah, up to you to decide whether or not you think it's like an actual direct reference, but I think it's definitely, they at least took inspiration from this boss fight to make Ginatak. In Japanese culture, it's a very big part of folklore when somebody dies without a proper burial due to some like surprise accident or a murder. They will usually turn into and you guys can help me with the pronunciation, Yurei, Y-U-R-E-I, which is basically a ghost or lingering spirit. And usually they will appear with will-o'-the-wisps. So, Yurei, thank you. So, you've probably seen it in, like, anime before. I remember I used to watch, a long time ago when my wife and I were first dating, we watched an anime that was all about Yurei spirits and a festival. Maybe you guys probably could shout out the name of the anime. I always forget the name because it was so long ago. But anyways... it's a very big part of Japanese folklore. When somebody gets murdered or there's an accident or some kind of like mysterious death, a lot of times they'll turn into this Yurei spirit, and a lot of times they'll have a will-o'-the-wisp either with them or somehow involved with them. And I think that's the biggest inspiration for Ginatak. There was the big battle at Cosmo Canyon, and so a lot of the Gis turned into these Yurei spirits. And so and then the fire spirits are supposed to be like will-o'-the-wisps. It would have been cool if they actually named them that, but they're just called, what are they called? Soul Fires. But it would have been cool if they're actually called like wisps or something. All right, so these are Nibble Wolves. So these guys have a set attack pattern. They will do 3 body blows and then a fang and then another fang unless another wolf is dead. If another wolf is dead, then they'll howl instead. then they'll go back to doing 3 body blows. When they howl, they have a 1 1/3 chance to revive a wolf. And if they do, there's an actual line of code that adds XP to the dead wolf's XP gil. So at the end of the fight, you get extra XP gil from killing the extra wolf. You don't get any extra AP though, just XP. Just XP and gil. And howling can only work 3 times in a fight before they stop using it. Not because of MP, but just because there's a... In the code, there's a counter. So they can only do it 3 times. So yeah, I always kind of wondered why sometimes the wolf howls, but it doesn't revive. It's just because it's a 1 in 3 chance. All right, this is the Valron, who looks like a freaking xenomorph. So the Valron is a mistranslation, actually. It was supposed to be Balron, and it was supposed to be a reference to the demon species from the super influential old PC series Ultima, which Hataru will be excited to hear. I wonder if Hataru knew that there was an Ultima reference in Final Fantasy VII. And the Balron from the Ultima series was also a reference to the Balrog from Lord of the Rings. So it's like a triple reference, a reference of a reference of a reference. It seems the English translators didn't recognize the reference and instead named the enemy Valron. But the Rebirth version of the game, the remake, also just kept Valron. So they just figured, like, well, it's already Valron. We'll just leave it Valron because the reference is dead now. The Valron has no weaknesses, but it is susceptible to gravity, even though he also uses Demi. And if you ever wondered why this guy seems to do so much damage randomly, it's because his dive kick does percentage damage. It does 25% max health damage. And so he can kind of spam like Demi 3 and the kick, which both do percentage damage, and you can kind of suddenly take a bunch of damage out of nowhere. If you can get him to land, he only has 2 weak attacks. So you kind of want to try to keep him on the ground if you can. Due to a quirk with, I'm guessing how percentage damage works, dive kick won't take him out of manipulate. So you can manipulate this guy for a free win, which I'll show that off in a second. He also has 2 grounded moves while he's flying with manipulate. He also has D-spell, which you can use if any other enemy has slow, stop, or silence, or if any party member has barrier, M-barrier, haste, reflect, or regen. So this guy is really wild. Like, his AI is kind of nuts. He's got M-barrier too. Like, this guy's cracked. This guy should be a mini-boss. He's cracked. Okay, so if you manipulate this guy, you can get a free win if you spam dive kick, because it's percentage damage. And because of the way percentage damage works, it will not get rid of his manipulate. So you can just do that. All right, first up we have the Felgo. So I know I've been talking about enemies that have complicated AI that are too weak for you to really see it. I think this guy might be one of the best examples in the whole game. Even when you play the game casually, I feel like everyone finds this enemy and thinks that it's like a mini boss or some kind of like special enemy that's going to do something special, and then you just fight him and he dies and that's it. But I really think this enemy should have been some kind of like mini boss, maybe to like get into the room with the safe or something. You should have fought this guy because he has such a cool gimmick. He has a 1/8 chance to fall when he gets hit, and then once he's fallen down, every turn he has a 1/3 chance to get back up, but once he fails twice, he'll always get it the 3rd time. So he has a 1/3 chance, and then if he still hasn't gotten up, then he just automatically gets up. The chain itself is a separate enemy, similar to a lot of the other enemies we've talked about. Just for animation's sake, they made the chain a separate enemy so we can fall off the chain and get back on the chain. Also, the direct translation of his name seems to be the compounding of the words guillotine, fell, and ghost. So he's like a fallen guillotine ghost. Is like the best way I could describe his name. So we have Mirages and Dorky Face. So Mirage will automatically inflict reflect on itself at the start of the fight. So the way this enemy works is he just has like a perma reflect, and it's pre-set up before the fight even begins. It only has 1 weak physical attack, so the real function of this enemy is just to stop the party from utilizing all spells. So unfortunately, there's not usually a really scary enemy with these guys, but they could have been a really cool gimmick enemy if you had maybe the Girafelgo and these guys in the same fight. So you can no longer use all spells because they'll bounce off the mirrors. In this game, you can turn off all anyways. Like even if you have all, you can hit L1 to turn off all, so it's not a big deal. But I don't know. There's a cool idea there, maybe with this enemy mod we're talking about, where you could have these guys with enemies that you really want to use an all spell for, but you can't because it'll bounce off of them, so you first need to take them out. They are the only source in the entire game for the mirror item, and they only drop it at a 14% rate. So the mirror item is one of the rarest items in the game. You can only get it from these guys, and it's a drop. Fortunately, these guys aren't missable, so mirror is not a missable item, but it's just one of the rarest items because this is the only place you can get it. They have a strange quirk in their AI where they will always target party members who don't have death sentence. Unless they all have death sentence, then they'll just pick a random target. But they can't inflict death sentence, and they don't appear with enemies that inflict death sentence. So it's a complete waste of AI. But it's there. So if you happen to cast death sentence on yourself, they will not target that enemy. The name Mirage doesn't make a ton of sense. Like, I don't know why they're called Mirages. But Mirages are technically a bending of light. Like, that's how mirages work. The bending of the light hitting the surface of, like, sand, I think, is what causes a mirage. And they bounce back enemy attacks with reflect. So maybe that's the idea. Maybe that's where they got the idea for the name. You know, bending of light, bending of attacks. That's the only thing I could come up with. And then we have Dorky Face. I'm excited for this one. So first off, I found this really, really cool. I never knew this before, and I thought it was really neat. So Dorky Face looks like a pumpkin enemy. Like they just came up with like a flying pumpkin enemy. That was just kind of what I thought it was. What he actually is a combination of a Teru Teru Bozu doll and a jack-o'-lantern. So if you look here, this is what a Teru Teru doll looks like. You've probably seen them before. I never knew what they were called, but if you've ever seen any like anime where there's like a Halloween episode or something, like you'll see them, you know, you've probably seen them before. So the idea behind this enemy is it's a combination of a Japanese lantern and a Western lantern. You have the Teru Teru Bozu doll and the jack-o'-lantern. And this is like a combination of the both. So you have the body of the Teru Teru doll, and then you have the head of a jack-o'-lantern. It's a decoration, lantern decoration in Japanese culture, and a jack-o'-lantern from Western culture. So like, how cool is that? This enemy has one of the rarest attacks in the game, and it's going to completely blow your mind that this enemy has this attack, because I definitely never knew about this. So he has an attack called Ascend, and the only time he ever uses this attack is if your entire party is both silenced and paralyzed. Which, first of all, why? Second of all, the Dorky Face can inflict silence, but it cannot inflict paralyze. So you would never ever see this attack unless you purposefully paralyze yourself. And on top of that, paralysis doesn't last that long. So you have to very specifically on purpose paralyze yourself to get this to work. All right, so we're going to throw a Dazer on ourselves. Quick enough, hopefully, so that he doesn't attack and that we don't lose paralysis. and then he should use it. Nope. We weren't fast enough. Red 13 lost his paralysis. Okay. That time I insta-menued, so should be fast enough. Nope. Use Funny Breath this time. Okay, how can we make this... We could slow us. If we slowed us, then paralysis would last longer. Yeah, when I said it's rare, I'm not kidding around. It's extremely rare. Let's let him get a little bit of his ATB back. That way he attacks right after we're done throwing the dazers. There it is. That's the attack. He just pieces out. Yep. So, why does he only use it when you're silenced and paralyzed? Why is it an attack in the first place? Just why? The world will never know. But that is one of the rarest attacks you'll never ever see in the game casually. I almost wonder if maybe his Funny Breath attack was supposed to paralyze at some point. So maybe the idea behind the enemy was like you find him, he silences and paralyzes you, and then he just pieces out. But I don't know. That's probably what it was. It was probably some kind of like joke enemy where it just it pops up, it does that, and then it leaves. So it's like spooking you and then disappearing. Yeah. But then at some point they removed paralysis from Funny Breath and then never changed the attack to not look for paralysis. Okay, so here is Jersey. One of my favorite enemy names in the game. I love this enemy name. Jersey is a mistranslation of judge. It was supposed to be judge. I can't imagine. I do not fathom how the translation team saw judge for this enemy and thought like, God, that can't be right. Can't be judge. It's got to be Jersey. Like, bro, it's a scale. I think, well, what do you mean? How is it not judge? He's a bit of a rare enemy just because he only appears on the opposite two sides of the stairs. He doesn't show up downstairs in the mansion. You have to be on the second floor for him to appear. Oh, and also, one thing I did not know, he can show up on the spiral staircase too, which I didn't know. The spiral staircase down to the dungeon. You can fight him on the spiral staircase. For some reason, only the ambush version shows up on the stairs though. Unlike some other enemies with gimmicks like this, they have true immunity from physical and magical depending on which form they're in. So there's been a couple enemies we fought up to this point, and there's going to be another enemy we fight in the dungeon where they take less attack damage or less magic damage based on stuff. We fought like the Sahagins that take 1 damage from physical attacks. There's a shield enemy we're going to fight later that flips his shield and he takes different magic damage, attack damage. These guys are different in that they just straight up take 0 damage from the opposite element. So right now they're in magical immunity. They will just take straight up 0 damage from magic. So they always start in magical immunity and then they switch to physical immunity once you attack them. So when we attack them once, they will flip their side and then they'll have physical immunity. Now here's the stupid thing. How many times have I said the AI was supposed to do this, but it doesn't do this? It's supposed to switch back to magical immunity once you hit it with magic, but because of a bug, they just stay in physical immunity for the rest of the fight, which is so lame. Like, it's supposed to be such a cool enemy. It starts like this. You have to use a physical attack. Then it goes like this. Then you have to use a magic attack. Then it goes back to this. You have to use a physical attack. Like, that's such a cool gimmick. And it's just completely botched because when you hit them with a magic attack now, they just stay here forever. You just have to use magic for the rest of the fight. Which is extra annoying because you can run out of MP and then you're stuck. So there you go. Yep, he's just stuck in the same thing forever. So they only use question marks in the first form. So once you hit them and they switch over, they never use question marks. So if you want to learn question marks, you need to just not touch these guys until they use it. And it's pretty rare for them to use it. So you do have to just kind of sit here for a while healing until they eventually use it. And especially given you need them to use it on the right party member, it can take a minute. So for those of you that don't know, question marks is actually one of the best enemy skills in the game. It deals damage based on how much HP you're missing. So because we're not touching them, question marks will just do 0 damage. Which, by the way, is even funnier. I just realized how funny that is. They will never ever do damage with question marks. Because if you damage them, they will move to the magical side, and then they'll never use it again. But if you don't touch them and they use it, they haven't taken any damage, so it's always going to do 0. Yeah, it's more common if their HP is lower, but if you hit them once, they never use it again. I mean, it's just so botched. And it's sad because it's such a cool enemy, and so many of his mechanics would work right if he just switched back to his form, but he doesn't. But yeah, question marks is really good because it deals damage based on missing HP, so you can set up your HP to do really good damage with it. And it's static damage, which, as you know, is really important for many different fights, especially Ruby Weapon. But in general, static damage is just really, really good in this game because it ignores all the enemies' gimmicks, barrier, M-barrier, and just deals damage. And with how busted HP plus is in this game, you can level up some HP plus materia and start smacking for thousands of damage with question marks. All right. Loss number. So he switches to one of his 2 forms when he gets below 3,500 HP, depending on what type of attack took him there. So if he's at 3,600 HP and you do a physical attack, then he'll go into his purple form. And if he's at 3,600 HP and use a magic attack, then he'll go to his magic form. Purple form. He gains a bunch of attack and defense, and he starts using Lost Blow. Lost Blow is the like smash casual players attack. It does like 1,500 damage and just absolutely wipes the floor with you. So it's usually better actually to get him into his magic form, but his magic form is pretty scary too. He gains a bunch of magic and magic defense, and he uses Aspil, Bio 2, and Quake 2. Bio 2 in particular can cook you. But of course, as many of you probably know if you've seen me play many of the challenge runs in this game, there is a cheese for this boss, and it is the same as the cheese for many of the Disc 1 bosses, and that is poison him and then don't attack. This completely screws up his AI because his AI only checks where his HP is at when he takes damage. So as long as you just sit here and let him take poison damage, he will never go into his second form, and then you can just sit here and play defensive, and he'll eventually die. Now, there is one more fun thing. Loss Number has 2 removed formations, which pretty much every enemy in this game, every boss in this game has like a couple removed formations for some reason. It was just the way they coded it, I guess. But there's 2 in particular for Loss Number that are pretty funny. The first one is formation number 577, which looks like this. So this is all 3 Loss Number forms in the same fight. So that's pretty scary. And then there's also formation number 578, which looks like this. It has all 3, but they're kind of like spread out. So this could have actually been some type of idea for the fight at some point. It's probably just for testing, But this one's pretty interesting to see. It's cool to see all three of them next to each other. And curious if there was ever an idea to have these guys as like separate enemies. I don't think Pandora's box would work on Lost Number. Because, well, it does count as 3 enemies. And the models are probably... Well, only one way to find out. Great to see you. I hope you've been good. Yep, there you go. So these ones aren't active. These are just invisible models. But yeah, it does make them all appear. All right, it's time for Yin Yang. So this is probably the most trivia I have for a single enemy in the game. First off, Nomura stated in a 1997 interview with Electronic Gaming Monthly that Yin Yang is his favorite enemy in Final Fantasy VII, which is probably why they brought him back for Rebirth. So, fun fact, this is Nomura's favorite enemy out of all the enemies he designed for this game. This one is his favorite, which, I mean, he is kind of cool at it. He's kind of weird, but kind of cool. I think if his gimmick worked better, I'd like him more. So the yin yang symbol, I'm sure everyone here has seen the yin yang symbol at some point. The Chinese philosophy symbol with the white and black circle with the dots, and it represents balance. However, somehow, some way, the translators did not either recognize it was supposed to be yin yang, or maybe they just, like, I think I've said in the past yin yang, probably because of this game. I got it in my head that it's yin yang and not yin yang, but it's supposed to be yin yang. They made it yin yang in this game. So I don't know if that's just a mistranslation, or they just didn't know, or they just screwed up, or they just thought maybe it looked better. I don't know. But for whatever reason, it's yin yang instead of yin yang. They did fix it in Rebirth, though. So officially, it's yin yang in Rebirth. So I think they thought that it should be yin yang. You hear the same words? We're removing the G in yin yang. So the actual Chinese philosophy symbol with the circle is yin with no G. And the enemy in this game is yang with a G. So they added a G to make it fit. They either added it so that the enemies have a similar name, or they just screwed up. But either way, in Rebirth, they fixed it. Traditionally, the yin part of yin yang is the more reserved side of the balance, and yang is the more active side. But in this game, it seems to be reversed, because the yin enemy is the one that attacks physically, and the yang enemy is the one that hangs back and just casts magic. So I don't know if it's supposed to be maybe like a funny, maybe it's supposed to be ironic that yang is the one that does the magic and yin is the one that attacks. I don't know if it's supposed to be ironic, or they just screwed up and mixed them, but, or maybe they just didn't even think about it and it's just a coincidence. But it should probably be the other way around. Yin should probably be the one that casts the magic, and yang should be the one that explodes. Yin Yang only shows up in the Shinra basement, but actually he can also be a final battle in the battle arena when you have the tiny Bronco, but you don't have the high wind yet. So in the field that we were just in, did you guys ever notice this two-headed skeleton here? You can even see him a little bit, like there's two skulls in the back of the battle arena here, but they're not attached. In the field, the two heads are attached. And then there's like two arms coming out. Is this supposed to be Yin Yang? Is this him? Is this like a this is what you're about to fight on the field, or is this just a complete coincidence and there's two heads here? I don't know, but it's interesting. Given that on the battlefield, the two heads are split, I feel like maybe they're supposed to be split, but they just didn't have that much room and they just put them together. But I don't know. I like the fan theory that this is actually Yin Yang's skeleton. They were doing some crazy experiments down here with combining people. They're like, this is like a failed Yin Yang here that turned into a skeleton. And then like, this is the more successful project. I don't know, but it's interesting. Okay, so like I said, Yang is the magic head, uses only magic attacks and a super high magic defense. When you attack Yang with physical attacks, it will say Yang is happy. When it says Yang is happy, what's actually happening is that he's raising his attack power by 10. This does absolutely nothing because Yang does not use physical attacks. So I don't know why they coded this, but that's what happens. When you attack it with magic, it will say Yang is excited and it'll raise its magic by 10, which is actually a big deal because he constantly uses magic attacks. So when he says happy, literally doesn't affect anything. When he says excited, he's getting stronger. When he runs out of MP, which takes 10 turns to do, or if he's under 1/8 HP, he will use suicide and deal 96.875% max HP damage to one target. Ying is the physical head. He has super high defense, but takes regular magic damage. So unlike Yang, Yin's AI is very simple. He just does sadistic attack on the lowest HP member 1/4 of the time, and every other turn he just punches a random enemy. Both Ying and Yang are both susceptible to level 4 suicide, so an easy way to beat this fight is to just use L4 suicide and then use like an all magic spell, and it'll kill both of them. There is a official concept art for Yin Yang, which is pretty cool. I really like the faces. The faces look really cool in this picture. And there's a bit of a detail on like how we wanted them to work. I don't know exactly what this is referencing. It's pointing at the back wings there. This enemy looks like he was supposed to be a boss. Like there's so much thought into this enemy. It's really cool. And here it actually says Yin and Yang. So that's interesting. I wonder if at one point, or maybe in Japanese it's Yan. I'm not sure. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's like a top down to show that the wing is like separate, or like there's a gap between the wing and the back, I guess. And then finally, there's also a concept art, another concept art for Yin Yang. This one is actually for Final Fantasy Type 0. So there were plans to put Yin Yang in Final Fantasy Type 0, but he never made it. But he was going to be a little reference enemy in Type 0 and pretty much have the same exact look, just a bit more detailed. Yeah, I like the chest, kind of like the skin being torn, because here it's just, they just look like bulges. This looks really cool. Okay, black bats. So one of the more boring enemies in the game. They have a 1/8 chance at the start of a turn to automatically dodge, similar to some of the other enemies we've talked about, like the Cactuar, but just a very lower chance, only 1/8 chance. But because of that, they do have a chance to dodge limit breaks because they have that auto dodge chance. But there is one cool thing about this enemy that you maybe didn't know. They get hurt by restores. Who'da thunk it? I guess because they're vampire bats. They're like undead bats. I don't know. But they get hurt by restore. All right, so we got one of the coolest names in the game, Sonic Speed. The original Japanese name for this enemy is closer to Speed Sound. So I don't know if it was really supposed to be like the speed of sound or whatever, but I think Sonic Speed was a pretty good translation for this. He will pick a random enemy at the start of the battle, but will then change priority to a specific character once attacked. So at the start of the battle, he'll like pick one enemy and pick on that enemy. But then if you attack him with someone else, then he'll start picking on that enemy. And he can also be morphed into a speed drink, which we don't have morph yet. But once you get morph, it's actually kind of nice to come here and morph speed drinks instead of going all the way to Midgar. I always end up going back to Midgar. I get the key to Sector 5 and go back to Midgar and morph the vices. But it would be more optimal and easier to just come morph this guy. So I should probably do that from now on. And then we also have the Kiyu Vildens, a very classic Final Fantasy VII name. I.e., you read it and go, what the heck is that? The name follows other Final Fantasy names of being mixed, multiple Japanese words mixed together, causing a weird-looking English word. It isn't certain what the original Japanese was referring to, but it might be the words for evil and kulex, which is a type of mosquito. So I think they were going for, like, evil mosquito. The only attack that they use is lay flat, which they just spam on random targets every turn, but it is a pretty strong attack for this area. And if you get a battle with 2 Kiyu Vildens and a Chocobo, it's a great Chocobo. So they can be nice for finding great Chocobos. We got Twin Brain. So the original Japanese name of Twin Brain is closer to Double Brain. So I actually really like Twin Brain. I think that's a great translation. I don't know why it's called Twin Brain. But maybe the brains are like the blue stems on its head, because you see it has like 2 stems there. So maybe its brain is located in those stems. Or it could be that its eyes are like split. There's like 3 here and 3 there. So maybe that's where they got the idea. The remake intel, when you scan this enemy in remake, it hints at the enemy only appearing after the malfunction at the Nebel reactor. So there's a chance that maybe this thing looked different when it was, like, maybe it was a snake or something. And then when the reactor blew up, or when the reactor malfunctioned, it got its extra arms and extra brain, or extra eyes, you know? So maybe it's just a mutated snake creature. There's 3 versions of Absorb, of the attack Absorb. There's 3 versions of it in the game. One of them is used by Hojo, one of them is used by Genova, and the other one is used by Twin Brain. But Twin Brain's version of Absorb is the only one in the game that actually absorbs. The one that Hojo uses and the one that Genova uses just deals damage. The one that Twin Brain uses actually absorbs HP and heals him. Stare Down also always paralyzes and always targets members that don't have paralysis. So it's a little scary, actually. They can easily paralyze your whole party with it, because they will actually target the right enemies with it and not just hit someone that's already paralyzed. Right when I said that, it looks like they attacked Yuffie and she was paralyzed. That must be a mistake. I'm gonna have to look at his code. Do you see that? Oh, you're right. I see the issue. Oh, you're right. 100% you're right. Okay. So here's the AI script. So I think what it was supposed to do here, I mean, this could have been, it's hard to tell if this was on purpose or not. But it's either they screwed up and it was supposed to say 1/2 chance, else use Absorb. Or it's just they wanted a 1/2 chance for them to try to paralyze the same target twice. But the way it works is it looks for if at least one opponent doesn't have paralyze, then there's a 1/2 chance that it does pick an opponent without paralyze, else it just chooses a random opponent. So it's not exactly a 1/2 chance. It's like whatever a 1/2 times a third, so like 1/6 chance. Or I guess 1/2 plus a third. I don't know what that would be. A little over 1/2 a chance to hit an enemy without paralysis, because it checks You have a 1/2 chance of definitely hitting an enemy without paralysis. And then if that fails, then it hits a random. But the random could also be an enemy without paralysis. So if you have one target, you have one of your party members that's paralyzed, then you have a 2/3 chance of it being one of the other two. So, but yeah, that's weird. I wonder if they had meant 1/2 chance, use stare down, else just use absorb. Because that's how a lot of other enemies work. But I think maybe they just wanted to give a little bit of a chance to hit the same target twice so that, because there's 3 of them, right? So if this was 100% of the time, they always hit an enemy without paralysis, then there would be a pretty good chance that at the start of the fight, they would just paralyze all 3 of your characters the second the fight started. Especially since this is their opening attack, always. They always start with stare down. So yeah, it would be way too strong to have all 3 of them just automatically target not paralyzed targets. So your whole party just gets paralyzed at the start of the fight every time. So yeah, I think 100% they meant for that to be that way. So anyways, now that we got that figured out, here is Dragon, the vanilla dragon. So this is the exact same dragon that you fight in the flashback. Same stats, same everything. But now you're actually fighting him for real. This dragon is a super high luck stat. So if you've ever noticed, Dragon Fang tends to crit a lot. That's why. He just has a really high luck stat. So there's a good chance when he uses Dragon Fang, it'll crit you and do like over 1,000 damage. He also has a gold armlet that is really useful for this part of the game. And you can also learn Flamethrower from him if you didn't learn it in the Mithril Mines. And he's also susceptible to L4 Suicide, which is really good because he has a ton of HP. One thing I definitely learned from this playthrough is there is a lot of enemies you can use L4 on. A lot more than I thought. Here's another boy we gotta talk about. The Zoo. So the Zoo is a recurring enemy in many Final Fantasy games, but usually it's spelled ZU. It's only spelled with 2 U's in Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy IX, and Final Fantasy Dimensions, which is an old mobile game. Usually it's just ZU. In Rebirth, they also changed it to just ZU. The word ZU means fire in Sumerian, and Anzu was a giant bird monster in Mesopotamian religions. So they kind of took that, although I don't think Zu is usually ever like a fire bird in any of the games. He's usually just kind of a non-elemental bird. But for whatever reason, Zu means fire, so perhaps that was part of where they got it. I think it's more from Anzu, the giant bird monster. A similar sounding Mesopotamian word is Abzu, which ended up being the inspiration for apps, as we talked about before. There was supposed to be a encounter with the Zoo during the Calm flashback with Sephiroth, and it may have been the only fight for Sephiroth to use his fire materia, but the fight ended up being removed. I talk about it more in the in-depth of Sephiroth, so you can check that out if you want to know more. But long story short, Sephiroth has a fire materia, but he never uses it, and there's a removed Zoo fight on the bridge that he would have used the fire materia, but they removed it for whatever reason, so you can only fight him later when you come back to Mount Nibel. You can't fight him in the flashback. Also, that fight on the bridge, for whatever reason, is the only long-range Zoo fight. This is a regular Zoo fight. The fight on the bridge counts as a long range, so like you can't reach him unless you have long-range materia. Zoo gets a increased chance to use its Great Gale attack based on missing HP, and also the first time he falls below 50%, the game will say Zoo feels Fury, and then the next attack he uses is Great Gale. So if you ever wondered why he randomly says he feels Fury, that is why. So let's see if we can get it. I don't want to use Sled Fang, so I might actually one-shot him. So it should be after this attack. Nope, one more. Okay, so pay attention here. Zoo feels fury, and then his next attack will be Great Gale. And that's the only time he does it. He won't do it again. It's just the first time he gets below 50% HP. So this is the Screamer. The big thing with the Screamer that we always talk about is he's the best power source farm in the game. So remember earlier I was saying the heavy tank you can get power sources from, and he's actually a pretty good power source farm because he's the only enemy in that field. Well, if you use the W item glitch to multiply sources, then this is a much better power source farm because you can kill one and then duplicate all the way up to 99 since there's more than one enemy in this fight. He also has a pretty rare attack called Iron Attack. And in order to see it, you need to put Screamer's HP below 1/8. And then you can counter with it, but only 50% of the time and only once. So, once again, I sound like a broken record at this point, but why is there so many things in this game, in the AI of these enemies, that is just never going to amount to anything? This guy has 800 HP. So you have to get him below 100 and then hit him again without killing him, and then he only has a 50% chance to use it. And at this point, even my, weaker characters are doing over 100 damage. So it's complete nonsense. And it's so specific, too. It's like they put so much work into it. It's like, okay, it's specifically 50% of the time, and specifically he only uses it once. But it's like no one's ever going to see this. So why bother? So he's at 190 right now, so let's attack one more time. Now he's at 79. Oh, shoot. Can you use Big Guard on enemies? You can, okay. So let's give him Big Guard. Then we'll attack one more time with Cloud. Don't crit! This reminds me of that time that Cloud freaking dodged Guard Scorpion during that speedrun. He died! What? Hello? Would it? I don't think it would. Okay, there you go. So yeah, there you go. Super rare attack there. Yeah, I wasn't sure if he needed to be in 100 first, or if it brought him down. Would still work. But again, it's only a 50% chance, too, on top of all that. So that's good to know, actually, because the way I wrote it, I made it sound like he had to be at 100, but he can just be brought below 100. So, Materia Keeper. Even though his big attack is Trine, he takes normal damage from lightning and absorbs fire. So, he's not really lightning elemental. He just happens to have Trine. He uses Trine and Cure 2 more at low HP, but just as with Lost Number, you can skip this by poisoning him and then just not attacking him. So once again, another enemy you can cheese with poison. If you poison him and then just don't attack him, he'll never use Trine other than maybe at the start of the fight, and he'll never use Cure 2. In Final Fantasy VII speedruns, there used to be a really cool, well, there still is on the PS1 version, unless you're doing Disc 1 skip. But even on the PC version, we also used to do it a long time ago during the Yuffie Warp phase of the speedrun, where you basically use Lucky Sevens to kill him. So, for those of you that don't know, Lucky Sevens also works on enemies. If an enemy happens to get 7,777 HP, he will go into Lucky Sevens phase, and he won't do the attacks that the characters do. Like when you go into Lucky Sevens, you do a bunch of attacks. They won't do that, but their attacks will do Lucky Sevens damage. So, they will, if they do any attack, it'll deal 7s. And we've actually done multiple videos on the channel. I did one talking about a bug with Lucky Sevens where you can actually enter Lucky Sevens at a bunch of different values, not just 7,777. And we also did a video where we showed off Sephiroth doing Lucky Seven's Supernova and a Lucky Seven's Heartless Angel. So be sure to check those out if you haven't seen them. But long story short, enemies can go into Lucky Sevens and they'll start dealing Lucky Sevens damage. And poison is technically damage to yourself. So when you're poisoned, you don't deal damage from an outward source. You basically deal the damage to yourself. So if you're in Lucky 7 state and you get poisoned, the poison will tick for 7,777. So the way the strat works in the speed run is you poison him and then you heal him to full HP and then you deal exactly 99 damage to him. And once you've done 99 damage and the poison is ticked twice, that adds up to exactly enough damage to put him at 7,777 HP. And then the next poison tick auto kills him. And like I said, still used in speedruns today. Also in the PC route, we used to skip from Midgar to Mount Nibel. So we were super low leveled and we basically had to do the Lucky 7 strat to even get past Materia Keeper. So that was a really fun phase in the speedrun where basically we had like a level 10 party fighting Materia Keeper and we had to use Aerith whacking him with attacks to get him down to Lucky 7s. And at one point, it was so thought out that we actually paid attention to Aerith's levels during Midgar, and we had to check her attack stat to see, because when you level up, you have a chance to gain attack stat and a chance to not gain attack stat. So we had to check at some point throughout the run to see if Aerith had gotten an additional attack stat, and then change our strat during this fight to ensure that she would do the right amount of damage. We would buy the weapon in Midgar for her, which had extra attack, and then if she didn't get the attack stat, we would give her the extra weapon, and if she did get the extra attack stat, then we'd keep her with the guard stick, and that would make it so we would do just enough damage to put him in Lucky 7s and kill him. For Battery Cap, there is a bizarre mistake in their AI. So usually they are supposed to look for enemies without darkness and then inflict darkness on them. However, instead of looking for enemies without darkness, they look for enemies with poison. Your guess is as good as mine. It's either a double mistake, where not only was it not without, but it's also the wrong ailment, or crunch time happened and they fell asleep on their keyboard. I don't know. But it actually looks for, if you have poison, for them to then use darkness on you. If you poison somebody in your party on purpose, they will then only use Seed Shot on that enemy. So if I speed up the game here, he's going to eventually die to poison. But you'll see they will just spam Speed Shot on Cloud now. But of course, they have no way to give poison. They don't show up with any enemies that give poison. It's just a complete typo. Not sure what nightmare the developers had when they created this enemy. Also, that animation for Jumping Cutter is absolutely terrifying. This enemy's name, obviously by looking at him, you obviously know what his name is going to be. It is, of course, Baba Velamu. Obviously. They can use slow and silence, and you can also steal mute masks from them, which you can then use on them so they can't cast slow and silence. So that's kind of cool. His name might be connected to the Japanese word for mutant, and it may also be connected to the Baba Yaga, which is a Slavic folklore creature, who is sometimes depicted as a nice old woman, and sometimes depicted as an old hag who lives in the forest in a hut that walks on giant chicken legs. And if you think I'm kidding, I'm not kidding. If you've ever played Raven's Watch before, one of my favorite games, This is Baba Yaga's house. It walks on giant chicken legs. They have the final boss in Raven's Watch is Baba Yaga, and she has a depiction of the house. So yeah, she's sometimes depicted as a nice old woman. Other times it's this old hag creature that lives in the forest, lives in a hut, and the hut itself walks on giant chicken legs. Now, I think it is probably a reference to that Baba Yaga folklore because, like, look at his legs, right? They're kind of like chicken legs. So I do think this is actually supposed to be a reference to Baba Yaga. It's up to your determination if you think so, but I think it is. I mean, why else do you make a creature with legs like that? Another great name, Belcher Task. So it seems the original Japanese for Belcher Task was supposed to be Belcher Tusk. And it does have like a breath attack, and it also has those big teeth coming out of like its cheeks here. So yeah, pretty sure it was supposed to be Belcher Tusk, but they changed it to Belcher Task. But he did actually keep the original name in Rebirth, but then they just completely changed the English name to Disgorgon. So the original Japanese, that was probably supposed to be Belcher Tusk. They kept that for Rebirth, but then when they did the English version, they didn't use Belcher Tusk or Belcher Task. They just completely changed it to Disgorgon, which I hate that name. Now, Belcher Task here has a very strange counter. If his HP is less than 1/8 and he doesn't have poison status, which he can't even get because he can't get poison, he will then counter with a claw and also counter with a poison blow if no party member has poison. But if at least one does have poison, then he skips that part of the counter. So, if he's under 1/8 HP and he doesn't have poison, which he's not going to have poison because he can't have poison, then he will counter. And the counter itself is a claw followed by a poison blow, unless your party member has poison. If at least one party member has poison, then he won't do that part. Sure. Or you could just kill him in one hit and not care about any of this dumb AI crap. You know, because Final Fantasy VII. A couple updates from last week. I forgot to show Guy Spector's concept art. Surprisingly, Guy Spector has concept art. I mean, maybe not that surprising, but since he's like also kind of a lore character, but there he is. He has like, his face is weird. Yeah, like, I don't know if he's supposed to have like a ghostly face or something. What is he, actually look at his real model. I guess because they kind of look away from you, but their face is kind of like a creepy blue void. So pretty dang close to the concept art there. Also, there was a mistake with the Sahagin enemies. So I had said that the Sahagin enemy has an auto hit feature on punch weapons. So any punch attack has an automatic 100% chance to hit Sahagin. But then I also said that I tested it and Tifa could still miss if she had darkness. So basically, like, the darkness check must be after the auto hit check, so that even if she gets an auto hit, she could then miss because of darkness. That was wrong. Turns out, even with darkness, fury, setting her dexterity to 0, setting her level to 1, anything you could possibly do to make her miss, she will still always hit the Sahagin with punch. The reason I thought it was different is because I didn't realize that Tifa only has 3 punch weapons. Out of all of her weapons, only 3 of them are actually punch element. And Barrett also has 3 punch weapons. And the character that actually has the most punch weapons is Cid. Almost every single one of Cid's weapons are punch. So, you know, my bad for thinking that elements in Final Fantasy VII would make sense, because they never make sense, and I don't know why I ever figured that they will make sense. But yeah, she only has 3 punch weapons, Barret has 3 punch weapons, and Cid has like 9 different punch weapons. And I was using a weapon that was not punch when I was testing it, because I thought they were all punch, but turns out most of them aren't. So that's how that works. Also, another fun fact, Caesar, the crab enemy that we were talking about because we liked his name, also has the same auto hit trait, which is weird because he shows up in the same formation as the Sahagin in the sewer. So, I mean, I thought it was a Sahagin thing, but then there's another enemy in the sewer that has it. So then I thought maybe it's a sewer thing, but then the desert Sahagin has it. So I don't know. It's really strange. I don't know why specifically those 3 enemies have it. It doesn't affect anything really at all because, like I said before, their dodge chance is really, really low. So I had Red 13, Blind and Fury, Cloud, Blind and Fury, and Tifa, Blind and Fury with a punch weapon. And Tifa always hit, and Cloud and Red 13 missed like 40% of the time, or like 60% of the time. Like they hit like 40% of the time still. So it really does not affect the fight at all. But it's just really strange that those 3 specific enemies have that trait. And then one more cool thing that someone mentioned in the comments that I wanted to shout out. So somebody mentioned in the comments that this enemy here, the Golem, if you zoom in on their chest, they actually have a coat of arms looking thing on their chest. And in the game, you can't really see it very well. You can kind of just barely make out that they do have something on their chest. But with the model viewer, we can get up real nice and close. And this is basically what it looks like. And I did a bunch of research on coat of arms, and maybe someone out there knows more about it than I do. But from my limited amount of research, basically the way that coat of arms works is that when a country or a nation or a small group of individuals creates a coat of arms, the rules of which the coat of arms follows is up to the people that create it. So similar to like flags, like if you make a flag and you give it 50 stars and you say this 50 stars represents the 50 states, that doesn't mean that when someone else makes a flag and they put stars on their flag, it now represents states, right? It's specifically whoever creates it creates the rules. So unfortunately, we can't take like other coat of arms and like compare with this one to decipher what it means or anything like that, because they pretty much just make up the rules. There are some like color things where certain colors can mean certain things most of the time. But I mean, it's so vague anyways. It's like red represents power. It's like, okay, cool. So there's really not much we can discern from it, but it's still really cool. And it's pretty detailed. I mean, like they could have just had the colors, but I mean, this has like a armor set, and then this has the 2 vertical lines. And then this one's really strange. Out of all the coat of arms I ever saw, none of them ever looked like this, with like one thick line and then one tiny line. Never saw anything like that. And then just like a blank red square. So pretty interesting stuff. Also, I've never seen a coat of arms have this around. Usually it's animals. Usually there's like a falcon or a lion or something holding up the coat of arms. Instead, this looks like, my interpretation of this is that these are stabs. And they're like summoning magic around. That's my interpretation. But you could decipher it anyway. But that's what I think it is. I think these are like stabs. And then this is like wind power or something. Which doesn't make a lot of sense for the Golem. The Golem is supposed to have that magic and attack thing going on with his AI, where the closer he gets, the more attack he gets, and the further back he gets, the more magic he gets. But he doesn't have any magic anyways. So that, I don't know. It could also be mountains, yeah. Maybe a little too wispy to be mountains, but could be mountains, could be water. so many, so many different things it could be. But yeah, it is very interesting that this is so detailed, though. And this is the only enemy in the game that has something like this. The only thing close to this are the Shinra soldiers with the kanji and like the penguin with the kanji. But nothing like this. Nothing where like there's a whole kind of graphic art is my passion detailing here. So pretty cool stuff. It is Palmer time. An amazing detail about Palmer that I never knew is that Palmer is actually weak to the sleep element, but immune to the ailment. So first of all, that's funny because it's Palmer. And Palmer is weak against sleep. That's just funny. But you can't put him to sleep. Instead, if you put sleep and added effect on a weapon, you'll do double damage. He still won't fall asleep, but you'll do double damage. I can show that off after this. His Mako gun is actually just the spell it is replicating, but the game prints the Mako gun message instead. So it's kind of weird how it's coded. Usually what they would do is they would create an attack called Mako gun, and the Mako gun attack would just have the same parameters as like Bolt 2. It would have the same animation, same damage, same element, etc. But for whatever reason, the way they did it here instead is he actually uses Bolt 2, but then the game overrides the Bolt 2 text with Mako gun. Maybe because they knew he was going to use multiple versions of the same move, but we've talked about other enemies in the past where they just have multiple moves that have the same name, so they could have just done that here too, but maybe for the sake of simplicity, they just did it that way. But yeah, he's actually just using spells. For some strange reason, the butt slap move that he does checks to see if there are any characters without sadness status. So if your entire party has sadness, he'll never butt slap, which right now we do. So he does that intro one, I think, like the intro laugh, but now he won't do any butt slaps. Which is, well, I don't know why, but I mean, it's actually kind of good balancing, because if everyone has sadness, that means you're taking less damage, so he should waste less time butt slapping, but I don't think that's what they were doing. I think it's just a weird coincidence. Even though Palmer is supposed to be a joke fight, way back in the day in the Final Fantasy VII PC any % route, he was actually the hardest boss in the game, because we used to Yuffie warp from the Nibelheim flashback to Mount Nibel, and then we did the Lucky 7 strat on Materia Keeper. And then we got here and we had like level 14 party members, and he would almost one-shot with every attack. And so it was actually really hard to fight him and kill him fast. You could still, it's not that hard to survive against Palmer because he only has single target attacks, so all you have to do is just heal whoever gets hit. But, you know, you had to poison him, and then in the poison had a % chance to hit, and then constantly heal so that if he was too much of a jerk, it could end up wasting a bunch of time. Alright, so Red 13 does 373 damage. Okay, so let's throw on the diamond pin. Okay, 204. Now we put on sleep and added effect. And we fight him again. 430. So yeah. Double damage just from having sleep added effect. You know how we've been messing around with Pandora's box over the course of this and showing off how it gives you a bunch of invisible models. For example, if an enemy has like multiple phases, it might show off the different phases, or Bottom Swell's invisible bubbles, or Rufus's helicopter. Well, Palmer here has by far the best one. RJ actually was the one that found this. And then we did it, and we were like, oh my god, but here we go. Enjoy the incredible Pandora's box on Palmer. Your life is about to be changed forever. because Palmer is actually a truck. Yeah. He becomes the truck. Look at him. It's incredible. You would think that it would be like flip the other way too, but nope. He just becomes the truck. So this is pretty funny. I never knew about this because you don't normally have Neo Bahamut for this fight. But if you use Neo Bahamut in this fight, the plane comes with. The plane goes with him. Just barely. It's just barely hanging on there. Beautiful. Okay, so Attack Squad. Attack Squad counters the last attack with Smoke Bullet, which blinds and sleeps, if the attack left them with equal or less than 2/3 of their HP. They can still use Smoke Bullet on a regular turn 1/3 of the time, and the Attack Squad fight during the Coral Train mission doesn't have the no preemptive flag, so it can be a preemptive fight, which is extra funny because, like, the whole scene is him finding you, and then you get a preemptive on him. All right, we got Thunderbird. Thunderbird has a really big item table. They have Bolt Plumes to steal, Bolt Plumes to drop, High Potions to drop, Echo Screens to drop, and Swift Bolts to morph. They also have a 1/4 chance to use Lightning and a 3/4 chance to use Stab. And they also have an unknown variable in their AI that leads to a Lightning counterattack. So they can Lightning counterattack, but we don't know how or why. Now we got Tail Vault, who's a pretty cool name. So the original Japanese name for Tail Vault was closer to Tail Leap. And he has a very strange counterattack where if he is attacked 3 times, then he'll counterattack with Somersault against every party member. He also drops Phoenix Downs 100% of the time, which can be really useful for the Wutai side quest. So if you're having trouble with the Wutai side quest, you can come out here and get a bunch of Phoenix Downs. So if I attack him with, like... Well, here, we'll talk about Bizarre Bug first, and then we'll do his counterattack. So Bizarre Bug is a great name. Has no steal and no morph, but they always drop X potions. So, yet again, another great grind for the Wutai side quest. I think they specifically tailored these fights outside of Wutai for the Wutai side quest. Attack him twice. Attack him 3 times. And now he'll do a somersault on all 3 party members. Or not. Hello. There it is. Boom. 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 Pretty interesting. I feel like they should have maybe named it something special, like Triple Somersault or something, so you actually understood what was going on. Another thing that's like kind of neat, but goes completely under the radar. This is Razor Weed. So we talked about Razor Weed before when we talked about Mandragora and how this guy actually has a Spaz voice attack, which you would imagine the Mandragora should have instead, but instead it's this guy. He also has really high magic defense, but not nearly as much as Mandragora. So, like, these 2 enemies just are weird. So, the Mandragora doesn't have a voice attack, even though his name is Mandragora. And he also has super mega high magic defense, like as high as Ruby Weapon magic defense. Like you use magic on him, it does like 3 damage type of magic defense. These guys have the Spaz voice attack and also have high magic defense, but not as much as the Mandragora, even though they show up later in the game. And these are the guys that have Magic Hammer. So, like, you would think the ones with Magic Hammer would be the ones to have the crazy high magic defense. I don't know. It's weird. Spaz Voice gives Fury and is only used as a counter. And they will always skip their next turn after using Spaz Voice. And also, of course, they can be manipulated to learn Magic Hammer, but we don't have Manipulate because we lost our materia, so we'll have to come back for it. So the Edgehead is just like the guy we talked about in Midgar, who has the really creepy model with like the hands that kind of look human-like and the really creepy face. This one isn't too exciting. He does have, to go along with our Wutai thing, where I feel like all the random encounters outside of Wutai are kind of made to give you items for Wutai. This guy is similar. He has no steal and no morph, but he has 3 different drops. He can drop X Potions, Smoke Bombs, and Hourglasses, which Hourglasses are crazy good. And kind of weird that this guy drops them. This is the best name in the game. Jeju Jamie. Jeju Jamie. Jeju Jame. Jeju Jame. Jeju Jame. Jame. Ju Jame. Jeju Jame. Jamie. The translation of this name seems to be an attempt to one-to-one the exact Japanese translation because it's just a made-up name. The made-up name in Japanese, translated over, is Jejujemi. So they took that and tried to like one-to-one the pronunciation so that it would sound the same. But in Japanese, it's just a made-up word, so it's just a made-up word in English as well. They use Silk to cause slow, and then they use Thread on slowed targets to inflict stop, which is actually pretty scary and kind of a cool gimmick. If the slow sticks, then they get to stop you on the next turn. They also have confused scales. They also have a confused scale move, but they don't use it unless they're manipulated, which is weird because it's not an enemy skill. So why he only uses it when he's manipulated, I don't know. But maybe they decided that it was too strong of a move to have him use normally, but then they forgot to remove it from the manipulate table or something. He has a huge drop table, like many of the enemies in Wutai. He has 2 separate remedy drops, a deadly waste drop, and an X potion drop. So basically, it rolls twice to drop remedies. So you can actually get 2 remedies from one Jeju Jamie. Or you can get 1 or you can get 0. So there's actually a chance, when you defeat this enemy, you will get 2 remedies, a deadly waste, and an X potion just from one dead enemy, which is kind of nuts. Look at all those items. We got Garuda. So first of all, the Garuda is not a Garuda. What you would think is a Garuda. He has no steal and no morph, but a massive drop table. He drops ice crystals, bolt plumes, light curtains, and mute masks, which is crazy. 4 different usables. Not like potions and stuff and remedies, but ice crystals, bolt plumes, light curtains, and mute masks. Light curtains being huge. They use dance to drain MP, but in Wutai, where you have no materia anyways, so it's kind of weird. I don't know why they specifically have an attack to drain MP when the whole gimmick of this area is that you can't use magic. So I said before, this doesn't look like the typical Garuda that we know from Final Fantasy, but instead, in a really cool twist, this is actually a more accurate rendition of the Hindu deity Garuda. So if you take a look at, this is the Hindu deity Garuda, which the Garuda enemy derives its name from because of his wings and stuff. But this actually looks more accurate to what the deity actually looks like. We also have this picture here, which looks even more accurate. Sometimes he's depicted as like a more human face with the wings. Other times, Garuda's depicted as like a bird person type deal. So, I mean, you can look at the resemblance. It's pretty cool how it's very, very similar. And I love when they take an enemy like the Garuda from the previous games and they instead go a different route with it and go more specific to the actual reference instead of sticking to what the series does. I just think that's really cool. There he is. So this is Foulander, another name that I really like. So this guy has a 14% chance of dropping a lunar curtain. So the Garuda has a chance to drop light curtains, and these guys have a chance to drop lunar curtains. And this is the only other lunar curtain in the game. The only other one is from Unknown 2 in the Sunken Galnica. So other than that, this is the only lunar curtain you can get from these guys. Lunar curtains are incredibly useful against Raps because you don't have access to M barrier otherwise. The name has sometimes been translated to Falanda or Fall Rangda, R-A-N-G-D-A, which seems to reference Rangda, the demon queen from Balinese mythology. But what's weird is Ragda's enemy is Barong, who is the leader of good forces, and Foulander looks much more like Barong. So, long story short, there's a demon queen in Balinese mythology called Rangda, which seems to be what this name comes from, but the look of the enemy actually looks a lot more like Rangda's enemy named Barong, who looks like this. So this is Barong here. So they look a lot more like Barong, but the name comes from his enemy, the Demon Queen. So pretty interesting. I don't know if they just wanted it to be... Because the Rangda would probably look more like the Garuda enemy. So maybe they wanted it to be distinguished from that. But interesting nonetheless. All right, so right away, the best thing about Raps... so I've been talking about... I talked earlier about how Barrett's Mind Blow is usually completely useless because most enemies that care about their MP are immune to gravity, specifically bosses. Pretty much every boss in the game is immune to gravity, so Mind Blowing them does nothing because Mind Blow doesn't work like Magic Hammer. Magic Hammer does MP damage, whereas Mind Blow, it doesn't drain, but it lowers MP based on gravity. So it uses gravity as its element to lower MP. So anything that's immune to gravity is immune to Mind Blow. I don't know if they meant to do it that way, but that's the way it works. However, Raps is not immune to gravity, which normally you can't take advantage of because you don't have any materia. So unless you have gravity balls, you can't really take advantage of it. But in this one instance, Mind Blow actually works, and it's actually huge because it takes away his MP, so he doesn't use Arrow 3 and one-shot you. So, huge. Mega massive. Takes his whole MP. He has 300 MP, takes all of it. Yeah, Raps can be a horrible trap because of Arrow 3, which does super crazy amounts of damage, and it's really hard to mitigate because, for one, you have no materia here, and for two, it's arrow, or it's a wind element, which you really have no protection against anyways unless you do elemental Choco Mog. And also, it can't be reflected. So really, all you can do is get lunar curtains from the Foulanders and throw a lunar curtain. That's pretty much the only defense you have against this Arrow 3. Apps also drops an unusually large amount of gil. He drops 20,000 gil, which is more than pretty much most enemies and bosses. Like, even the North Crater enemies don't drop that much gil. Really, like, end of Dis 2 bosses start dropping around that much gil. So, I don't know if that's just, like, your reward for doing the Wutai side quest or what, but yeah, he drops crazy amounts of gil. Maybe it's Don Corneo's secret stash. Down by the beach near Wutai, you can fight an enemy called Adamanta Thomas. Nice. All right, finally. Okay, so this is Adamanti. He's one of the coolest enemies in the game because he's one of the only enemies in the game that you can actually screw up his AI so hard that you get an in-game error message. This is one of the only in-game error messages that exists, and one of my favorite glitches in the game because there's just something about, like, you know, we glitch this game all the time and screw it up and all sorts of crazy stuff. At this point, we've revived Aerith, beaten the game in under an hour and a half. The things we've done in this game have been insane. But this is something where the game itself errors, like returns an error. Oh, like the developers put in a failsafe here knowing that this could potentially happen. And like we're getting an actual official error from the game, which is just so cool. So the way this guy works is the first turn he casts Barrier, the second turn he casts M Barrier, and then he checks to see if he has Barrier and M Barrier to use his attack. But for some strange reason, if he already has Barrier and M Barrier at the start of the fight before he casts his first Barrier, the game looks to instead cast Cure. But he doesn't have the move Cure, so it tries to cast a move that isn't in his attack table. And if that happens, then you get this instead. So the PC version decided to crash, but I can show the actual message, the normal message, Garland's video here. Can you see that? I think it's going to be cut off at the top. That's good. So it says data error, scene 179, code 32, push L1, R1, select for reset. So it actually gives you like the reset too of like what you should do for reset, which is pretty awesome. The term Adaman obviously comes from adamant or adamantite, but the second half of his name, Taimai, is the Japanese name for the hawksbill turtle, which looks like this. So that's where they got the Taimai part of his name. His name is basically adamant mixed with the Japanese name for this beautiful creature. So, I've always been fascinated with the Wutai Pagoda because it has this cool gimmick where each enemy has like their own transformation and they're supposed like power change. So this guy is supposed to do like big physical attacks and then like magic change, supposed to be like a magic thing. But it doesn't really feel like that when you're fighting, you know? They all just kind of feel like normal enemies. So I always wondered, you know, what is the actual kind of in-depth mechanics of this? Do they actually follow these changes, or are they just random enemies? Like, you know, what's going on here? So I was really excited to dive into the Pagoda and learn a bit more about these enemies. And I found some really cool stuff. But the big thing that is the most interesting is that the entire pagoda, all of the enemies are references to theater, whether it be theater itself, playwrights, actors, plays, whatever. All of the characters are references to something along the lines of theater. So all the people in the pagoda, all the defenders of the pagoda follow that gimmick, which is so cool. One of the coolest things ever. I love that. I wish there was more things like that in the game, like maybe enemies in an area all correspond to something. But in terms of the pagoda, that's just so cool that they all follow this gimmick. So to start off here, Gorky, who, by the way, his name is spelled differently in and outside of battle. Outside the battle, it's with a Y. Here, it's with 2 I's. Gorky is a reference to Maxim Gorky, who is a Russian socialist writer who wrote the play The Lower Depths, which is a social realist play about Russians living in a homeless shelter. You may have heard about this play before. It's like, it's very known for being like one of the most depressing plays ever, but, you know, real plays. It's one of those types of plays where you don't go to be entertained, you go to see the human condition type deal. And it was a really important play for the time, as Russians, you know, needed to understand the living situation of the people in their country who were less fortunate. And one thing that I found that was pretty interesting, the original Japanese version, the characters are supposed to talk similar to the person that they're a reference to. So Gorky is actually supposed to have like a Russian, accent's the wrong word, but like his text is supposed to give off like a Russian vibe or accent. But in English, they totally miss that and just have them talk normally. So I think you get a bit more out of the pagoda by playing it in Japanese and understanding the Japanese text, because it would actually feel like you're going through the different references to each of the almost like you're fighting the characters themselves, the people themselves. But anyways, part of the Japanese name Gorky is Riki, which means power, which is probably why Gorky does the power transformation. Another interesting thing that's true about all the pagoda fights is that they all have the a flag basically meaning that Yuffie can't change rows during the fight. But due to what is probably a bug, the fight is still considered a back attack, meaning that the enemies start with no ATB bar, and Yuffie's first attack will count as back attack damage and deal double damage. So if you look here, this first attack will basically be double damage, double back attack damage. So it did 300. If I attack again, it now did 146. So your first attack in every pagoda fight is a back attack damage, basically. And that's probably a bug. They probably didn't mean for that, but they wanted to make it so you couldn't change rows during these fights. And because of that, a side effect of that is that they accidentally basically made every fight a back attack. Gorky has two damaging moves. He has his dive kick and his Demi 2. Demi 2 does 50% current HP, and dive kick does 25% max HP. So actually he has kind of a gimmick going on with percentages of health. He also has barrier, reflect, and regen, but he only has 150 MP, so he runs out of those really quickly. Really, there's nothing about this fight that's power change. Like, he only has one physical attack, and it just does percentage damage anyways. And he does a bunch of healing stuff, like barrier, reflect, regen, and then Demi 2. So he's more of a magic fight than a physical fight. All right, this is Shake. So, continuing the theater theme, Shake is a reference to Shakespeare. I don't know why Shakespeare is so angry, but that's what the reference is. Shake works exactly like a Shishi. He only uses beak unless he's poisoned. Then he'll start raging. He'll start spamming Rage Bomber. And he'll also use Rage Bomber as a counterattack once his HP is below 50%. He has far better stats than Ski, but other than that, it's the same exact fight. All right, so this is Chekhov. Carrying on the theater theme, Chekhov is a reference to Anton Chekhov, the 19th century Russian playwright and short story author, widely regarded as one of the greatest writers of all time. He's where we get that phrase, Chekhov's gun, which is that literary principle meaning that you should remove everything from a story that's not absolutely required to the main plot of the story. She's supposed to represent magic, but doesn't use any magic. Literally does the magic change, does not have a single magic attack. Instead, she uses Absorb, which is physical, and Stare Down, which doesn't do any damage but can paralyze, leading to a pretty scary combo if you aren't protected from it. We have the gem ring, so we should be protected from it. Oddly, Chekhov has a 50% chance to start the fight with Stare Down, then does absolutely nothing until she's under 50% HP, other than countering magic with Stare Down. So, since she didn't start the fight with Stare Down, she will now just sit here until she's at 50% HP. Weapon change. He does have a weapon. Checks out. Alright, this is Staniv. So, Staniv is a bit trickier with the theater reference, but the Final Fantasy wiki says that it's most likely Konstantin Stanislavski, who's another renowned Russian and Soviet character actor and theater practitioner who wrote a trilogy of books about living the role of a character rather than acting it. He's basically the most important character actor in like history. Like he's kind of the inventor of character acting, or very close to the inventor of character acting. And he wrote several books about character acting that would go on to kind of make that a thing. Staniv is just a stronger screamer and makes the fight actively easier by using Warcry to give Yuffie sadness. So he's just like the previous one. He's basically just a screamer with better stats. But also, since Warcry gives you sadness, he actually actively makes it harder for him to kill you. He was a theater practitioner. He had his own theater, and he would like live his character in and out of the theater. People would know him as the character before and after the plays. And he would just exist in the theater, like run the theater as the character of the play. Yeah, method acting is more accurate, sorry. So Godot is a reference to Waiting for Godot, which is a very popular play written by Irish playwright Samuel Beckett about two men having different conversations and eventually descending into madness, awaiting the arrival of a character named Godot, who never actually appears by the end of the play. Very, very famous play. I'm sure even if you don't know much about theater, you've probably heard of Waiting for Godot before. Godot's appearance is actually a different reference, though. Godot's appearance is a reference to Asura, who in Hinduism and Buddhism is in Hinduism and Buddhism are powerful beings, sometimes demons, who are in opposition to the gods. But interestingly, in Final Fantasy IV, Asura is instead a queen of the Eidolons and is like a healing summon. So I'm not sure which it's referencing. Given that a lot of the enemies in Wutai also reference mythology like that, it would make sense that it's a reference to the Hindu and Buddhist beings. But it could also be a reference to the Final Fantasy IV Eidolon. Godot is the third source of Trine, and the only source that can be used to get Trine on all 4 enemy skill materias, if you were to get all 4 enemy skill materias before doing the Wutai side quest. Each head has access to different attacks. The gold face uses Sleep Hell and Mini. The white face uses Bio 2, Drain, and Demi 3. The red face uses Beast Sword and Trine. In the code, I found this pretty interesting. In the code, the gold face is called human form, the white face is called beast form, and the red face is called cheater form. And unfortunately, like, it feels like the gimmick of this fight is that you're supposed to look at the faces and then determine what move he's going to use. But unfortunately, it doesn't work because the way the AI works is that it just moves to the head as it's using the attack. It would have been cooler if it changed to the head and then did the attack so you can kind of like know what's coming. But he kind of just switches as he uses attack, so like that you can't really like plan for it. But he does switch to the correct head before using an attack, which is kind of a cool mechanic. At under 40% HP, Godot will counter every single attack by immediately switching to Goldface and using Cure 2. If Yuffie is below 20% HP, there's a chance that Godot will instead use Cure 2 on Yuffie. So I don't know if I ever knew that. I don't know if I've ever seen that in action, but if Yuffie is below 20% HP and Godot is under 40% HP and you attack him, there's a chance that he'll instead use Cure on Yuffie instead of himself, which is cool given that, you know, the mechanic of the fight. But it's way too dangerous to like try to do that. But it is a really cool detail. And I could imagine somebody having a really cool, you know, story about this fight where they were doing it and they were out of HP and out of NP and they did one final attack, and instead of Godot healing himself, he healed Yuffie, and then they ended up winning the fight and they thought maybe it was actually part of the story. So that's a really cool detail. Most people aren't going to see it, but that's a really cool detail. An easy way to win this fight is to poison him and not attack, because he'll never use Cure 2, because he'll never check his HP. You can also cast Reflect on him, and then all of the cures that he does put on himself will hit Yuffie instead. You can also drain his MP with Magic Hammer if you take the time to grab it. But he has 1,000 MP. But a lot of his spells cost a lot anyways, so he will actually run out of MP pretty quickly in the fight, even if you don't use Magic Hammer. And once he runs out of MP, all he can do is use Beast Sword. These are Under Lizards, which is interesting name. So Under Lizards are probably supposed to be called Underground Lizards, especially since they show up in the Temple of the Ancients. But for some reason they named them Under Lizard instead. They're memorable for having an even better version of Stone Stare called Petrified Frog, which he just used, which can slow numb and frog at the same time. You can steal remedies from them, though, so you can steal a remedy from them and use the remedy in the same fight to nullify. The Dual Horn. So the Dual Horn has a broken AI. At under half HP, it has a 1/4 chance to use an unnamed attack costing 65,335 MP. This attack was also in the Manipulate list in the Japanese version, but they removed it. But for some reason, they didn't remove it from his regular table. So I think we had an enemy before that you had to do something special to get him to use this attack. And there's going to be enemies later as well that you have to do special things to get them to use their attacks. But this guy, you don't even have to do anything special. You just get him under 1/4 HP. And he has a completely busted attack, which is hilarious. Also, it's hilarious how much damage Red 13 is doing. So there you go. That attack right there. He has not used any attack that costs MP. He also has no MP, but all of his skill power is used up. So yeah, probably the worst example of broken AI in the game. At least the other broken AI, either it's not as noticeable or you have to do something special to get it to happen. This guy just has a completely busted attack on his regular attack table. This is Tanadu. Tanadu has a move called Big Sound, which is a great name for a move that he will never use, but can be manipulated to use. You can steal bird wings from him, but there's little reason to do it because they also drop it 100% of the time. So the way that drops work in this game, if you steal an item, then you don't get the drop. So since he drops it 100% of the time, there's no reason to steal it because you're going to get it from the drop unless you want to use it on him during the fight. He's immune to both earth and water attacks, and he'll use Great Gale more often as his HP lowers. His original name would have been better translated to Tornade, Tornade, like the French word, and was supposed to be a reference to the French word meaning tornado. But in the Final Fantasy VII Remake, they decided to keep this version of the name. So once he was named Tornado, or Tonadu, they just left it that way for the remake. But it was probably supposed to be Tornade. And let's manipulate him so we can check out Big Sound. There it is. This guy is Kelsmelzer. Another fantastic name. They have a 1/4 chance to use Liquid Poison and a 3/4 chance to use Claw, but once one is killed, it swaps the chance for the other one, which is really cool. It seems that the literal translation of this name comes close to Gel Schmelz, which is really fun to say. Gel being the same in German, gel, and Schmelz being German for melt. So I think the idea was like melting gel, melting poisonous gel. So these are Slaps, another great name. This is a deceptively dangerous enemy. They have 3 attacks that all cause ailments. Berserk Needle causes Berserk, Bug Needle causes poison and sadness, and Paralyzer causes paralysis. Paralyzer Needle has a 1/8 chance to be used and is only used once per battle. In addition to using Berserk Needle 75% of the time, which it uses it even more after Paralyzer Needle, Slaps always shows up in groups of 3, 4, or even 5, And they even have a pincer attack as well. Fortunately, they only show up in this forest. But if you get the pincer attack with these guys, it is a very possible game over. Because they very quickly berserk your entire party. And I think what's even funnier about this fight, like instant, my whole party's berserked. What's even funnier about this is that you're forced to use Aerith in this part of the game. So you already know that one of your characters is really bad at physical attacks, regardless of what your other two characters are. So this is just a mean fight. This is just a mean trap fight that can either game over you or waste a bunch of your time on your way to the temple. Doorbull has a very funny attack similar to the Dual Horn, which is funny because their names are similar and they're both in a similar area. But this guy does not have a designated Berserk attack, but they forgot to give him immunity to Berserk. We give him Berserk. He will now try to use an attack that costs 65,000 MP, but he doesn't have 65,000 MP, so he's just going to stand there and say skill power is used up forever. So if you want a free fight, throw a War Gong at him. He also only has physical attacks. Give him small. He now is also completely useless, as all of his attacks will do 1 damage. So, 2 very easy ways to fight this fight. His name is supposed to be a pun of the words double and bull, but because he uses a different form of the word in Japanese, the localization incorrectly translated double as door. So it's supposed to be double bull, but they mistranslated it to door bull because door and double are similar. But it's supposed to be a bull on top of a bull, which is not really a bull, it's like a cat, but whatever. So this is 8-Eye. You want to talk about beginner's traps? This is the ultimate beginner's trap. So first of all, his name does not have a dash or a capital letter in his name. I don't know why. I just thought that was funny. I always thought it was 8-I or like 8 capital E, but it's like 8 and then just the word I in all lowercase. This guy is insane for some reason. I don't know why, but for some strange reason, it's not the enemy stats, it's like the attack itself is just way overtuned. If I let it do a single attack, look how much damage this does. I don't know why. I don't know why it's like this. I don't know why this one battle is just insane. But for some reason, and they just spam this attack. So, this battle is actually super rare. These guys only show up in this one fight, and then also in the battle arena. But a lot of people still know about this fight because almost everybody checks every section of the clock to see what they can get. Even on their first casual playthrough, most people will check every room, so most people have seen this. And B, the battle arena fight is pretty common because it's in the final, like once you get the high wind and you're trying to get Omni Slash and everything, that's where they show up. So most people have seen this fight, even though technically it's really rare. The absorb attack they do, it looks like a drain attack, but it does not drain HP or MP. It just does an insane amount of damage for some reason, but it doesn't actually drain, even though it has the animation of draining, which I always found really strange. One really interesting thing about this fight that I'm sure you've seen me do in the past. They get insta-killed by poison. Not only insta-killed, but they get the death effect from poison. The way it works is they have a unique ailment effect that just causes death when they roll for poison. So it's just, if they get hit by that ailment, even if it's like, I think it has to be the ailment itself. I don't think it's the element. But either way, yeah, it tries to roll for poison, it just kills them and even gives them the death effect. And the only other thing about this fight is they are one of only 2 sources in the game for magic sources. If you morph them, you get magic sources. And they're the only duplicatable magic source in the game, but you have to do it in the battle arena because, well, actually, you could do it in this fight once, but good luck. But yeah, other than this one fight, the only time you can do it multiple times is in the battle arena. And the other source of magic sources you can't duplicate because there's only one. I'm really excited about this one. I'm very curious to hear if anybody knew about this. Even the dedicated Final Fantasy VII lore nerds. Because I definitely never knew about this, and it blew my mind when I saw it. So this is the Toxic Frog and Gymnesme fight. Let's talk about Gymnesme first. So, first of all, the Japanese version of Gymnesme's name is closer to the word Gemini, so it's probably supposed to be Gemini, but they just made up this name instead. So here's how her AI works. First of all, she will only use Fascination on male targets, and will use Cold Snap on female targets, or targets that are turned into frogs. So already that's kind of cool. She only does Fascination on male targets. She's the only one that does that. The later girl enemies, as you'll see, they just attack anyone. But this one in particular will only try to confuse male party members. And the way that they do it in the code is they just list all the male party members. And if I remember correctly, Kate Sith is on that list, if I remember correctly. So here's the part that blew my mind. If we wait for somebody to be turned into a frog... Okay, frogs just troll me like that. I see how it is. Okay, so Red 13 is currently a frog. I'm going to attack Gymnesme with Red 13. Watch what happens. She counters with Toad and heals Red 13's frog. And this will always happen if you attack her with a frog. Anyone that's a frog, if you attack her with the frog, she will then heal the frog. But wait, it gets even better. Check this out. I would be shocked if anybody has ever seen this. Unless you've specifically looked into her AI to make a mod or something. If you attack her with a character who is poisoned, she will cast Poisona and fix the poison. Which is crazy in many different ways. So first of all, the frogs in this fight are called toxic frogs, but they don't actually have a way to cause poison. So I think at some point, the toxic frogs were supposed to be able to poison you, and they were supposed to be able to frog you. And then if you attack her with a frogged or poisoned character, she heals that thing. But they took away the poison from the toxic frog. So now it's nearly impossible to ever see her do that unless you poison yourself. So that's why no one's probably ever seen that. Second of all, it throws into question like what this fight even was supposed to be. So I wonder if this was supposed to be something where like Gymnesme is actually a damsel in distress, like the frogs have captured her, and the idea is she's trying to like help you in the fight while you're fighting the frogs, but then they couldn't really code it right, so they just left some of that in there as like a little Easter egg, but she's really just fighting you normally and attacking you with Cold Snap and Fascination. But maybe somewhere ancient in the planning for this fight, she was actually supposed to be like a good guy. And she was helping you in the fight and healing you and getting rid of the ailments that the frogs were causing you. So that's really, really neat. I never even knew about the Toad thing, but the Toad thing is actually pretty useful. If you do this fight normally and you get turned into a Toad, you can attack her and she'll heal it for you. The poison thing is just completely out there. You would never know about that unless you were already poisoned. The concept art for this enemy is the only concept art I will not be showing you because it is very risque. Basically, she's just like naked with her hair covering her parts. So at some point, they decided to add clothes. It is probably similar to, you know, the change they did with Cloud and Tifa as well, with them not going all the way in their scene. So it was probably like we got to tone stuff down in the game so that it can stay with a T rating. So it might have been part of that whole thing. But the original concept art for this enemy did not have clothes. And probably all the other versions of this enemy were also not supposed to have clothes. One more funny thing about this enemy. Poison also auto-kills her. So I feel like there was some kind of gimmick with poison in the Temple of the Ancients that was just never fully fleshed out. But, I mean, you have the toxic frogs that don't even give you poison. You have the 8 eyes, which get auto-killed by poison. You have her, who gets auto-killed by poison. You have the red dragon, whose, you know, poison is just really strong against. So it seems like there was supposed to be some kind of thing with poison because there's way too many poison-y things going on. Let's talk about the toxic frog real quick. So, again, despite their name being toxic frog, they cannot poison, but they do absorb poison element. In an even weirder twist, they also have Poisona in their moveset, and you can manipulate them to use it. So not only does Jesmine have Poisona, and you can make her use it, you can have the toxic frogs also use Poisona, which is extra weird because they can't even cause poison. So why would you want to manipulate them to use their Poisona? It's completely useless. Although they can show up with Kelsmelzer, so I guess if you're fighting Kelsmelzer, you could manipulate them and heal your poison. And other than that quirk, they're basically the same as the Touch Me enemy, except they have better stats. They have a better chance to counter with Frog Song when you attack them, and they have a weakness to ice. This fight is another beginner's trap type deal. Because this is a pincer, these guys do super crazy damage. As you can see, they already killed Cloud before I even got a turn. So these guys do crazy damage because of the pincer attack, and they're also pretty strong enemies in general. So it's very easy to game over here. I kind of like this being this way, though, because it is like a trap. You fall down because you screwed up the clock puzzle, so you get punished. So I do kind of like that this fight is overtuned. Way better than the 8 Eyes fight. Although the 8 Eyes is also like a trap because you open up the chest, and it's like a battle in the chest, so it kind of makes sense. But this one makes more sense. Southern Cross deals physical damage, and the only other attack they have other than Southern Cross is their physical attack. So if you mini them, it actually completely trivializes the fight, just like the Door Bowl. You can mini them, and then just everything they do is 1 damage. The better way to cheese this fight, though, is with laser. Because for some strange reason, these guys are not only susceptible to Demi, but they're weak against Demi. So a move that normally does 1/2 damage actually just does all of their health. Which is extra strange because they're flying. And a lot of flying enemies are immune to gravity. So, strange. But yes, not only are they susceptible to it, they're actually weak against it. So it does double damage. And because laser does 1/2 an opponent's HP, double that means it does all of their HP. So it's just an auto kill. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and read this text here. Well, not this text. But pay attention to this this dialogue here. Cloud says, ha ha ha, black materia. And then call meteor. And then Aerith says, get a hold of yourself. I'm Cloud, how should I... I remember my way. And then is something wrong? Don't worry about it. It's nothing. Red 13 does the meme. Sephiroth got away. Don't worry about it. I understood what he was saying. So this must be Meteor. Something's going to fall down. It's supposed to be just what Sephiroth was saying. The ultimate destructive magic. It finds small drifting planets with its magic. And then collides with them. Sephiroth. And then he says, ha ha ha, it is not me. So there is a real chance that originally the red dragon was actually supposed to turn into the Bahamut materia after this fight. So normally we do this fight and then the Bahamut materia is just kind of sitting there on the ground. Originally, there's a very good chance that the plan was that you would kill Red Dragon and then he would transform into the materia after the fight. And if you look at this here, this is from the livestream.net. This is removed dialogue from what we just read. It was supposed to be there instead of him just saying the "it's not me" part. Instead, he was going to say, during the time when the ancients prospered, there exist beings that were brought up bathed in the light of abundant Mako. They were pure creatures of natural shape. Several types remain even now. Some of these things being sealed, these beings sealed their life energy within materia, altering their lives forever. And then Aerith responds with the summon materia, and then Sephiroth says, correct, such a clever girl. The creatures who protect this temple here have lived long, relics from the age of the ancients. They belong to this planet even more than you do. And then the dragon would yell, and then he would say, keep that in mind. And then you would fight the red dragon. So I made a theory video a long time ago about how the summons are potentially ancients. And this kind of goes along with that. I don't know if that was still their desire and they just removed this dialogue, but it's still a thing, or if they removed this dialogue because they decided to can the idea. But either way, originally it seems like all of the summon materia were going to be ancients, and Sephiroth was going to explain to you right before fighting the red dragon that some of the ancients became summons. And then you were going to fight the red dragon, and then once you beat the red dragon, it was going to transform into the Bahamut materia. So basically the red dragon is supposed to be an ancient who got turned into a dragon, who then turns into the summon materia Bahamut. So there's going to be a lot more lore implication for this fight. Instead, now it's just a red dragon you fight, and then you get Bahamut. But originally there was going to be a lot more to it. And it was going to fit into the theory that all of the summons are basically ancient warriors. As for the fight itself, all of Red Dragon's attacks only target one party member. So the best way to beat him is to just poison him and then heal whoever gets hit and just sit and defend. Otherwise, it can actually be a bit of a difficult fight, especially because his bite does a lot of damage and he could potentially crit. Yeah, it's unknown if they removed it because they thought there was too much dialogue here, or they removed it because they didn't like the idea of the summons being ancients, or if they removed it because they had more ideas for the summons being ancients, but then they just ran out of time, so they just removed that so that it wasn't just random. We'll never know. But we do know that at some point, this was basically going to be Bahamut. You were going to fight Bahamut and then get him. Also, we don't know if maybe that fight that happened was going to be Bahamut and not this guy. And then perhaps they ran out of time. And so they did... Jerk. Perhaps they ran out of time, so they just did a red dragon fight instead. But originally it could have been actual Bahamut you were fighting here. Similar like Final Fantasy VIII. You might be wondering... why haven't you started the game yet? Where's the game? Usually you start the game. Well, I have a bit of a fun surprise for you. Game's already going. As you can see, we're fighting Trick Play here. I figured because we're going to be fighting Trick Play at some point today, I should do a little trivia to start off. So hopefully this works and the game doesn't just crash. It might crash. I have no idea what's about to happen. But here's just a regular fight with trick play. We got a pretty strong party here, so it should be easy to just whack him and kill him here. Yeah, sorry for the flashbang. Except Barrett sucks. He's got his ultimate weapon, but he has no materia, so it did no damage. All right, there we go. We beat him. All right. Looking good, looking good. Holy crap. That's a lot of gil. So, I figured I'd show this off at the start because it would take too long during the run. But I actually had this playing all night long at ×5 speed. So this has been running for like 40-ish, the equivalent of like 40 hours. So we made, what, 2 mil? 2.5 mil gil? So Trick Play has a infinite gil farm. Every time he uses his gold rush attack, or whatever it's called, the gold mountain attack, you make 800 extra gil that fight. And it's infinite. So it will stack forever. So if you have a party that can survive in the fight forever, then you could just leave your game on and get infinite gil. And surprisingly, it's pretty easy to get a party that can survive forever. Usually it's pretty hard. Like, any fight that you take damage in, you're going to eventually die. You're going to eventually run out of MP, or like even if you have like last attack revive or something, you're eventually going to run out of MP. If you put on regen, it's going to eventually wear off. There's really not a lot you can do to just leave the game for hours without eventually having to come back and heal. But funnily enough, the one enemy in the game that has an attack that makes you get more gil at the end, he also has an attack that heals you. He has a, I think 1 in 8 chance. No, I didn't write it down. It's like 1 in 8 chance or something to use an attack that heals you. And then he has a fire attack, an earth attack, and a water attack. So if you can just absorb those elements, plus he has an attack that randomly heals you, the only attack that's going to deal any damage to you is his rock throw attack, and it's never going to be enough to kill you when all of his other attacks are healing you. So you can just absorb the elements, or even if you don't absorb the elements, just be tanky enough for him to eventually heal you to full. You can just leave the game on and get infinite gil. And I actually wondered how high it would go. This was like 40 hours worth, so this might actually have capped at some point, because it could have been even crazier than this, I think. Demon's Gate. So the regular name for this enemy in the series is Demon Wall. The translation is closer to Demon's Gate with like an apostrophe S. And Rebirth names the enemy Demon Gate, but for some reason the actual name in Final Fantasy VII is Demon's Gate with no apostrophe. So so there's like 4 different names to this thing. In the past, it's been Demon Wall. In the translation, it's Demon's Gate with an apostrophe. In Rebirth, it's Demon Gate. But in the original, it's Demon's Gate with no apostrophe. So not only is this the worst possible one, but also, like, can we just come up with a name? Can we just stick to a name? I do like that this one's a little, like, it's Demon's Gate instead of Demon Wall. Like, I do like that they changed it a bit for this one to make him, like, special. But, like, put the apostrophe in there or something. What the heck? Demon's Gate is another huge issue in speedruns and challenge runs due to his lack of cheese strats available, his big damage, and his massive magic defense. Demon Wall has so much magic defense that I'm completely convinced that this boss is actually supposed to be a hidden tutorial to teach the player that the Bahamut materia ignores magic defense. So you get Bahamut just before this fight, and I've talked a lot about how the game likes to give you stuff right before fights that are good for the fight. That was the whole inspiration for Scavenger Mod. And this is another great example where they give you Bahamut, who ignores magic defense, which is a total missable mechanic that the game never tells you in any way. But he does ignore magic defense. And then they throw this enemy at you, who has insane magic defense, right after you get the Bahamut material. So I'm convinced that this dude is really supposed to be a tutorial to teach you, like, hey, the Dargon ignores magic defense. And Bahamut is the best way to fight this guy, but unfortunately you only get one cast. Demon's Gate is the first big boss post-Midgard to not be easily defeated with poison, as he's immune. But funnily enough, he's only immune to the damage, not the ailment. So you can still poison him with added effect poison, but he'll just take 0 damage after each tick. He can rarely use Petrify Eye to slow numb a character, and he won't target characters with slow numb with any move. So if you actually slow numb your whole party, he won't attack you. The best way to deal with Demon Wall is to deal at least 2,500 damage as quickly as possible, which forces him to move forward and ready his Demon Rush attack. Demon Rush does a lot of damage to everybody, but also takes a turn to move forward and move backwards, giving you time to heal and prepare for the attack. Then you can deal another 2,500 to force Demon Rush again before he uses one of his more problematic moves. So that's how we deal with him in pretty much every challenge run. Whenever you see me like trying to do a Princess Guard strat or in something like absolute lowest level, the goal is to just deal as much damage as possible to force him to keep using Demon Rush over and over so you never have to see any of his other attacks. You can also cast Slow on him to make those extra movement turns take even longer. Also, another Death Ruins Final Fantasy VII moment. Demon Gate pops out of the door in the cutscene, but in the fight, the door is on the wall to the side of the room. So if I were to like summon Bahamut here, you can clearly see that the door is like on the side of the room, even though he's supposed to be the door. There it is. You saw it. Literally unplayable video game. But there's 2 enemies to fight here. One of them is Trick Play, of course. So we already talked about Trick Play's Gill mechanic. The original Japanese name was closer to Trick Prey. So they changed it to Trick Play, which I think is a better name. He has a very unique attack called Gold Mountain, which increases the amount of gil they drop by 800, as we talked about before. It also has L4 Suicide, just like Mu, but has a massive 1% more chance to use it. So if you didn't learn L4 Suicide from Mu, you can learn it from Trick Play, and he will use it 1% more of the time. So, gaming. He works similar to Mu, and then he has a ton of attacks that are all just random chance to be used, including the same Hot Springs attack, which heals a party member. And then, of course, like I said, you can make infinite gil off of him. So this is the Black Gyarados, a very infamous enemy. And I always forget that he shows up here. I always fight him once you get to the snow area. There's that little, like, grass. I always call it the leg. It looks like a little leg coming off the side of the grass area, or the snow area. That I always go there and fight this guy. But he actually can show up right in front of Bone Village. The original Japanese name of this enemy is Burakyoryodosu. 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 This is probably supposed to translate into Brachiosaurus, as in the dinosaur. The Final Fantasy IV Advance, in Final Fantasy IV Advance, there was an enemy with this Japanese name, and the translators turned it into Brachiorydos. Brachioryaidos. And that looked like this. This is this guy. So they like combined Brachiosaurus and then this Rados part of the name to make Brachiorydos. So that's this guy. Then in Final Fantasy VI, they have another enemy with that name, with the Japanese name, And the translators changed it this time to Brachiosaur, who looks like this. You probably remember this guy. Then there was another one in Final Fantasy X, and this time they changed the name completely to Thuban, which is this guy from the battle arena, who's pretty infamous because he's really tough. In Final Fantasy VII, they decided to yet another different name, Vlakoridos. So basically, long story short, in 4 different games, in the Japanese version, the name was simply Burakiridosu. That name. For all these enemies, it was always that name. But in English, they translated it 4 different ways. They translated it to Brachioradios, Brachiosaur, Thuban, and then Vlakoridos. So, I don't know. They couldn't make up their mind as to how to translate this name. To be fair to the translators, only the Final Fantasy VI version actually looks like a long-necked dinosaur. So the rest of them, they kind of came up with dragon-sounding names. But yeah, it would have made more sense if they just stuck with one name. Because in the Japanese version, they all have the same name. Now this enemy, the Vlakoridos here, he is infamous for 2 reasons. One of them being that you can steal a carob nut for him, which you need for the blue-green black chocobos. And the second reason he's infamous is because he has 33,333 HP, which in the battle arena gets doubled, so it's 66,666 HP. Even though it's fought early into Disc 2, it has the second most HP in the game, just behind the Master Tonberry. So Master Tonberry has the most HP in the game. This guy has the second most HP in the game, and you fight him this early, and you're not even into. In fact, in my trivia here, I said early into Disc 2. We're not even at Disc 2 yet. You can fight him in Disc 1 if you fight him here. And if you fight him in the battle arena, he has even more HP than the Master Tonberry. I think Master Tonberry has 55,555. So yeah, if you fight him in the battle arena, he has the most HP for a regular enemy in the game. And I don't know why. Like, he doesn't look like an enemy that should have that much HP, but he does. Even though it has resistance to gravity, Demi and Laser are still strong just because of how insane his HP is. And Poison also ticks for 1,000 damage every tick. He will use Violent Advance more as his HP goes down, which is unlike a lot of other enemies in the game, which have too small of HP pools for this to matter. It actually matters in this fight because he has so much HP. So one of the only lower HP value AIs to actually make a big difference. Once he gets down to like 10k HP, he starts really spamming it. Another great name, the Mall Dancer. Classic Final Fantasy VII enemy name. So the Mall Dancer, their name was most likely supposed to be Mall Dancer, as in M-A-U-L space dancer. But somehow the translator was like, obviously this guy's dancing at a mall, so let's call him a Mall Dancer. Dance has the same name as an attack from the Garuda, but instead of draining MP, this one inflicts slow and darkness. So for some reason, they gave both attacks the name Dance, probably because this guy has Dancer in the name. But they do completely different things. And then we also have a fan favorite, the Bound Fat. Has a surprisingly smart AI targeting the party member with the lowest HP for Body Blow, the party member with the lowest magic defense for Ice 2, and the party member with the lowest physical defense for Dark Needle. So if he uses Body Blow, he targets lowest HP. If he uses his magic move, Ice 2, he targets the party member with the lowest magic defense. And if he uses his physical attack, Dark Needle, then he targets the lowest physical defense. So pretty in-depth, cool AI for a random enemy like this. Will always use Death Sentence as its final attack on its killer if it is defeated with a magic attack or a summon, but doesn't include enemy skills. So you can put a summon and enemy skill on somebody to learn Death Sentence easily. So if you haven't learned Death Sentence yet, which I think we have on both, I'm not sure. I don't have it on this one, so I could just use Leviathan here. And we should get a free death sentence, unless it doesn't kill him. There you go. So, all 3 of them will use it on him. Another big fan favorite, the Hungry. So Hungry has an awesome gimmick. He uses mini on enemies and then eats them. So I don't know if you've ever actually fought this guy long enough to see his gimmick, because he's pretty easy to just kill. But his whole gimmick is that he'll use mini on you, and then because you're big enough, you're small enough to get eaten, he'll then eat you. There you go. And the animation looks so good because, you're tiny, so you actually fit in his mouth. He has more of a chance to eat depending on missing HP, but will not use eat on the final party member. So once it's down to 1 party member, he won't eat the final party member. He also has some concept art, which is pretty awesome. And I like how the name has a question mark. Like, do we call this thing Hungry? Then they ended up calling him Hungry. He looks like something out of like Tim Burton. He looks like something you would expect in either Nightmare Before Christmas or the Kingdom Hearts version of Nightmare Before Christmas. So Genova Life is a pretty flawed fight, although maybe on purpose to counteract how strong Aqualung is. So this is actually pretty interesting from what we were talking about. All of Genova's attacks cost MP and are water elemental, so if she runs out of MP or you equip a water ring, you win the fight. She will counter any magical attack with Reflect, which she just did. She has a greater chance to use Aqualung as her HP goes down. So not only is this fight flawed because all of her attacks are water, but this is also one of the only boss fights in the game where you can just sit around until she runs out of MP and then she does literally nothing. There's plenty of bosses that run out of MP, but the only other one I can think of that literally does nothing when he runs out of MP is Carry Armor after you kill his arms. If you kill his arms and let him run out of MP, then he just stands there, but yeah. Cool enemy here, one that I was pretty excited to talk about. This is Acrophes. So Acrophes takes 800% back attack damage instead of the normal 200%. If you get a preemptive on this guy, you will almost certainly one-shot him or close to one-shot him with your first attack. The reason for this is because he has a huge tidal wave attack that when he uses it, it'll heal him, and they wanted the heal to be substantial without the damage to the party being substantial. If they had made the attack super strong to heal Acrophes like 2,000, then it would also have to deal 2,000 to the party. So they made him take extra back attack damage so that he could heal more than the party gets hurt. It's very similar to Apps. Apps has the same exact attack where he does the sewer tidal wave and it hits him but also hits the party, but they wanted the damage to be different, so they made him take more back attack damage, which, like we talked about during Apps, that's why in the speed run we do a very specific step count all the way to Apps so that we can do extra damage with limits to Apps by getting the preemptive. He is most notable for having a water ring steal, and we actually took big advantage of that during the absolute lowest level challenge because it was the only way we can make money. So we actually fought this guy a lot during that challenge, but he has a water ring steal, which is huge because you can sell it for a lot of money if you just grind this guy and steal a bunch of them. They're pretty hard to steal at the beginning of the game, though. Like right now, the percentage is going to be quite low. As you get higher level, it's easier, but if you try to do it right now, it's pretty bad. And during the absolute lowest level challenge, it was even worse because we were so under-leveled. Now, he does have an extremely rare attack, one of the rarest attacks in the game. There it is. So this is Isogin Smog. And it's got a really cool animation because it like zooms in on each of his parts. It zooms in on like a snake head and his crab head and his like crab body over there. And it doesn't even like show the party at all. But that is Isogen Smog. It's an attack that hits the entire party and causes darkness. But unfortunately, in order to use it, you have to already be in darkness, which he does not give you except with Isogen Smog. So obviously it was a coding error, and you can actually see here in the code, if at least one opponent doesn't have darkness, then choose random enemy, use Big Red Clipper, else use Isogen Smog. So you can obviously see this was supposed to be does have darkness, then use Big Red Clipper. And if no one has darkness, then use the Smog. So they accidentally used the wrong thing here. And because of that, he never uses it unless you give yourself darkness, which no one's ever going to do. So it's a super duper rare attack that you'll only see if you know to give yourself darkness. It seems his name was supposed to be Acrophis instead of Acrophes, which would be a combination of Acropora and Ophis. Acropora is a type of coral, and Ophis is Greek for serpent. So there you go, if you ever wondered what Acrophes means. Combination of Acropora and Ophis, meaning coral crab, which if you look at them, yeah, coral crab. Welcome to one of the most busted dumb enemies in the game, Grimguard. So I always hated fighting this guy casually because I did not understand how he works, and I never wanted to figure out how he works. So I usually just run away from him because he's just an annoying enemy. Turns out it's not my fault. This enemy is just dumb and bugged and stupid. So if he's in defense mode, he will guard defense attacks and use Grimrod. If he's in magic defense mode, he defends against magic and uses Ice 2 and Bolt 2, which is a really cool gimmick. And the idea is they can start in any form, and then they flip their shield. So you're supposed to look at the shield. You see like the emblem on the shield. You're supposed to look at the shield and be like, okay, this guy, you know, they all have their eye down right now, so they must all be in the same form. And then you maybe do a physical attack, and then maybe he guards it, and then you're like, okay, so the eyeball down means that he's in defense mode. So now I know, eyeball down, use magic, eyeball up, use attack. That's a cool gimmick and a fun way to do this fight. Unfortunately, none of that works because not only can they start in any of the two forms, but the animations don't accurately show you which form that they're in. He can, when they use flip shield, the shield doesn't always flip correctly. And then they can start in any form. So the better way to do it is just to wait for them to use an attack. Like they're all using magic, so we know we can use physical attack. But see, when he spun his shield, the shield didn't actually spin. So we don't actually know what form they're in. You just have to pay attention. He just flipped his shield and he was already in magic form, so now he's going to be in physical form. So now I can use magic on him. That one used Grimrod, meaning I need to use magic on him as well. So the best way to do it is to just pay attention to what they're doing and react. But yeah, unfortunately, this enemy was supposed to be a lot cooler, and you were supposed to be able to use the actual physical model to determine what attack to use, but it just never meant to be. And also, this really shocked me as well. They have concept art, which I did not expect because this is kind of just a random enemy that only shows up here that most people don't even know exists. But it does kind of make sense because they have a very unique look. But yeah, you can even see Tetsuya had the idea from the beginning to have the shield flip, and the emblem on the shield was pretty much perfectly copied from the concept art. I like their eyes too, and their little necklace and their little mace. Pretty awesome enemy. It just sucks that it doesn't actually really work right. And here's our first enemy, the Bandersnatch. So the Bandersnatch is, believe it or not, a reference to the famous Jabberwocky poem from Through the Looking Glass and What Alice Found There. I know, shocking. You would never believe it, but it's true. And also, one thing that I don't think I ever noticed about this enemy, even though it's actually very common, But for some reason, I just never noticed it. If I speed up the game here and let them attack, I should actually kill one because we're getting back attack damage. I think it's just, I always kill this enemy really fast, but there you go. Did you know that the Bandersnatch's bite can confuse you? I don't think I ever knew that. Like, I don't think I ever really fought this enemy enough. But his bite can confuse. And it's a pretty high chance. It's like a 50% chance to confuse. I also usually have at least one ribbon at this point. So yeah, I just never really noticed that. And it's weird for a random bite attack to confuse. Like, why does a random wolf bite confuse? But it does. This is the leg I was talking about. That right there. That's where I always fight Vlakrados. You can fight them there or here, but I always fight them on that little boot. All right. And our last enemy here, the jumping. So, if a fight has only jumpings and a chocobo, then the chocobo is a wonderful chocobo. So, the jumping is the best indicator to determine whether or not you're getting a wonderful chocobo. And he also has a weaker version of the Cactuar ability to dodge all physical attacks, setting its defense percent to 255 at the start of a turn, 1/4 of the time. And usually, this is the first enemy in the game where you find out that limit breaks can miss. Because, just like with the Cactuar, because it's a flat chance to just set their defense to that amount at the start of a turn, and not based on whatever attack you're doing, limit breaks can miss. So 1/4 of the time, your limit break will miss against this enemy. Okay, so, Frozen Nail has two strange names. The name itself, Frozen Nail, and then also his attack, called Continue Claw. Nail doesn't relate to anything this enemy does, so I don't know why he's Frozen Nail. And Continue Claw also makes no sense because it has a 75% chance to happen, with the other 25% being Flying Sickle, and it just attacks once. Like, it's not like he uses it and then uses it again on his next turn or something. Like, it's just a regular attack. Now, another interesting thing, there's 3 enemies in the game that use the attack Flying Sickle. This guy, the Flat Beat that we fought earlier, and the Soldier Third. So, weird, funny lore implication, maybe the soldiers actually learned Flying Sickle from either the Frozen Nail or the Flat Beat. Maybe that's like an enemy skill for them, and they learned it from these enemies. You. All right, this is Snow. Snow is a pretty unique enemy in that she has a boss encounter and a regular encounter. First of all, I always thought that the whole touch the hot springs thing and then she attacks you was a really weird stretch. Like, I never really understood this whole mechanic of you touch a hot spring and then you go touch her and she's like in a cave and then gets upset that you touched her after touching a hot spring. Like, what even is this mechanic, right? Well, believe it or not, it actually comes from Japanese folklore. I'm surprised I never knew this. Because, like, I figured I would have looked it up by now, but I just always thought it was some kind of weird, we want to have this optional boss, but we need you to go to a specific spot in the Great Glacier, so we're just going to have this, like, hot spring thing. But turns out it is actually from Japanese folklore. So, the Yuki Anna, who looks like this, is a spirit woman, often called Snow Girl, Snow Daughter, Snow Princess, etc. And there are multiple renditions that either melt or disappear when given hot water. So that's kind of like the lore. She's like this ghost woman, and in some of the stories, she's given hot water and then she melts. So, and then she's actually literally called Snow Girl, Snow Daughter, or Snow Princess in the stories. So that's why her name is Snow. I always thought it was just some weird thing they came up with for the sake of the Great Glacier, and I always thought the name was just like a stupid random name they came up with, like just call her Snow because she's in the snow area. But turns out it actually makes complete sense that her name is Snow, and it makes complete sense that you touch a hot spring and then she attacks you. So that kind of blew my mind. Like I said, she has a regular encounter and a boss encounter, but the boss encounter has the same exact stats as the regular encounter. Because there are random encounters in the room with the boss encounter, you can potentially get a back attack on this boss encounter, which is extra funny because you talk to her and she goes, "How dare you talk to me, die," and then suddenly it's a back attack, which makes no sense. She uses Fascination on any character regardless of gender, unlike Gemnesme, who uses it only on male characters. She uses Ice 2 as a counter to physical attacks, and she does it more as she loses health. And she uses Fascination as a magic counter as long as the attacker doesn't already have Confusion. The field model for Snow looks nothing like the enemy model, and the field model is just a reused Icicle Inn woman model that is tinted. So if you remember this character from the Icicle Inn, the one that's in the room that you get the snowboard, basically the mom of the kid that gives you the snowboard, Snow is just this model, but tinted. So now you know. When you go get the snowboard, Snow's watching you the whole time. Also, she has the extremely rare and incredibly powerful Circlet for a steal, and you can get as many as you want from the random encounters. I almost feel like it was a mistake to make her a random encounter because she's a boss here, but she's also a random encounter, and the boss is no different from the random encounter, and she has a really rare steal. So it would have made a lot more sense if it was just this fight and she didn't have a random encounter and then you just got one Circlet. But because she's also a random encounter, you can get 3 Circlets here, which are incredibly strong for this part of the game, especially because you get Magic Plus right before this and Comet right before this. Losing to the Snow boss fight doesn't cause a game over. You wake up at Halsof's house instead. So I don't know if you've ever game over to this fight because it's pretty easy. But if you do, if you let her confuse you too many times and you have really strong characters and they kill your party, you actually don't game over. You just wake up as if you ran out of steps in the Great Glacier, which I often forget about. I think I lost to this fight in a mod and woke up at Halsof's house and I was like, oh dang, I completely forgot that was a thing. Also, her counters can be pretty strong. Like, because she counters every, like, for example, there, I attacked her with a physical attack, so she countered with Ice 2, and then because that was a counter, she still took her regular turn, so she hit me with a breath attack, so she can put together some scary combos if you're not careful. You can also just Comet her face and she dies. Ice Golem has the movement abilities and Megaton Punch that regular Golem has, but never uses them. It seems at some point in development they decided to just give the Ice Golem a ton of HP and magic defense instead, although I don't know why they made them so small and why they're robots in Great Glacier. They're just here. And L4 Suicide works on them, so that's a great way to just kill them quickly. But yeah, they kind of, like, they don't do anything that the other Golem enemies do. You know, all the other Golem enemies have that cool movement mechanic, and they have different attacks based on what row they're in, and they have, like, the big punch attack. These guys just kind of have regular attacks, and they just kind of sit there, and they just have a lot of HP and a lot of magic defense. You're supposed to hit them with physical attacks. They don't really have any, like, gimmick. And I also don't know why there's robots in the glacier. None of the other enemies are robots. They do have this attack that is the same animation as Tail Laser. So that's kind of interesting, I guess. So they have the same coat of arms, but the colors are different, which makes sense because a lot of the enemies are palette changes. But yeah, same exact one. They also have some dead pixels, so continuing to ruin Final Fantasy VII one fact at a time. All right, Shred. He uses Crazy Claw 1/3 of the time, which can cause Berserk. Can also Cure 3 once per battle when his HP is less than 25% as a counter. And after this counter, he uses Crazy Claw more frequently, 50% of the time. He's also weak to fire, so beta works well. This is Lesaloploth. His name should have been translated to Lesser Ropros, but was instead turned into one word. Ropros is a robot pterodactyl from the Babel 2 manga, and actually makes an appearance as an enemy in Final Fantasy XIV as well. So Final Fantasy XIV, they made a very deep cut reference to Ropros, and here they were meaning to reference Ropros, but the translation kind of screwed it up. Strangely, there is also a line of creatures in Final Fantasy called Lesser Lopros, as in Lopros, and it's always lesser. There's never a main Lopros. This creature may also be a reference to that line, as there was one in Final Fantasy V and Final Fantasy VI. So Final Fantasy V and Final Fantasy VI all had lesser Loproses, so maybe this was supposed to be the next lesser Lopros. This guy's AI ensures that it'll never use the same attack twice, but due to a bug, this causes him to never use his Snowstorm attack, which would have been his only magical attack, and contrary to its name, was a single target attack. So they tried too hard to make this guy never repeat attacks, and accidentally locked him out of his best attack. Which is just classic Final Fantasy VII. So this is Magnade. Magnade was probably a combination of Magna, like the word Magnus, and Guard, but that would have made his name Magnard, which sounds awful. So it makes sense that they changed it to Magnade instead. I never understood this enemy and usually just run away from it. It like has two shields, but it's not like the other shield guy who flips them or goes into different phases. He just kind of blocks everything, and I never really took the time to understand how he works, so I usually just run away from him. But this is how he actually works. He has two shields, but he doesn't work like the Grim Guard. Instead, both shields are basically just one physical shield. However, it's confusing because the shields don't give him defense, they give him defense %, meaning he just evades almost all attacks, which is not what you would expect from a shield. You would expect the shield to lower the damage or make the damage 0, but it actually just makes him dodge. So he'll even dodge 255% weapons most of the time, but they can be used to eventually hit him. In order to break the shield, you have to attack 20 to 24 times, which is very confusing because it looks like you're just missing. So you're like, it doesn't look like you're breaking the shield. It looks like you're just missing. So this fight's really missing a like animation of maybe bonking off the shield or something. There should have been some kind of, you hit and it does 0 damage, and then maybe a message is displayed that says you damaged the shield or something to give you an idea of what's going on. Because casually you're going to have no idea that when you miss like this, you're actually damaging the shield. And there's no animation or anything to really tell you that's what's happening. But you are actually damaging the shield when you miss. And you have to attack so many times that no one casually is ever going to figure out that this works. But if you just sit here and attack 20 times, I accidentally used a limit, so this is going to hit, I think. I don't think this guy can dodge, because it's not like it's not like jumping and stuff. So, let's fight another one. There it is. So there you go. We broke his shield. The other thing about him that is somewhat interesting, if you don't want to deal with the nonsense, he's pretty weak to magic. So unlike the Grim Guard, you can just use magic on him and he dies. Also, fire. He's weak against fire, so just use like Fire 2 and you kill him. Or even funnier, this guy is just like the ancient dragon in the temple. He's actually weak to Demi. So if you use Laser, which normally does 1/2 an enemy's HP, it does 2/2 of his HP. So he just dies. All right, this is Evil Head. Evil Head has a 1/4 chance to dodge all physical attacks until their next turn, so similar to jumping. So I believe limits could also miss these guys. And they can also be super easily morphed into the rare item Holy Torch if you use L4 Suicide, which I don't have on this one. So you go like that, and then you go like this, and you get a free Holy Torch. Holy Torch is a Dispel, I believe. Yep. Which isn't super useful because not many enemies use anything on themselves, but it's useful against, say, for Sephiroth to get rid of his wall. All right, now we got Head Bomber, who, once again, the kanji on their chest translates to anger. It's the same kanji as the other one. Not only does this guy cause fury, but when he's the last enemy alone, it will double its dexterity and only use Extreme Bomber. So he has an even crazier, like, anger gimmick than the previous guy. And then the Zoloculter, another great name. This one, we have to pull out our Brady guide once again for a very unimportant fun fact. Can't see because my screen's in a weird spot. They forgot the second O. So instead of Zoloculter, it's Zolculter. What else? Oh, we actually have a lot on this guy. Holy cow. Okay, so the Zoloculter has a completely broken AI. I know. Shocked faces in the chat. The way it's supposed to work is first they're supposed to look for a party member that is poisoned. Then if they don't find one, they cast Toxic Barf. And if they do find one, they just attack the poisoned party member. So they would just poison one target, and then they just start attacking that poisoned target for the rest of the fight. But first off, they check for something the check for something that is poisoned was accidentally set to any battle object, not just party members. And secondly, they have a counterattack where they use Toxic Barf when physically attacked, but once again, they accidentally set it to any object, not just party members. And on top of that, there is a check to choose a random opponent if it accidentally picks itself, but they screwed up the syntax, so that doesn't work correctly either. So this is what happens when you attack one of these guys. When you attack them, they have a chance to cast Toxic Barf on anything. All right, now watch this madness. So we're going to attack one. There you go. So he just randomly attacked the other Zoloculter. There's no, like, I didn't do anything special for that to happen. It's just every time you attack one of these guys, they will hit any random thing with this attack. But now, because this enemy is poisoned, they're all going to attack him now. But then, now that we attacked him, he counters with Toxic Barf, and that could potentially hit any of them. So it will just descend into chaos now, where if we just sit here and let them chill, and like he's attacking himself too, look at him, because he's poisoned, and it just says attack something that's poisoned. So now they're all attacking him, and now he's going to start countering, which could potentially hit us, potentially hit them. Let's redo the fight, and let's give ourselves poison protection, which I think I actually already have, because I have 2 ribbons now. Wait, I'm about to have 2 ribbons. There we go. And then you can get Star Pendant. Okay, so let's redo the fight now. There we go. All right. So now, look at this madness. They're all going to start attacking each other. Every time one of them chooses them as a target, the other one will counter and hit another one. Now that one's poisoned. Now he's attacking him. Now they're all attacking each other. Now this one's going to counter. Poison that one. Now they're all poisoned. They're all attacking each other. They're healing from the poison, but they're all attacking each other, attacking themselves. It just descends into pure chaos. And now we just eventually win the fight. Yeah, we did nothing special. It's just that we're all immune to poison, so they weren't attacking us. But once one of them gets poisoned, it goes downhill. Then they all start countering each other. I find it extra funny that they can not only attack themselves, but toxic barf themselves and poison themselves. And it's not like they're confused or anything or manipulated. This is just what their AI does. Yeah, I think a big... Well, there's so many issues with this fight. There's like the 3 different AI mistakes they made, but then on top of that, they forgot to give them immunity to poison. If they were immune to poison, that also wouldn't happen. But because all of those things are true, that can happen. Either way, yeah. All the other mistakes were definitely mistakes. Also, we just got back attacked by a frickin' Stilva who instantly used Magic Breath. That's insane. So, Stilva has access to multiple physical attacks as well as Magic Breath, which will delete the party if you don't have Fire, Ice, or Lightning protection. Now, most of the time, you have protection because you've picked up the Aurora Armlet and the other one, the Bolt Armlet. And if you haven't equipped them by now, what are you doing? Because they're the strongest equipment in the game till like the end. But if you don't, and you run into this guy, he can do exactly what he just did to us. He can just use Magic Breath as his first attack, and we even got ambushed, so we had no chance to even defend against it. And as you can see, it did almost double our HP. So I don't know why exactly they did that, if they just wanted to show off how strong Magic Breath is or something, but yeah, it's crazy strong. You can also learn Trine from Stilva by manipulating him, which most people know because this is like the second missable Trine learn of the game. He can morph into the rare Holy Torch item, but of course, I showed off earlier, you can get even better Holy Torch, or easier Holy Torches from the bats. You can stop Stilva from using Magic Breath with Magic Hammer, or you can kill him quickly with L4 Suicide. Will always cycle into using Magic Breath every 4 turns, but can start on any turn. So he'll use Magic Breath again in 4 turns. And he also has some really amazing concept art. You're actually going to be blown away by how cool this concept art is. Look at this. There's this one, which is very detailed and very cool. Then there's also this one. Look at this. Like, huh? Why is this so freaking cool? Holy crap. This, yeah, I was going to say, it looks like a Magic the Gathering monster. Also, his name was Stilv at some point. But they probably just changed it for pronunciation. Look at how detailed. I love this cloud, by the way, and I love how it says cloud on his chest. Look at all this. Center leg, front leg, rear leg. You got like the weird Leviathan looking breakdown of his body over here. Cloud just looks happy to be a part of this awesome concept art. But yeah, this kind of blew my mind. All the other concept arts are definitely detailed, but I mean, this just looks insane. And this enemy, I mean, Materia Keeper is like a big important boss, but you know, this guy only shows up in this one area. He's not a boss. It's the Marlboro. So the English name of the Marlboro is, of course, a reference to Marlboro cigarettes, which is why he would have bad breath. Although there is no proof of this, and the original Marlboro didn't have the bad breath attack, so it's up to your interpretation whether or not you think this is a reference to cigarettes, or when it started being a reference to cigarettes, or if it ever was a reference to cigarettes. But I think that somewhere down the line, someone realized that Marlboro could be Marlboro cigarettes and gave it the bad breath attack. Obviously the design too is very, it's a giant mouth. He shows up in Gaia's Cliff and in the Northern Cave, but in the Northern Cave version seems incomplete. So in the final dungeon of the game, you can fight this enemy again. And in other games, like for example, Final Fantasy X, there is a Great Marlboro that you fight in the Omega Cave. In this game, it's just a copy of this enemy. So it has the same stats as the Gaia's Cliff version, but he's in the final dungeon. So he's super easy to kill, and he gives crap rewards. In fact, he gives like 100 less XP than a single parasite. If you remember the parasite enemy in the final dungeon, you fight multiple in a fight. This guy gives 100 less XP than just one of those. So it seems like they threw Marlboro in the final dungeon as like a placeholder of, okay, we're going to make some kind of great Marlboro enemy, but let's just throw regular Marlboro in there for now, and then we'll make like a great one later, and then just never did. So now it's just the crap Great Glacier version that's in the final dungeon. So I'm pretty sure that was some kind of mistake. The Marlboro is strangely weak against water. At first, I thought, why would the Marlboro be weak against water? He's like a giant plant thing. And in a lot of the games, he does absorb water. But in this game, he's weak against water. And I thought about it. And actually, do you think maybe he's weak against water because you're like cleaning his mouth? Since this was maybe the first real reference to the cigarettes, maybe the idea was like you're cleaning his mouth with water, and that's why he's weak against it. Oh, maybe. You can learn bad breath from it, and he uses bad breath more when it's under 50% HP. So using L4 Suicide is a great way to learn it. He's the only source of M tentacles other than the sneaky step, which is missable after you go to the Cave of Gi. So he's the only infinite resource for M tentacles. Its other attacks, Frozen Beam and Bio 2, are both magical, so they don't cancel confusion. So if you get confused by bad breath, his other attacks are magic on purpose so that you don't lose your confuse. So very, very spooky enemy. And look at that, he just spams bad breath on the first turn. What a guy. And now we get to sit here as spinning frozen poisoned frogs. This is what I get for not equipping a ribbon. Now you can see how scary they are. The icicle is weak, another enemy that's weak against gravity. So like we were talking about earlier, he has a weakness to gravity. He's not just susceptible to it. He's also weak to fire, and strangely, he's weak against earth. I found that very strange because he's like hanging from the ceiling, and almost every enemy in this game, I think every enemy in this game that is off of the ground is immune to earth, but he's not only not immune to earth, he's actually weak against earth. I think it's because, yeah, like you said, I think it's because it like shakes it, you're shaking the icicle and then it falls kind of idea. I really love when they come up with gimmicky weaknesses like that. It makes sense for an icicle to be weak against fire, but then also being very particular and being like, well, if you hit it with earth, it would shake and break, so we'll make it weak against earth as well. Like, it's really cool, some of the things they came up with for the weaknesses. Other times, enemies are just completely random as to what they're weak against in this game. He will only attack when attacked, and he has a 50% chance to respond to an attack with Icicle Drop. So that's all he does. He just has a 50% chance to use Icicle Drop when attacked. Other than that, he just sits there. He will end the battle if killed without giving spoils for any of the alive bats. And another interesting thing about this fight that I always like to show off, you can actually run from them, which you wouldn't think because it's like a forced fight. But you can run from them. And if you run from them, you can then run through the model. So you can actually get all the way across the screen without fighting any of these fights. Now, of course, you have to fight the first 3 icicles to open up the bridge. But you could run all the way to the side and get the elixir, which in the original game has the funny mistake of being called last elixir. But you can get all the way across without fighting them. And this 4th icicle, you don't have to fight at all. The 4th icicle is just for the optional item. So if you wanted to grab the elixir without fighting this last one, and then just jump down afterwards, you could. So there you go. We made it all the way across without fighting any of them. And another goofy thing about this, because they didn't expect you to do this, if you run away from either of the ones on the ends, either the first one or this one, and then after you run away, you say, yes, I do want to jump down to the room below. Cloud is going to try to run to the middle of the screen, because that's where he jumps down, and run into the other fight. And then you don't jump down at all. You now have to do this fight. And then as it's falling, Cloud jumps down. But yeah, let's say you're playing the game for the first time casually, and you beat the first icicle, and the game says, jump down to the room below, and you think to yourself, man, that icicle fight was really tough. I'd like to go down and heal before I fight the next one. So yes, jump down to the next room. It just puts you into the next fight. This is a total beginner's trap. And I say beginner's trap, but it's also an expert trap, because I did exactly that during, I think, the lowest level challenge and got trolled. All right, here is the koal. This is a obvious, horrible mistranslation of coral. It's obviously supposed to be coral. It's coral in every other Final Fantasy. Coral is a classic Dungeons & Dragons creature, which sometimes is also called a displacer beast. But everyone knows the coral. Very popular Dungeons & Dragons enemy. I don't know how they botched the translation here so much, but for whatever reason they called it koal. Also, I don't think this is so much that much easier to pronounce than coral. You know, it's Coeurl. It's a bit weird to know exactly how to pronounce it, but like, is this any better? Koal? You know, like at this point, just call it Carl or something. Call it a cool or something. Like, you know, it's not even that much better. It originates from the A.E. von Vogt novel, The Black Destroyer from 1939. This bad boy right here. If you've ever seen this. Very important, classic piece of literature in the whole Dungeons & Dragons science fiction realm. If you're into science fiction at all, you've probably heard of this before. The Black Destroyer, but this is actually where the coral originates from. This whole story is about these displacer beasts, and so yeah, if you ever wanted to know the history of the displacer beasts, there you go, from 1939. The koal does not attack until attacked. His counters, he counters with physical against magical and magical against physical. So if we sit here, he actually will not attack. These guys only counter you, which I think is a thing that a lot of the corals do in a lot of the games. I think Final Fantasy X is similar. And if we use a physical attack, it will counter with a magical attack, with Blaster, which is its classic attack. In the other Final Fantasies, Blaster will a lot of times auto-kill, but it doesn't in this game. And if we hit it with magic, it will counter with a physical attack. Which does not do much. It's too bad these guys aren't too scary in this game, because in a lot of the other games they're very scary. There he is. The Blue Dargon. Even though the Blue Dragon is an ice enemy, he isn't weak to fire, probably because he's a dragon. In fact, he has no weaknesses at all, but he can be poisoned. He can use the enemy skill Dragon Force, but there's no way to learn Dragon Force from him because he can't be manipulated or confused, and Dragon Force can't be reflected. So you kind of learn about the enemy skill Dragon Force from this guy, but you can't actually learn it from him. You have to wait till the dragon in the North Cave. He drops the Dragon Armlet, which is almost certainly another thing, you know, I've talked about it many times at this point, where they like to give you stuff right before a boss that helps you with the boss. This is yet another one where this guy drops Dragon Armlets, which are really, really good against Schizo. And they drop it at 100% rate as well, which makes it even more obvious that they did that on purpose. My boy Schizo. So the original Japanese for Schizo translates directly into Twin Head, but the translation team decided to instead name him Schizo, which is most likely a reference to schizophrenia, which would be a terrible reference, as schizophrenia is completely different to bipolar or dissociative identity disorder. So, pour one out for the translation team, because once again, they totally blew it. What a horrible name for this enemy. There's really no way around it. If they were trying to reference schizophrenia, they blew it. If they weren't, then they blew it. It's just a dumb name. It's just a dumb, bad name in every sense of the... At worst, it's just a bad name. Or at best, it's just a bad name. At worst, it's straight up like they should be sued. At worst, it's offensive. So, yeah. Just terrible name. So, going past the terrible name, ever wonder why you can only steal the Protect Ring from the right head? If you try to steal from the left head, it just has nothing. But then if you steal from the right head, you have a chance to steal the Protect Ring. Well, if both heads had the Protect Ring, then you could steal two of them. So, you know, they had to give it to one or the other. But also, the left head is the one that drops the Dragon Fang after the battle. And because of the way steal mechanics work in this game, if you steal an item, you don't also get a drop. And they wanted to make sure that you got the drop, the Dragon Fang drop. So they gave the Dragon Fang drop to the left head and the Protect Ring steal to the right head. That way you could get both. So now it makes a lot more sense. I always thought it was just like a secret. You know, you try to steal from the one head and then you're like, oh, the other one probably doesn't have anything. And then it has the Protect Ring. But pretty sure they did it because they had to ensure that you got both items. Speaking of the Dragon Fang, there's only 2 Dragon Fangs in the entire game. You get one from this boss fight, and then you get one for the submarine game in the Gold Saucer. Those are the only 2 Dragon Fangs in the entire game. If you don't hang on to one until you get the debut item, and then like use the debut item glitch to duplicate it, you will only ever have those 2. One thing I never knew is that the left head counters every 6 hits with Tremor, but the right head counters every 5th hit with Tremor. Don't know why, but that's the way it is. I always thought it was 6. I always thought it was 5 with both heads, but the left head actually takes an extra hit to counter. I don't know if that was on purpose or not. If Schizo runs out of MP, it won't counter or attack anymore, but it'll still do its final lightning attack when each head dies. Schizo can be a big problem for certain challenge runs, not only because you need protection from elements or else he can be a huge problem, but also the fight causes an inescapable encounter glitch afterwards, since they forgot to remove the no escape flag after the fight. So any encounter directly after this boss fight until you leave this room also can't be run away from, which can also mean that you fight a blue dragon and can't run away from it. So you could do this fight, be almost dead, try to run back to the save point, and then get into an inescapable fight with a blue dragon and die. I don't think many people would run into that casually, but in challenge runs, I've had multiple challenge runs die to getting an inescapable attack or inescapable fight right after this boss, especially the lowest level, because we could not fight another fight. So just to show you, if you're trying to run back to heal and you get into a fight in this tunnel, Hopefully it's not a dragon. Maybe I should give myself some NP just in case. Good, it's bats. I can't run. They did not remove the flag. The can't escape flag, so it thinks I'm still in a boss fight. This is the grenade. So the grenade has an attack called Eruption that does damage to the entire party, but there is no code written to use it. And he's also not immune to fire, but only takes half damage from fire, which is odd. You would expect him to be completely immune to fire. I wonder if the grenade trick, or the bomb trick would work on grenade. Okay, this should do the same glitch that we did with the bomb. Yep, there you go. Beautiful. Every time I fight this enemy in challenge runs, because I do it a lot to get Gigas armlets. People say, like, I've never seen this enemy. But this is the Gigas. This guy doesn't appear in the Brady Guide. They just straight up forgot to put him in the Brady Guide. He's the only source of the Earth Mallet item, and is the only source of infinite Gigas armlets, as the only other Gigas armlet drops from Demon Wall. So you can only get Earth Mallets from this guy. So if you've ever done like a 100% playthrough, you've seen him. Since this enemy is gone once you finish the Whirlwind Maze, this is the only time in the game to get Earth Mallet. And surprisingly, even though he doesn't show up in the Brady Guide, he's only in this one screen in the game. He actually has concept art. And this concept art is kind of sick because you see Cloud like looking up at him. Like, whoa, this dude's huge. Ooh, I think he does show up in the battle arena, yeah. So this is Windwing. So I always thought that this enemy was missable and only available by bumping into the whirlwinds, but he also appears in the battle arena post Highwind, so it's so he's actually available at the end of the game anytime you want to fight him. You can learn White Wind from him by damaging him any amount, but if you damage below 50% or 25%, he'll definitely use it on the next turn, and then confusing him. But it's much easier just to learn White Wind from Zemzalet earlier in the game. But if you forgot to get White Wind, you can like damage him and then immediately confuse him, and if you're lucky, he'll get confused and use White Wind on you. And then he can also use Arrow 3 randomly, just like Raps. And if he does that, may God have mercy on your soul, because it does a bajillion damage. Okay, Gremlin has two separate Fury animations based on missing HP, but both are just animations and do nothing. He does this, and that actually does nothing. I always thought it was like increasing his attack or something, but it's just an animation. Doesn't change his AI, doesn't do anything. It's just, they're crazy gremlins, and they get angry. So he has an attack called Badmouth. Here it is. And all these, like, things come out, and then it just does damage. I think it causes Fury, too. And people have thought in the past, like, it's called Badmouth, and a bunch of Japanese text, like, goes around, so maybe those are, like, curse words in Japanese or something. But I found this really cool section in the... And let me bring up my thing here so I can see my screen. So in the Final Fantasy VII Ultimania Omega, on page 381, there is a screen here, or shouldn't say screen, page here. Let me turn off my light so you can see it better. So this is somebody who wrote the Ultimania attempted to try to figure out what all of these symbols were. You can see they separated each individual symbol, and they gave like their take on what each one is. One of them they said might be a Korean symbol. One said it's a trident. That's the trident. And then they also said that one of these, I believe the one on the end, this one here, the eyeball, they said that this is most likely the Fuji TV logo. This. So they, in the Omega, say that that symbol is what they used for the Gremlin Badmouth attack. I have no idea if they're correct or not, but that's what it says in the Ultimania, in the official Square publication. Oh, and then the other two are just like Japanese katakana symbols. So there's two Japanese katakana symbols. One is a Korean symbol, one is a trident, and then the last one is the Fuji TV logo, is what they say. That's the Iron Knight, which is also a fun one to talk about. So the Iron Knight is a pretty forgettable enemy in Final Fantasy VII, but somebody really liked the design because it returns in Final Fantasy IX as Iron Knight again with a very similar look. Remember this guy from Final Fantasy IX? It's the same guy, same enemy, look at that. Same exact design and everything. Even with like the horns. And then in Final Fantasy XII, he would come back again as an Arrow Knight, looking more like an old dragon, but still like a flying dragon. Oops, forgot to turn my light back on. And then in Lightning Returns, Final Fantasy XIII, he would return again as an Arrow Knight, but this time he's one of two super bosses in the game. So if you remember this guy from Final Fantasy XIII Lightning Returns, he's the guy that randomly stalks around in the desert, and if you accidentally run into him, he's a super boss that completely obliterates you the first time you fight him. This guy's actually supposed to be a reference to this dude. As you can see, he's like a dragon that's like on the ground. I never made that connection. But same name, same look. There he is. The water heater. There he is. You love him. You love to hate him. You hate to love him. It's the water heater. So we've always called this enemy a water heater because, like, what the heck is he even supposed to be? I always thought he looked like a water heater, so I always called him water heater, and then it just kind of became a meme, and now we always call him that. What he's actually supposed to be is probably a tombstone, but because he's called Sculpture, we really don't know for sure. But he's probably supposed to be a tombstone. Now, like, I tried to find a good picture of, because I've seen before, like, tombstones have this, like, cloth thrown over them, and then candles put on top. Usually, like, especially for Dia de los Muertos, they would put candles around tombstones. So I think what it's supposed to be is like a tombstone with a cloth over it and then candles on either side. Or like an altar of some kind. But what throws it off is this. I don't know why it has like legs and why they look robotic. You know, so I think that's what really throws it off. If it was just sitting on the ground, it would be a lot like that tombstone enemy in Final Fantasy IX. I guess it's not a tombstone, but it's like a statue. But because of the legs, it just really throws it off. And then the fact that the candles don't look like candles, but they look like tubes, and then like fire coming out. It just looks like an air heater or a water heater. Now, here's what's really interesting, though. If you cast Cure on these guys, it does not hurt them. So that kind of gives you the idea of, you know, well, they're probably not tombstones, because they're tombstones, they'd probably have like an undead property. Healing would probably hurt them, right? But check this out. They get insta-killed by holy damage. So, like, I think they are tombstones. I think that's for sure. They have to be tombstones, right? Why else would they get insta-killed by holy damage? They gotta be tombstones. Confirmed, must be tombstones. On top of that, they also are immune to petrification. So, I don't know. I think they're tombstones. Gotta be. Gotta be tombstones. I'm convinced. Also, they use Fire Shell more times in a row based on missing HP, up to 3 times in a row in one turn if they have really low HP. Which is another interesting thing you'll probably never see. Alright, so Genova Death takes a much longer time to run out of MP than Genova Life. But just as Life uses only water attacks, Death uses only fire attacks, so a Fire Ring or a Fire Armlet makes the fight free. Genova Death's 2 attacks, Red Light and Tropic Wind, actually have multiple elements. Red Light also counts as shoot, and Tropic Wind also counts as wind. But because of the way elements work in Final Fantasy VII, as long as you absorb part of it, you absorb the whole thing. And then also Genova Death can cast Silence. Let's talk about these 2 enemies. There are 2 enemies on this screen that I think are probably the rarest enemies in the game. And the reason they're so rare is that you have to fight them only on this screen. And usually, you just run past this screen. There's no reason to stay on this screen. But only on this screen can you fight these 2 enemies. One of which I believe shows in the battle arena. One of which doesn't even show in the battle arena. So this is the only place you can fight them. Me in the chat, if you've never seen this enemy. Type me in the chat if you have never seen this enemy. This is Kilbin. He only appears on this screen. And he is very strange. Almost feels like a debug enemy or something. This guy was supposed to show in the reunion area, the area after this. But that room never got encounters turned on. So a lot of people have heard about the Tonberry. That's also supposed to appear in this area. The story goes, the Tonberry was supposed to appear pretty much all throughout the Whirlwind Maze. But then they decided, let's just put them in the area with Sephiroth. But then later they decided there's not going to be any fights in the area with Sephiroth because just the cutscene happens there and then you get kicked out. And there's even a field in the game where you can walk around in that area. So at one point that area was going to be an area that you walked around and did something in. But then later they decided to do the cutscene differently. We talked about it during our last playthrough, I think, where we had a theory that you were supposed to leave Sephiroth's like memory thing and walk all the way to that room and then like interact with Sephiroth. But instead it just plops you in there when Sephiroth does the whole like trickery with whoever you gave the black materia to. So long story short, Tonberry was supposed to be in that room and then they ended up removing encounters from that room, so now you can only fight the Tonberry in the battle arena. These guys were also supposed to show up in that room, but once the encounters got turned off in that room, now he only shows up in this one little spot right after Genova Death. The idea behind this enemy is similar to the Two-Faced enemy, where it flips around and each of its sides does different things, but unlike the Two-Faced enemy, the sides aren't actually accurate. So even though this guy is a cube, he doesn't have 1 in 6 chance of landing on each one. There's actually a bunch of different factors as to where they land. And you can see a nice little grid of all of his sides here. But it depends on like how much HP he has, how much MP he has, to determine what move he uses. The orange side is called Orange Swords in the code, and it's just a physical attack. The blue syringe side uses Aspil and drains MP. The red face side uses Fire 2. The ice blue side casts Ice 2. The yellow clock side casts slow, and the pink heart casts cure 2. This guy could have been a perfect mind source farm instead of the horrible serpent farm, but he's gone after Whirlwind Maze, which is right before you get W item. Or not right before, but before you get W item. So if we could somehow get back to Whirlwind Maze with the W item materia, this guy would actually be a duplicatable mind source farm. But because we can't do that, you instead have to get them from the serpent, which is a terrible enemy to farm. And the original Japanese name of this enemy seems to reference the words Rubik's in cube. So I think they were going for like a Rubik's Cube style with his name. But the English version just called him Kilbin instead, which your guess is as good as mine. Kilbin sounds like something in like coding language. You know what I mean? And given that he kind of looks like a debug enemy, and he has that kind of see-through texture, and his name is Kilbin, it really does give this guy the vibe of a enemy left over in the code that you're not actually supposed to be fighting. So they do like a roll. It looks like, you know, you have a 1 in 6 chance of getting any of the sides, but that's not at all how it works. He just has regular AI like anyone else, any other enemy. But it's a cool animation. I also like how it doesn't do it and then have like you know how like the Jokers kind of have the whole animation to pick the card, and then it does a whole animation for the attack. He just kind of does it instantly. Also, I don't remember... Okay, there you go. That answers my question. I was trying to remember if they heal you or themselves. The two-faced enemy, it's either they blow up on you or they heal you, but here, the healing is just another one of their attacks they do to... Like, you don't get a positive effect from them. Their death animation is weird, too. They become, like, more solid when they die, instead of the other way around. Yeah. Very, very strange enemy. And like I said, probably the rarest enemy in the game. Before I said that, the Bagrisk was the rarest. I think it's a toss-up. Because the Bagrisk, you have to go out of your way to fight. But at the same time, they also show up in the battle arena. This guy only shows up here, but you could theoretically fight them on accident on your way through this room. But it's not very likely. But if you play the game enough, if you play through the game enough times, you're going to eventually accidentally see that guy. Whereas the Bagrisk, you could play the game 100 times and never see him if you never go that way. And here is the other enemy. So I'm kind of curious on this one. Me in the chat if you've never seen this enemy. This is the Dragon Rider. He shows up in the battle arena after the High Wind. So that's why I think this guy is a little less rare. Because a lot of people do the battle arena after the High Wind. So you may have seen him in the battle arena. But in terms of fighting him here, I don't know if I've ever fought this guy here. Maybe once or twice ever. But he only shows up on this screen, just like the Kilbin. And he's only a 14 out of 64 chance to show up. He has a move called Headhunter and a move called Headhunter 2. He gets more chance to use 2 instead of 1 with lower HP, and 2 does a really high amount of damage. And this is also another weird flying enemy to have a water immunity. I'm not sure what it is, but there are many flying enemies in this game that have water immunity, and this guy is another one. But yeah, I like his gimmick of having Headhunter 1 and Headhunter 2. Kind of like the spells. Oh my god, he does so much damage. There it is. Yeah, 1,200 damage with that attack. Let's talk about Soldier Second. So, if you remember way back in Shinra HQ, we fought Soldier Third. He's the guy that has the hard edge to steal. Soldier Third, the lower ranking member, had multiple spells like Sleep Hell, Flying Sickle. Soldier Second just blindly attacks for the entire fight. He has a counter called Sword of Doom that can deal big damage, but other than that, he just attacks. In fact, he's so dumb that if you manipulate him and have him attack another one, something funny happens. And I'll show that in a minute. They have Silence and Quadra Cut in their attack table, but they never use them. So yeah, Soldier 2nd is kind of a shame. Soldier 3rd was actually a pretty cool enemy that had like multiple different things going on. This guy is supposed to be an even higher ranking soldier, but all he does is just attack. If you fight 2 of them, and you manipulate one into fighting the other, this happens. So, I think we need to talk to Shinra about their ranking system. Because I think these guys are the Soldier 3rds. This is the Roulette Cannon. And guess what? This is the worst enemy in the game. First of all, he does nothing if you don't attack. He just sits there. If you attack him, he will counter the enemy that attacked him. Or a enemy. Doesn't have to be the one that he attacked. But actually, I don't know what happens if there's only 2 of us. We're about to find out. We might have to go grab Yuffie. Yeah, we got to grab Yuffie. So maybe this enemy isn't as dumb as I thought when you fight him before you get Yuffie. So this guy counters every time you attack him. But his counter is broken. So if it sees 2 party members dead, it will no longer counter. So this fight is genuinely impossible to lose if you have a regular party. What I didn't know is if you have 2 party members, you can still lose it. But if you have a regular party, you cannot lose this fight. Because once he kills 2 of you, he stops attacking. So, great enemy. well made, well designed enemy. This is the Sea Worm. So this is one of the best grind spots in the game because this guy is the only encounter on this beach. And he gives really good XP, really good AP. Well, he gives good XP and AP and really good gil. And he also has dragon scales on his steel table and his drop table. And he drops turbo ethers 14% of the time. So you can either steal dragon scales from him, or you can just kill him normally and you have a 14% chance to get turbo ether. If you use poison and ice, you can kill him really quickly. And he also has a kind of funny gimmick. If you give this guy Berserk, he will spam nothing but his strongest attack, which is Earthquake. And he'll either use it on himself to heal or on you. Actually, he seems to only be using it on himself. Will he ever use it on us? I think Berserk just totally breaks his AI. He's only using it on himself. So there you go, an even easier win. Just give him Berserk. Dragon Scales are basically a free Aqualung, and they're very strong for pretty much the entire game. What I like to do, I'm sure you've seen me do it many times in many of my playthroughs, is I steal Dragon Scales from this guy, and then I take the Dragon Scale, and I go over to the forest, and I fight the headhunters in the forest. And a single Dragon Scales kills all of them and gives you one of the biggest XP rewards in the game. Huge XP and huge AP. And that guy gives you, like I said, 5,000 gil, so lots of gil. So you kind of have everything. You can fight this guy for a really good item and a bunch of gil, and then you can go in here and fight the headhunters for big XP and AP. For some challenges, it's actually been faster to grind here than grinding in the North Crater, because it's so quick and easy to do. These are Chrysales. From what I understand, the original Japanese name of this enemy was a weird conversion of the word chrysalis. So it ended up being translated back into English in a weird way. So even in the Japanese, it wasn't actually chrysalis, like it was a weird version of the word. So that's why it's weird in English. Chrysalis is the name of a cocoon. Of the cocoon, a caterpillar forms when turning into a butterfly, which is kind of what this thing looks like, although it also has like a head and teeth and stuff. This is the only place they appear in the game, but many people have fought in this area of the game to grind, so many people have seen this enemy. And these guys are also a pretty good grind if you just throw dragon scales at them, but not as good as the headhunters. Alright, here's the headhunters. Like I said before, one of the best XP AP gil grinds in the game, especially if you just throw dragon scales. The original Japanese translated to neck hunter, but it was changed to headhunter, since that's an existing phrase that we have in English. So pretty good translation, I'd say. So a hippogriff is supposed to be a combination of a griffin and a horse, but the hippogriff just uses the model of the griffin enemy with a different color, so kind of a shame. But it's still a cool name. Has a not super obvious mechanic where using magic will cause him to land instead of just dealing damage like with the griffin. And he has a rare attack called ? But in order to see it, you need to do damage so he flies and use a magic attack to make him land and then wait. So let's check that out. There it is. ? And it's just like a beam attack. It's a very strange attack. Alright, so this is the spiral. These guys can spin after being attacked, giving them a new attack and drastically increasing their defense and magic defense. Any battle with a spiral and a chocobo means that it's a great chocobo, which is really great for when you're doing chocobo stuff because you specifically need greats. These guys are great for grinding because they give good XP, AP, gil, and they have an X potion steal and a guard source morph, which means you can indeed multiply guard sources from them with W item. And if you haven't learned Choco Buckle yet, the lone spiral chocobo fight has a level 36 chocobo that you can use L4 Suicide on to get Choco Buckle. But most people get Choco Buckle from the earlier one at the farm. So there's their spinning animation, which gives them their new attack. There they are. So, the only fightable enemies, or the only fightable goblins are on Goblin Island or Knights of the Round Island. And they're the only source of Zeo Nuts and Goblin Punch. And let's see, let's show off something funny about them. So, Goblin Punch is currently doing about 150 damage. And then I'm going to change all of our party levels to 40. And notice how much damage Goblin Punch does now. 1,300 damage. So, for those of you that don't know, Goblin Punch has a very specific, strange quirk. So it multiplies the damage by 8 if the target's level equals the caster level. Yeah, so the goblins are level 40. So if you happen to be level 40 when you fight them, they will get the 8 times boost. and start doing crazy damage. And if you ever used Goblin Punch throughout the game and wondered, like, is it just a really low damage move that costs, like, no MP? Yes, but it does have that hidden mechanic that you're not going to see super often. And then also, we have some cool concept art of the Goblin. And you can tell by the concept art that the Goblin was definitely supposed to be a bit more involved. I mean, just look at him. He looks like a freaking Sonic character or something with those shoes and the hat. You can kind of see why in Remake the Goblin ended up being a much more prevalent enemy and like character. Because it seems like they had a lot more plans for the Goblin, and then it just kind of didn't happen, so instead they just threw him on this island. But it's kind of a shame, because they're pretty cool. Like, Goblin Punch is unique, the fact that they give you Zeo Nuts. But yeah, I think they were supposed to do a lot more with this guy. I think there was supposed to be like a main character Goblin, but they just didn't have the time to implement it, because, I mean, just look at this concept art. And just look at him. Like, he just, I don't know. They're, like, super detailed. Especially for an enemy that's just sitting on an island and does nothing else. So this is the Cactuar, which I always found really strange, because you would think that the fake Cactuar would be in the prison, and the real Cactuar would be on Cactus Island, but it's reversed. The one that we fought earlier was the Cactuar. The one that's on Cactus Island is the Cactuar. He's known for showing up on Cactus Island, but he also appears in North Coral area by the Materia Cave, so by the HPMP cave. He gives 1000 XP, 100 AP, and 1000 gil. He's actually a pretty terrible AP grind. A lot of people kind of relate this fight to grinding AP because Cactuar and other games give a lot of AP. But this guy's actually not that great. Many enemies in the game give more AP, such as all of the unknowns in the Sunken Galnica, and even the Headhunter fight I talked about earlier gives you way more AP than this fight, and it's a lot easier. The only reason you'd want to search out this fight in particular is so you can morph him into a Tetra Elemental. He has the same dodge chance as the Cactuar, but for some reason doesn't have the elemental immunities, even though it would make sense given his morph. Which I find really... So, like, he morphs into a Tetra Elemental, but the Cactuar is the one that has, like, immunity to all the elements. This guy doesn't. And the best way to take care of him is to use L4 Suicide, and then use Morph with the 255% hit weapon, or just put him into sleep. And then you can easily morph him. And the last funny thing is that he does not show up in the Brady guide. Cactuar, but no Cactuar. Alright. So first fight here, we have Gas Ductor. Gas Ductor can inflict darkness, poison, sadness, and silence with Smog Alert, and uses it more based on missing HP. And oddly, just like a lot of these enemies, they're not weak to lightning. Every time I see this enemy, I think, oh, use Trine, it'll be good. But, nope, they're not weak against lightning. Alright, this is the Wolfmeister. Wolfmeister is a pretty amazing name. It's actually a mistranslation of Wolfamiter. Wolframiter? Wolframiter? W-O-L-F-R-A-M-I-T-E-R. Because Wolframite is a tungsten mineral containing iron. So, Iron Man, tungsten. They should keep Wolfmeister the name for the third remake game, though, and they probably will. Has a chance to cast Big Guard on himself, which increases as he loses HP. This is the only one of the enemy skills used by an enemy in the game that cannot be learned by the party, as he is immune to Confusion and Manipulate. I said that weird. This is one of the only enemy skills used by an enemy in the game that cannot be learned by the party, because he's immune to Confusion and Manipulate. He's susceptible to gravity and weak to water. Surprisingly, he has a magic attack called Atomic Ray, which does non-elemental damage. And he also has some pretty cool concept art. This is technically the concept art for Iron Man, but this guy comes first, so there you go. Very cool. Looks like Heartless from Kingdom Hearts, especially his head. He looks like Darkseid. And now we have Eagle Gun. Technically, this guy isn't a boss, but this is the only place he appears in this one forced fight. He has an unused formation on the Sister Ray, indicating that he may have been an enemy before Hojo at one point. And he's the only source of the Warrior Bangle. You have to steal it from him. And Laser at the start of the fight does 8,500 damage because he has so much HP, and he's actually weak against Laser. Wait, is he weak to gravity? I don't know if he's weak to gravity or if it's just because of the crazy HP. I can double check that. Right. If it was weak against it, it would one-shot him, so I don't think he is weak against it. I put in my note he's weak against it. I think I meant to put susceptible. Alright, so let's talk about Ultimate Weapon. So this first fight with Ultimate Weapon always plays out the same. He starts with Quake 2, follows up with a claw attack, and then uses Ultima Beam, and then flees. He has the same amount of HP here as he does in his actual fight later, 100,000 HP. And if you somehow do 100,000 HP before he flees, he just flees early, and you still won't get anything from the fight. The only thing you can get here is the Curse Ring by stealing from him, which is weird because you also get a Curse Ring from Mediel. So I don't know if they just maybe added the Curse Ring quest later and forgot to take it away from Ultimate Weapon or something, but I really don't think it was intended to get 2 Curse Rings in the same area. Technically, he has Shadow Flare on his attack table, but he doesn't use it. One of my favorite fun facts about this fight that I always like to bring up is the fact that Ultima Beam is the only damaging hidden elemental attack in the game. And since some materia, like the enemy skill materia, counts as hidden element, you can equip elemental with enemy skill and it'll actually have the damage from Ultima Beam. Or if you even level up elemental more, you could get like absorption from it. Also, one cool fun fact that I never knew about is the Japanese version. In the Japanese version, he was level 60. But in the US version, when they added Emerald Weapon and Ruby Weapon, they also gave Ultimate Weapon a massive buff, and he is now level 61 in this version. So they really weren't messing around with the English version. They really wanted to make it harder on us. They thought those silly Americans were always giving them easier versions of our games. No longer. We're going to really give it to them good this time. And yes, the damage you do in this fight actually matters later, but we'll talk about that when we fight him the second time. Alright, this is the Slalom. He looks just like a lot of the other enemies like this, but he is his own unique version. The Slalom is the only infinite smoke bomb steal in the game. The only other infinite smoke bomb is drops from Edgeheads and Wutai. Similar to Smogger, he has 2 separate moves that are both called Smog, but one inflicts poison and one inflicts darkness. The poison one is always used first, and then there's a chance for him to follow it up with the darkness version, which scales with missing HP. Unlike with Smogger, you have Manipulate at this point in the game, and since both Smogs show up in Manipulate, it makes for a goofy-looking Manip menu. So, like I said, similar to the other version, they have 2 versions of the same move, but the previous one was immune to Manipulate. These guys are not. So if you Manipulate, you can see they have 2 Smogs in their table, which looks kind of goofy. Alright, we finally have a new Shinra guard. These guys are called Submarine Crew. And for this enemy, I thought it would be fun to actually show you the code so you can see where the mistake is. So here is the Submarine Crew code. And the idea behind this code was that the Submarine Crew would throw 3 grenades, then switch to the machine gun. So if you see here, gives him 3 grenade ammo. And then this is the special battle later with the captain, so we can skip that. And then if we're in stage 0, then we, if the grenade ammo is 0, then we choose a random opponent and use machine gun. If the grenade ammo isn't 0, Then we choose a random opponent, and we use machine gun. And then we set the grenade ammo to be -1. So obviously this was supposed to be grenade. It was supposed to be use grenade on the target, and then -1 grenade ammo. But they totally whiffed it, and so he just uses machine gun either way. Also, once he's less than 75% HP, they'll start shooting the character with the least amount of HP. Another just really like unique little thing that you'd never notice, but when they're about to die, they specifically target enemies with low HP. Which is cool. Like, another really cool little detail, but never really going to make much of a difference, especially given these enemies aren't that hard. The Death Machine. So, the Death Machine, even though he's just kind of a random enemy in this random corridor, and just a step up from the Sweeper, actually has a very complicated AI. He has multiple different combos based on HP values. So, like, at 75% HP, he'll do, like, smoke, a shot, and a machine gun. At 50%, he'll do W machine gun. Like, there's all sorts of different little combos he does based on where his HP is at. He's also the only enemy in the game that uses the 100 needles attack, which does not do 100 damage. He also has W machine gun, similar to the custom sweeper, having the atomic scissors. And oddly, he is not weak to lightning, even though he obviously should be. So just like the custom sweeper enemy, who gives a weapon for Barrett, this guy also gives a weapon for Barrett. Yeah, I have no idea why this guy has 100 needles. There it is, 100 needles. And it does just damage. I don't... I have no idea why he has that attack. I don't know why he has needles. I don't know why it's 100 of them. I don't know why it doesn't do 100 damage. There are many questions I have about that attack. So this is the guard system. This is a beefed up version of the guy we fought in the Shinra HQ, which was the warning board. And he has a similar type deal where he summons either the quick machine gun or the rocket launcher. Just like the warning board, he's immune to lightning. The rocket launcher that he summons is actually the same enemy as the one in Sector 4, but it has an added confused missile attack and much better stats. And the quick machine gun is pretty much exactly what it sounds like. Ghost Ship gives you the guidebook, obviously, which you can use for Emerald Weapon. One cool thing that a lot of people don't know, and something that I forgot over the years, is that you can use L4 Suicide to make him much easier to morph. So that's a thing. What else? You can also use White Wind or an elixir to end the fight instantly because he's quote-unquote undead, which is really helpful during the battle arena. It's why I always tell people bring an elixir to the battle arena in case you get this guy on the last fight. His attack, St. Elmo's Fire, is a reference to the real phenomena where glowing blue or purple plasma appears at the tips of pointed objects during thunderstorms. You can look it up. It's very interesting. Very interesting stuff. According to a research article from 2014, it can actually warn of an incoming lightning strike, and sailors would often regard it as a good omen. And believe it or not, this guy actually has concept art. I always figured he was like, oh, we need an enemy that has the guidebook, and we got to come up with a goofy enemy that would be under the sea. Apparently, this is one of the original enemies that Tetsuya had in mind for the game. And it's a pretty sick concept art. I'm not 100% sure what this is. It says back, front, and it looks like a clamp or something. I don't really know what this was supposed to be. It's pointing at like his back. I don't know. Maybe that's how he's like attached. Also, you've probably seen it before because you've probably seen my channel before, but I do have a video from a long time ago where I show off a glitch where if you bring Sephiroth into this fight and he uses the kick move on him, he gets permanently stuck on the screen. It's pretty great. Now he's just not going to use it. There we go. Okay, so now he's stuck. Now, when I did this back in the day, he got permanently stuck to the screen. But now he gets stuck to the ore, so I'm not really sure what the difference is, but yeah, there you go. Oh, it's after you kill him, I think. He gets stuck to the screen. Alright, watch carefully. There you go. He's stuck. Like, even as the camera pans and stuff, he's stuck on the screen. So good. Alright, so this is one of my favorite enemy names in the game, Corvette. This guy has a similar thing to the sword dance in the Shinra HQ, in that for whatever reason he is weak against the element of confusion. Not the ailment, but the element of confusion. So if you put on added effect Mystify to a weapon, you will do double damage with regular attacks, which is very bizarre. Also, Corvette does not refer to the car. It refers to the small but highly maneuverable warship. You can look it up. Hence, water enemy. And then we have this guy. The Diver Nest. So, the Diver Nest has a scaling chance to use Big Wave based on missing HP, and he's also not immune to any status effect. You can give this guy any status effect you want in the whole game. I have no idea what the name Diver Nest is. I would love to hear anybody's thoughts on what Diver Nest means. I Googled it till the cows came home. The only thing I could find was a fishing tackle storage unit that's called a Diver Nest. I don't think that's what this references. All right, here we have the Senior Grunt, who is a stronger version of the Grunt. So the kanji on the arm of the Senior Grunt, if you can see it there, underneath the hand, is actually different than the Grunt's kanji, which I was surprised to hear. This one is something close to form is emptiness, which is a reference to the Buddhist mantra, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. So, not sure why that's specific to this guy, but they specifically gave him different kanji than the other one, which is pretty neat. And all three of this guy's attacks are physical. Even the water wave attack is not water elemental. It's just a physical attack. And then we have Gun Carrier, is the only enemy other than Shinra soldiers to have S-mines. And he also has a routine that ends with an attack on each party member, but instead of creating a new attack, they just repeat normal shell 3 times. I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing it this way, but it's just kind of odd. Most enemies you would give a single attack and then a full party attack. But instead, this guy does all of his attacks, like this abnormal shell, which gives you darkness and slow. And then at the end of his little routine that he does this normal shell, but he just hits all 3 characters. So there he hit Red 13 again. And then once he gets to the end of his cycle, he'll just do normal shell on each character in one move. There it is. So this will just hit each character and do 3 whole separate animations. So this is the Guardian. The Guardian is not immune to Berserk, but does not have a designated Berserk attack. So just like a lot of the other enemies in the game that we talked about, not a lot, but a couple other enemies in the game, they meant to give this guy Berserk resistance, but they did not. So he can be Berserked, but he has no attack that he uses in Berserk. So he tries to use an unnamed attack that costs 65,000 MP, which he cannot do. So it just says this for the rest of the fight. This is Hard Attacker. Great name. Heart Attacker has really weird elemental resistances and weaknesses. He is not weak to lightning, even though it looks like you should be. Is resistant to fire, which makes sense that because he uses a fire attack, but he's also resistant to water for some reason. And his oil attack counts as a physical attack, even though it definitely does not look like one. Alright, so this is a pretty interesting enemy here. Not exactly sure why this enemy exists, but here he is. This is the Underwater MP. So first of all, the Underwater MP is the first chance to steal the Shinra Alpha equipment. As we mentioned a long time before, at the very beginning of the game, the Underwater MP adopted the model from the removed Grenadier enemy from the original 1996 demo of the game. So in the original 1996 demo, the Grenadier enemies all looked like this. Then they changed it to the blue guys, and these guys took this model instead. And we showed that really cool little shout out in the remake where they gave the Grenadier enemy the same coloration as the, or they gave it the same name. They brought the name back from the demo, which was such a cool reference that I totally didn't get the first time I played the remake. These guys only appear in the event fight just before carry armor, and for some reason they have less HP than a standard submarine crew. And they're a really annoying enemy because they can use machine gun 3 times every other turn. Or they do use machine gun 3 times every other turn. So, very annoying version of the Shinra Guard enemy. They have less HP, they have a weird model. I don't really know why they're here. I feel like they are just a reference to the demo or something for those that played the demo. Maybe. I don't know. But I always found these guys very strange. If nothing else, they should just have like the same HP or more HP to make them kind of an extra guard, extra strong guard or something right before carry armor, but I don't know. Number one question for carry armor. Why does Shinra Cranes also have laser beams? Do they just put weapons on everything at Shinra? So, carry armor is, of course, the biggest killer of challenge and speed runs due to a couple different factors. The biggest one being that he has a 1/3 chance to start the fight with an automatic lapis laser before his turn begins. Meaning that, theoretically, you could potentially get double lapis lasered before you get a turn. It could start with a lapis laser, and then his ATB bar could start more full than yours, meaning that he gets a turn before you, and he could use another lapis laser. So there have been speed runs before and challenge runs before where this fight began, and he immediately used 2 lapis lasers, and you die, and there's nothing you can do about it. So that's the first main issue. The second main issue is that lapis laser is non-elemental, meaning that only the spirit stat, M barrier, and sadness can mitigate its damage. There's no other way to mitigate the damage, and it already does an insane amount of damage. So if you're doing some kind of challenge run that stops you from having M barrier or stops you from using sadness, you're pretty much cooked. And if you're playing on the original version, that also means that your equipment spirit stat doesn't work, so it can be a problem. Lapis Laser only takes 10 MP, and Carry Armor has 200 MP, meaning that he can use it 20 overall times. On top of all that, he can grab party members, and you cannot save them unless you kill the arm, which actually just ends up damaging and killing the party member. There's no, like, when I was a kid, I always thought there was some kind of gimmick to save your party members when they get grabbed, but there really isn't. Unless the arm is already really low HP when it grabs you, you just are kind of screwed. Like, there's no good way to get your character back. Either you let him sit there and be grabbed, or you try to take out the arm and end up killing him in the process. So it's a really just evil gimmick. Not to mention he can grab 2 party members, leaving you with only 1. Due to a very strange quirk in the code, attacking the arms once but keeping their HP above 75% will cause their grab chance to lower from 1/16 to 1 in 128, which is why for challenge runs, I always keep the Dragon Fang from the Schizo fight, and I always throw it at the start of this fight. You've probably seen me many times use the Dragon Fang in this fight. The reason I do it is because it does just enough damage so that the arms stay at the 1 in 128 chance to grab your characters. So it's a really great item to use in this fight if you can keep it all the way from the Schizo fight. There's plenty of other moves you can do, though, that will have the same effect, but I always use the Dragon Fang. The best way to deal with carry armor is to use Magic Hammer, which drains his MP, meaning that he can't use Lapis Laser. And then if you end up killing his arms as well, he has no way to attack, which I'll show off. If Giant Cait Sith is triggered while party members are grabbed, the party members will still form into Cait Sith, but Cait Sith will take damage every time he attacks. So it'll be like he's grabbed even though he's not grabbed. So let's set Cloud's HP to 7s. See what happens. It shows 1417, but it's 7s. Okay, so watch Cloud here. So he did one 7s attack, and now he's like glitched off on the side of the arms. And we should be able to still free him, but now he's out of 7s because he took damage from hitting himself. Okay, so now that I took away his MP and his arms, it's a free fight. He can't do anything. He has no regular attack with his body. But, you know, a lot of challenge runs don't allow enemy skill. Enemy skill is one of the first things you remove when doing challenge runs because it's so busted, so a lot of times you don't have this option. And in the speed run, you don't have time to go grab Magic Hammer either, so. Alright, so this is the Captain. He is a special enemy. And as I mentioned before, all of the submarine crew, like all the guys that we fought up to this point, have code for this fight. It's just, it doesn't activate because the Captain isn't here. But if the Captain is here, then the submarine crew will do this, the little talking. So the Captain only has 2 appearances, and both of them are optional. You can pick to not fight the first one, which was this one, and then the second one only appears if you fail the sub game. Only the one in the sub says, ugh, they got me when he dies. His hand grenade, he has a hand grenade, but he never uses it unless you manipulate him. So normally he just shoots. But you can manipulate him into throwing a grenade. There was one comment that said that we should check out the water heater enemy in the model viewer. So here's that. Not really much to see, but as you can see, this red thing is definitely, you know, like a piece of cloth or something draped over it, and then the fire and like these, I mean, they just do not look like candles. Like I do genuinely think that these are supposed to be candles. I think it's supposed to be a tombstone or like a, you know, like a what do you call those? A monolith. That was the word I was looking for. Monolith. Some kind of slab of like rock, and then, which is weird because it's so like perfectly cut, but, and then like with the cloth draped over, and then I think these are supposed to be candles. But they do not look like candles at all. They definitely look like pipes, and this looks like steam or fire coming out of the pipes. And like the bottom as well looks so mechanical, you know, with like these cut legs. But I don't know. It's like two it's like two separate ideas blended into one. He will always be the water heater though for us. He will never have any other name other than the water heater. Starting off with Unknown 2. This is the first time you can do the Galnica. So we're going to do it now. But these enemies are actually like the strongest in the game, the strongest regular enemies in the game. If you wanted to do enemies based on, you know, like relative strength, you would do the Gelnika last. But since we can get down here now, and most of the time we always come down here as soon as we can, we'll just do them now. But yeah, these guys are way above the power level of any enemies we've fought so far, and above the power level of pretty much every enemy for the rest of the game. Some of the enemies in the final dungeon are somewhat comparable to these guys, but yeah, they don't mess around. First of all of the unknown enemies, unknown 1, 2, and 3, are all references to the unknown enemies in the Great Sea Trench in Final Fantasy V. There's this guy, and then there's this guy, and then there's this guy, and then there's this guy. I can't really make them any bigger because these are the sprites, but there's these 4 enemies in the Sea Trench. Why is it so hard to say Sea Trench? She Trench. The Sea Trench in Final Fantasy V, and they're all just called Unknown. So this is kind of a reference to that, and there's 4 different ones. So these guys are a reference to that, which I never knew. It's pretty cool. The idea behind these unknown enemies was that basically Shinra was transporting Shinra experiments in the Gelnika, and then the ship went down. I always thought that these were like creepy sea creatures or something, but these are actually Shinra experiments. They were in the Gelnika ship, they were being transported, and then the ship went down. So now they've been like mutating and festering down here in this sunken ship all this time. And so that's why they're called Unknowns. Unknown 2 gives the most Gil, XP, and AP of all 3 of the Unknowns. He also has an Aurora armlet for a steal, which is crazy. A Lunar Curtain as a drop, and he can be morphed into a guard source. But there's better enemies for guard sources. But yeah, he's pretty stacked. Aurora armlet for a steal, Lunar Curtain for a drop, and guard source for a morph. He absorbs poison, even though none of its attacks cause poison. He has Question Mark Needle, which causes paralysis, and Abnormal Breath, which causes confusion on one party member. And he always uses Abnormal Breath at the start of the fight, as you saw used on Cloud. From 50% HP to 25% HP, he will counter physical attacks with Abnormal Breath. And below that, he'll counter with Question Mark Needle. So this guy is rough. He's got confusion, he's got paralysis, he's got counters when he gets lower health. He's pretty strong enemy, as all these unknown enemies are. Yep, and he just one-shot Cloud. Ouch. Okay, so first let's talk about Reno. So, fun fact about Reno that I'm so excited to talk about again. Reno, once again, has his really cool gimmick where if you hit him with specifically Bolt, Bolt 2, or Bolt 3, his next attack will always be Electroprod 2, which is basically just a stronger Electroprod. At this point in the game, you're probably not using Bolt, so most people are never going to see this, but it's so cool that they actually carried this gimmick all the way from his first fight with the pyramids to here. You know, even to the Gelnika, he still has this gimmick where if you hit him with Bolt, he basically electrifies his rod and then gets to use a more powerful attack. And it's not a counter, it just makes his next attack that move. I think it would have worked better if like any electric attack did it, but I don't think they really had the ability to do that. But yeah, like maybe if you use Trine, they could have just added like maybe Trine. That would have been nice, because at this point maybe you're still using Trine, but I wouldn't imagine many people are still using Bolt. But here, I'll use Bolt, and then we'll see his next attack is going to be Electroprod 2. So there you go. But just such a cool gimmick that I never knew. I've played this game so many times, been through it so many times, would have never known about that without checking his AI. And never would have thought that they'd carry it all the way through the whole game. He also has Neo-Turk Light, which once again is not fire element, but does cause confusion. You can steal the extremely powerful Tough Ring from him, and the only other source for it is the final fight with him later. but you can steal from both fights to get 2 tough rings. Rude has some really interesting AI in this battle. He can use Cure 2 on himself or Reno if their HP is below 50%. And he retains his code from Gungaga, where he won't attack Tifa unless she is the only one remaining. And he will only either shoulder tackle her or just print a ... message and do nothing. So all of that would be really cool, except they accidentally completely broke his AI in this fight. So most likely you'll never see him do any of the cool stuff like print the ... message or heal himself or heal Reno or any of that stuff. Instead, the moment that he ever does any attack that isn't a shoulder charge, he breaks. And the rest of the fight, he does absolutely nothing. So as you can see, I'm not even in wait time right now. He's just completely broken and does nothing the entire fight. They didn't even fix this for the PC version. This is still a thing in every version of the game. They never fixed it. He's just completely useless this fight. Which is a big shame, because this is supposed to be like the secret cool Turk fight that, you know, you only get this one if you fight them before going and fighting them at the end. But yeah, it's completely broken. This is the first of the 3 fights that you can steal the Zydric from him, which is the second best equipment in the game. The 2 others being the 2 other Rude fights, the one at Rocket Town and then the final one. So you can get a total of 3, but this is the first time you can get one. And it's the easiest one to get a Zydric, because all you have to do is take out Reno, and then you can sit here and steal for as long as you want, because he does nothing. And I believe this is the only AI in the entire game that's actually completely busted. Like, we've talked a lot about bad AI in this game and bad coding and coding errors and stuff, but there isn't any other enemy in the game that actually just completely breaks and the AI loop like doesn't work, so he just gets stuck. So yeah, and it happens to be like a pretty important fight. It's not just a random fight. Unknown 1 has a fire armlet for steal, a light curtain for drop, but it's a really small chance, like 4% chance, and that's if you're high level. And can be morphed into power sources, but heavy tanks are much easier, and you can also duplicate off of screamers, so he's like the worst option for power sources, but you can get power sources from him. He absorbs fire even though he has no fire attacks, and he has 2 different tongue attacks, which are the same but have different animations for some reason, which is actually kind of cool how they gave him like 2 different animations for the same attack, so you don't see the same animation over and over. And here is Serpent. So this is the... This I kind of wonder, like, is this a Shinra experiment, or is this just an enemy, like something swimming around the Gelnika that like got in or something? Serpent was the actual final fight in the original Battle Square demo. So there was an old Battle Square demo where you would fight enemies through like the battle arena. And I think you actually did it with more than 1 character too. You did it with like 3 characters. And this guy was like the final boss. He's the only source of infinite mine sources in the entire game. The other 2 sources are in the Whirlwind Maze, and so they're missable. All but one of its attacks are water, so the water ring that you can steal from it, you can use against it to make him almost free. He also has a very unique AI, setting its attack based on the comparison between his own HP and the party's average HP, which can make it pretty hard to learn Aqualung from him because you have to be at a very specific HP level to get him to use it. But yeah, he actually checks the party's, like, add up all 3 party members' HP versus his HP, and that's what determines what attack he uses. So if you just sit here and heal, he'll use the same attack over and over. So this is Unknown 3. Unknown 3 has a Bolt Armlet to steal, drops Holy Torches, and can be morphed into a magic source. The only reliable magic sources other than an enemy, the only other enemy that gives them is 8 Eyes from the Battle Arena. If you fight the Battle Arena fight correctly, you can actually duplicate in the Battle Arena. So that would be a better option if you want to try it, but it's really difficult. This guy's a much more safe, consistent way to get magic sources, but would take a lot longer. Sense Poison Fang is Poison Elemental as well as gives poison. Wearing something that protects against poison will cause the entire attack to miss. He only uses Creepy Touch, which does no damage and causes sadness on targets with poison. So if you allow your party to get poisoned, he will no longer damage you. So you could just let all 3 of your characters get poison and then use like regen or just slowly heal over time. And this guy will just use Creepy Touch forever. So that's one way you can deal with him. Unknown 3 is supposed to check if it has MP before using Bolt 2 so that it can use another attack if it doesn't, instead of printing the ran out of energy message. But due to a bug, it only checks to see if it has more than 4 MP instead of the 22 MP required for Bolt 2. So if he does run out of MP, he'll check to see if he has at least 4 MP instead of the 22 required for Bolt 2, so he can end up just printing the message. And actually, I wonder if you could magic hammer him. See, I looked into the code, and basically they just, when they did the check, I think they copy and pasted from something else without actually checking how much Bolt 2 costs. Or rather, I think they accidentally checked for Bolt 1's MP cost instead of Bolt 2, because Bolt 1 costs 4 MP, I think. Yeah. There you go. Skill power used up. Even though it's not supposed to be able to do that. It's supposed to check and do something else. Alright. We have probably my 2 favorite names in the game. Poodler and Bad Rap. I absolutely love Bad Rap. That is such an amazing name. So Poodler is pretty weak for being in the Galnica. He only has 1 physical attack and a fire attack that he does as a counter. He is, however, the only speed source morph in the game. Every other speed source is just a pickup. And they also have Turbo Ethers for steel and X Potions for drop. So very nice enemies. The Bad Rap is the only luck source farm in the game. The only other luck sources are one-time items off the ground, same as the Poodler. They also get more chance to whip multiple times based on missing HP, up to a max of 50% chance at less than or equal to 50% HP. You can also steal the ink item from them, which is a completely useless item. I've talked about it in the past, but basically the way the ink item is coded, well, not the ink item, but darkness, the way that the darkness ailment is coded is the attack command, so this command right here, has less of a chance to hit if you're in darkness. And enemies do not have the attack command. Every enemy in the game has a unique attack, even if it's just a regular attack, it's called something else. It's called like claw or cut or whip or something, you know. So because they're different attacks, they're not affected by darkness. So darkness is a completely useless ailment for us to use against the enemy. And the ink item just gives darkness. It doesn't deal any damage or anything. It just gives darkness. So it's a completely useless item, but you can steal them from Bad Raps if you want. If you want to complete your collection of items. So this is the rocket fight with Rude. Rude will keep his aversion to attacking Tifa in this fight, although according to his code, he can hit her with Bolt this time. In every other fight, he could only ever shoulder tackle her or print ... In this fight, he can actually hit her with Bolt. He will still never attack her otherwise until she is the only one left, and then he'll either do Bolt, shoulder tackle, or print the ... message. The Grand Spark move picks a random target up to 3 times, but if the random target is Tifa, he'll just skip it. And then this is also the second opportunity to steal the Zydric. And he's also back row, which is a bit annoying. We did a challenge called the Absolute Lowest Level Challenge, where we weren't allowed to kill these guards, but we still wanted to steal the Zydric. So we had to long range steal with steel as well to get the Zydric, because we couldn't kill these soldiers. And you can't steal from the back row. Even with long range materia, you can't. Alright, so let's talk diamond weapons. So there's 2 glitches that I want to do, one of which I know how to do, the other one I've never done before. So if you've never seen this one before, it's pretty well known, I think. Basically, if you get into a fight with diamond weapon and you open up the menu at the same time, I think that was maybe. Let's see what happens. Yo, thank you T-Sales for the Prime. Appreciate you, man. So I interacted with Diamond Weapon, and then I opened up the menu and saved. And so now the game thinks I fought Diamond Weapon, but we did not fight him yet. And now he's gone. And this permanently cooks your save file. You can no longer beat the game now. This is a completely soft-locked file. There's nothing. You can't do the Midgar raid. It's you're totally messed up. This completely kills your file. If you were to do this and only have one save file, and you just tried to get really close to Diamond before saving, you would completely break your file and have to play the entire game again. Now, there's another fun one that I've never done before, but I want to try for the first time here during this playthrough. Are you guys aware of the... Let's go ahead and save over that file just so I don't accidentally use it. Are you guys aware of the double boss glitch? The way that the double boss glitch works is if you are supposed to get a random encounter and instead open up the menu on the same exact frame that you were going to get an encounter, and then you fight a boss fight, you will fight the boss fight twice. Maybe? I think I got it. So I don't know if this works if you know, do it on a field and then come back out, but we'll see. I really have no idea how this glitch works. So let's just set his HP to 1 here, so we can test. Nice. So there you go. So the reason this works, normally with boss fights on the world map, like Ruby Weapon, Ultimate Weapon, it doesn't work because the reason this works has to do with how the field module works. But when you fight Diamond Weapon, it actually takes you to the field module before starting the fight. So you're on the world map, it takes you to the field module, then it starts the Diamond Weapon fight, then it places you on the field where Cloud gets the phone call, and then takes you back to the world map module. So because it technically plops you in the field module just before the fight starts, you can do the double boss glitch with Diamond Weapon. And you can't do that with any other world map fight. The reason it's really cool is because this fight gives you an insane amount of XP and AP and gil. So doing this battle twice is actually like crazy for if you want to get a bunch of stats, you know, really quickly. So this is actually a pretty cool glitch. You know, if you want to grind quick, this is actually a useful glitch. And you can do it just like I did it. Go to any field and just save right before you enter the field so that the encounter is always in the same spot, and then just try to menu right when you get to that spot. Do the same movement every time. You'll always get it in the same spot. Spam the menu when you think the battle's coming up, and you'll eventually get it. So this dude does have the Rising Sun UV weapon for a steal, so if you do the double weapon glitch, or the double boss glitch, you can actually steal 2 Rising Suns, which will be the only way to get 2 Rising Suns, because this is the only Rising Sun in the game. Diamond Weapon has physical immunity until it opens up. The way that it works is that when you start the battle, you need to use 2 summons or 2 limit breaks to open him, and then once he gets below 15,000 HP, you have to use 3 summons or 3 limit breaks to open him. Whenever he finishes his countdown, he uses Diamond Flash, which hits for 7/8 current HP and inflicts silence. However, if you just use magic for the whole fight, you can keep him from ever using Diamond Flash. In fact, if you only use magic, he'll only ever use 2 attacks. His Stomp attack, which is always on the highest HP target, and the laser ray attack, which is fire element, which is how we actually took care of him during the absolute lowest level challenge. So in the absolute lowest level challenge, we gave fire immunity to the character that we were tanking with, and then we just healed whoever got stomped on, and it allowed us to get through the fight with only our lowest level characters. So kind of a cheese, but more of just an exploit of the way his AI works. And if you ever have issues with Diamond Flash, you can do the same. Diamond Weapon is actually weak to lightning. He does take double damage to lightning, which I don't think I ever knew, because I'm always just using the high-level spells at this point. And similar to Airbuster, Diamond Weapon has also been speculated to be inspired by the Gundam franchise. Diamond Weapon is most likely inspired by AMX-4, Qubeley. I don't know if that's how you pronounce his name or not. Qubeley. He looks like this. And yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say that's probably that's probably him. Okay, let's talk about Crazy Saw. Not a ton to talk about with Crazy Saw. He's very similar to the other enemies like in Midgar and stuff. But super important information that's going to change your life forever. The guidebook entry for Crazy Saw does not have a space in between Crazy and Saw. It's just Crazy Saw. Game ruined. Sorry I had to do that to you. Uninstall all your copies of the game immediately. Also, they can be L4 suicided, and then you can morph them and get an easy turbo ether. Cromwell is, of course, named after the British World War II tank that looks like this. Super classic tank, probably either the most common thing when you think of tank, or definitely up there in the top 5 most classic, like, default tank looks, the Cromwell tank. But that's where he gets his name from. And he has only one attack, but he can use it twice. And he also has a 4.68% chance to drop the strongest attack item in the game, the 8-inch cannon. But this late in the game, it's really not that great. This is Manhole. I hate this enemy. Least favorite enemy in this area. This enemy is technically 3 enemies, but health is transferred to each as they pop up. So if you look here, we got Manhole A, Manhole B, and Manhole C. They're not just all Manhole. These are actually 3 separate enemies, but, you know, if this guy has 5,000 HP, and then he disappears and appears over here, the HP is transferred to this guy. And then once you kill one of them, they all just die. So that's how it's coded. They are immune to all ailments, but strangely, they're not immune to Berserk, which will completely break the fight as he can no longer move to another manhole, and he doesn't have a Berserk attack, so he tries to use the broken 65,535 MP attack. So this is a very obvious case of them accidentally giving an enemy not immunity to Berserk, because he's immune to everything else. So it's very obvious he's supposed to be immune to Berserk. There we go. So yeah, this completely breaks the fight. He tries to use that move that doesn't exist, and he can no longer use his attack that makes him switch manhole covers. So now he just chills here. He only uses Fire 2 in the back left position and Ice 2 in the back right position, which is kind of cool. So these 2 positions actually have different attacks. He has concept art, and on the art it shows that the idea from moving to spot was actually a concept from the very beginning. So I believe this part maybe says that he moves cover somewhere on here. It says that you know, he would move from spot to spot. This is another enemy that I'm kind of shocked got concept art. This was actually an idea from the very beginning to have this guy. Seems like he would have been something created later because he's pretty simple, but Yep, this is one of the original ideas, was this guy that jumps from manhole to manhole. I feel like part of the reason that this guy was an original concept for one of the enemies goes back to the original concept of the game, which was supposed to take place in New York. So if you think about it, like, you know, a detective in New York, what kind of enemies is he going to be fighting? Let's have this like guy that pops out of manhole covers. Makes total sense for New York, right? So I have a sneaking suspicion that that's where this guy's original concept came from, was like, what kind of enemies could we have in New York that makes sense? And then he just kind of stayed around when they changed the game. Maybe. Or it's just a coincidence, but that's my fan theory. All right. Classic Behemoth. Behemoth is the only enemy to use the question marks move other than Jersey. In order to get him to use it, he needs to take more than 3,500 damage, and then he'll eventually use it, but there's a better chance if he's even lower HP. He also counters magic with Flare, but only 4 times before he runs out of MP, which also means if you use 4 magic attacks on him, he can no longer cast question marks. So you need to do 3,500 damage to him without using 4 magic attacks if you want him to use question marks. Behemoth is repeated in many Final Fantasies, but he debuted in Final Fantasy II, and there's actually concept art for him in Final Fantasy I, but he never actually made it into the game. And he also has some concept art for this game, and you can see he's actually kind of small. I think he's bigger in the final game than the concept art here. The concept art kind of shows Cloud being almost his height when he's on all 4s. But here, he barely comes up to his chin. So, he definitely got an upgrade when he, in the final game. And yeah, really cool concept art. There it is. R.I.P. Cloud. Why is it always Cloud in this run? Cloud's always getting picked on. Alright, so now we have some Shadow Makers. Coolest name for the lamest enemy. Shadow Makers are the only Gravity Ball steal in the game, and the only other source is drops from Dean Glows, which are also missable. They always drop Turbo Ethers and show up in multiples, so they're great for Ether Farm. Like, insanely good for Ether Farm. You're not going to find a better Ether Farm in the game. Just fight these and wipe them out with an Ultima cast, and you get 2 free Turbo Ethers. They're meant to be a support enemy, so all they do is slow. But they only have one formation where they even show up with another enemy, which is this one, the single crazy saw. So they're a pretty useless enemy. Unless you get this specific fight, all they're going to do is just slow you and not deal any damage. A funny coincidence that this enemy shows up in the same area that you get debut item, because it's great for debut item multiplication if you get the fight with just Shadow Makers. Here's the fight I was talking about. We can times 5 this fight, and they will never deal any damage. They're just going to give everyone slow and then just sit here. So this is a perfect fight to go grab debut item and multiply your whole inventory if you want. And it just so happens to be right before you get debut item. So first things first, fun fact about just this fight in general. There's 2 ways to skip this battle. If you do the Yuffie side quest, then when you start this fight, you will get an option to not fight them. There'll be a dialogue option, and if you pick the second one, I think it is, then you skip this fight. Also, whether or not you do the Yuffie side quest or not, you can always skip this fight. The way it works is you bump up against this column here, and you just slowly walk around the column like this until you're behind it, and then just run forward. And it completely skips the fight. They did not bump up the trigger far enough past this, or like up against this column. So you can just walk past, and the fight never happens. But of course, pretty much no matter what, unless you're doing like the absolute lowest level challenge where you can't fight this, or if you do the Midgar raid skip and skip all of this entirely, you pretty much always want to do this fight because it's a somewhat easy fight, and it has 3 of the best equipment in the game. It has a Zydric, it has a Tough Ring, and it has a Minerva Band. So you pretty much always want to do this fight. Now, let's talk about each one in particular. So first of all, we have Reno. First of all, in terms of the whole fight, once one Turk is beaten, all 3 leave. So Reno is the optimal target because he has the least HP. Although killing all 3 at the same time will give you XP, AP, and Gil from all of them. So the best way to do it is to beat him with like a summon or Ultima. But if you want to just beat it quickly, then take out Reno. I always thought growing up that Elena would be the best one to target. You figure that she has the least HP. She might be like, she's like the squishiest, and she's the one that jumps into the back row, so you just kind of figure she has the least HP. But turns out Reno actually has the least HP, so he's better if you want to just quickly end the fight. As mentioned before, you can get a Tough Ring from Reno, and it's your last chance to get it. You can get one from Galnica and one here. Reno, once again, continues this Bolt gimmick. So in the very first fight, Reno halved lightning damage. Then in the Gangaga and Galnica, he goes back to taking regular damage from lightning. But in this fight, he actually absorbs lightning. So he's reached his final form here with the lightning gimmick. He now completely absorbs lightning damage. It's probably not because of his gimmick, though, because each one of the Turks absorbs an element. So it was probably just because each one absorbs an element, so they decided to have Reno absorb lightning. But I like to think that it's also part of this growing gimmick throughout the game, where he continues to do stuff with lightning. In fact, it also seems like he's finally mastered the art of lightning, as he also doesn't have his bolt counter anymore. He instead just uses Electroprod on his own throughout the fight. So throughout the entire game, if you use bolt on him, he absorbs the lightning power and then does Electroprod or some other attack. In this fight, he finally has the ability to conjure up the electric himself. So he no longer has the bolt thing, which feels like a shame, but also makes sense because he's like in his final form. Having said that, he sucks in this fight. All he does is use Short Staff, and then he has a 50-50 between Short Staff and Electroprod. The first version, not even the stronger second version, and not the Electro Rod move that can inflict paralysis. And then he also uses Turk Light, but it's the old version, not the better version that confuses. So I don't know why, but they just made Reno really suck in this fight. He has the least amount of HP. He uses Electroprod 1 instead of Electroprod 2. He uses the old version of Turk Light that doesn't confuse. And then he just has a regular attack. So he's been significantly downgraded. Other than his gimmick of absorbing lightning, he's been significantly downgraded in this fight. He just kind of sucks. And then we have Rude. To go along with the gimmick I just mentioned with absorbing stuff, he absorbs fire in this fight. This is the third and final chance to get a Zydric, meaning you'll have a full set if you steal from each one. Rude has apparently fallen even more in love for Tifa over the course of the game, because in this final fight, he still won't attack Tifa unless she is the last alive. But this time he has an even greater chance, a 2/3 chance to print the ... message and not attack. In the other fights, he only has a 1/3 chance. So he's truly fallen in love with her at this point, I guess. I don't know. Rude also hits like a truck in this fight and has completely given up on using traditional spells like cures and stuff. And instead, he just only uses Shoulder Tackle and Grand Spark. So he is by far the most dangerous enemy in this fight. Reno kind of sucks and Elena isn't that great, but Rude just spams his strongest attacks the entire fight. Moving on to Elena, like I said before, for the longest time I always thought she was the best target in this fight for having the least HP, but she actually has the most HP out of all 3, and also moves to the back row, meaning that she takes less damage from physical attacks, so she is by far the tankiest character in this fight. She is the only boss in the game that switches rows. And to go along with the absorption gimmick, she absorbs ice. So she absorbs ice, Rude absorbs fire, and Reno absorbs lightning. She also has the Minerva Band for steal in this fight, which is the only one other than the one you can pick up in the Ancient Forest. Since there are random encounters in this room, this fight can actually be a preemptive battle, which is extra funny because it's like, obviously, they know we're here. But if you do get a preemptive battle, Elena will still get the first turn because her first attack is actually coded as a sneak attack. So even if you get a preemptive, she'll still do her first attack. Her throw attack also has 2 different versions. One is a shoot element and one is a fire element. And then her only real scary attack is her bewildered attack, which can cause confusion. So what I normally do for this fight is I go grab Steel as well, because I usually do the Yuffie side quest late. I do it right before Diamond Weapon, so I can get Steel as well at the same time. And then I'll use like Steel as well Ultima or Steel as well Quadric Magic, and then a summon or something to get a bunch of steals on all of them. Alright, the good old Proud Claude fight. We got Proud Claude, and then we have his armor, Jamar armor. So Proud Claude was probably supposed to be translated as Proud Clad, as in clad in armor. This fight has 2 targets, Proud Claude himself and Jamar armor. The Jamar armor does not protect Proud Claude or give him any stats like defense or magic defense. Instead, it only does one thing. It enables Proud Claude to use Materia Jammer. This would be more apparent if it wasn't mistranslated, because its name is actually supposed to be Jammer Armor. Materia Jammer sounds like a scary move, but instead of giving the party silence or some unique effect that removes the ability to use materia, it just simply gives one party member reflect. So what an absolute waste of life the Jammer Armor is, and even, honestly, this whole fight. It just blows my mind that, like, that's what it does. So the idea is this is Shinra's ultimate weapon, and like the whole gimmick is they finally figured out the secret of materia, and Cloud and his party has been using materia the whole game to beat everything. So we've created this ultimate weapon that's going to jam their materia. But instead of giving silence or giving, like, you know, the code exists in the game to turn off your materia. They do it in the battle arena. So they could have, like, turned off your magic materia, which would actually make this fight a really cool fight. Imagine if the Jammer armor turned off your materia until you just defeated the armor, and then you got your materia back. Like, that would make for a really cool fight. But instead, they were like, what would mess them up? What would mess up their ability to use materia? I know. We'll give them reflect. That way, if they try to heal themselves, it'll reflect off the reflect. Which I guess is okay, but Proud Claude doesn't really do that much damage anyway, so you don't really need to heal that much. And on top of that, it only hits one character instead of your whole party. So, like, it's just the worst attack ever. And there's a whole separate, you know, target that makes that attack possible, and it's just a complete waste of life. Jamar armor is still worth killing, though, because it gives more XP and AP than Proud Claude and the same amount of gil, which you don't get if you just kill Proud Claude. So you actually, the armor itself gives more XP and AP than Proud Claude. So it's definitely worth killing. You get more than double than if you were to just kill Proud Claude. But, you know, killing it doesn't do anything. I always thought it, like, lowered his stats or something. It doesn't do anything. It just stops him from using a useless move. To me, this fight is a perfect metaphor for Shinra's inability to do anything. And I don't know if that was the plan with this fight. If it's supposed to be easy to show Shinra's incompetence, or if this was supposed to be like the ultimate Shinra fight and they just botched it. So yeah, that gave Red 13 Reflect. That's it. That's all it did. Alright, so we have 4 pretty interesting enemies here. A lot of these enemies people may not have seen because they only show up in this little area before you run up to Hojo. Pretty often I'll get into fights with, like, this thing, and people in the chat will be like, I've never seen this thing. Because I think a lot of people just run right up to Hojo and don't get into any fights. But yeah, this is the Grosspanzer, or Grosspanzer. He has 3 enemies. There's the Grosspanzer Big, the Grosspanzer Small A, Small B, which are these 2 turrets, and then the Mobile, which is the bottom. The parts work just like Bizarro Sephiroth, where they don't actually get turns, but instead they unlock moves for the main body to use. The big part allows Napalm Bomb, the small part allows Normal Shell, and Body Blow is only used if all or none of the optional parts are destroyed. And Deadly Wheel is only used if at least one optional part is alive. I love how he shakes, though. It's like he's barely sticking together. It's like this monstrosity that they put together that barely functions, but it's just a bunch of big cannon parts. All right, this is the Soldier First. So are they actually strong enough to be Cloud or Sephiroth or Zack, given that they're first-class soldiers? Well, the Soldier First is the last chance to get the Shinra Alpha by stealing before it's missed forever. They will counter magic with silence, and they'll use Quadra Cut when below 75% health, and Sword of Doom when below 25% health. And they also have a chance to use Sword of Doom or Quadra Cut once at the start of the battle. And that's pretty much it. Sword of Doom is pretty spooky, though, if I remember correctly. They also have a really strange... yeah, okay, that hurt. They have a very strange thing with their animations, where they stop, you know, like where their animation ends. They don't go back to home base. I'm not sure if that was intended or not, but they're playing Legend of Legaia for some reason. There he is. All right. Time to talk about this guy, the X Cannon. Remember before when I said the big revolver gun guy was the worst enemy in the game because he just sits there and counters. So, but his counter breaks if you only have one character alive. I lied. I don't care that enemy is pretty much impossible to lose to because he stops attacking you once you have one character alive. Don't care. This is the worst enemy in the game, and I'm going to prove it to you right now. So first of all, the original Japanese name of this enemy is Trans Ultimate Angry Dragon Cannon. For some reason, they changed that to X Cannon, which makes me infinitely sad because Trans Ultimate Angry Dragon Cannon is an incredible name. I don't know why they changed it to X Cannon. It is not indicative of the power level of this enemy, though. This guy always uses Search for 3 turns, which does absolutely nothing, and then counts down to Dragon Cannon. And I am going to show you how bad this enemy is. So we're going to actually escape from this fight. We're gonna put the run on hold here. I'm gonna close the game. We are gonna load a save from when we first left Midgar. So this save right here. This is when we first left Midgar. We have Cloud, Barret, and Red 13, level 13. We're gonna fight the X Cannon with this party instead of our regular party. So he's going to search 3 times, which does nothing. It's just part of his thing. And then he's going to count down to his ultimate attack. So he gets 3 searches, and then he still has to count down after that. So it's like 6 turns this guy takes to count down. The whole gimmick of this fight is he does absolutely nothing but this big ultimate Grand Dragon Boom attack. That's all he does. So here we go. 3, 2. We got to kill him before he does this attack. Look at him. He's shaking with power. He's going to annihilate. You have to kill. That's the whole gimmick. You have to kill him before he uses this attack. We better kill him. Oh, no. He's doing it. He's doing his big ultimate attack. The Dragon Cannon. Doesn't even kill our party that just left Midgar. That's all he does. This is this whole fight. He takes 6 turns to charge up that. And that's all he does. What is this enemy? What happened? What did they do? No, it's not fractional damage. Nope. Nope. It just does that little damage. They just forgot to make him do damage. I don't know. I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Why does he take 6 turns to charge that up? Obviously, the gimmick is kill it before it does its attack. But it just does no damage. And it's not percentage. You'll see. He'll do it again. He might kill Barrett. He's not going to kill Cloud or Red 13. It is a complete joke. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened to this enemy. They blew it. They absolutely blew it with this enemy. That was a crit, I think. Now look at the absolute hilarious damage this thing does to an actual on-level party. I mean, like, what happened? Did they just forget did they forget a couple zeros? Or what? He has 20,000 HP. He's also weak to lightning. And if this wasn't already funny enough, guess what? He is not immune to Berserk. And has no Berserk attack. So if you Berserk him, he breaks. Just like several other enemies. Not that you would ever need to do that. But, yeah. He is yet another enemy that they meant to make immune to Berserk. They forgot. They didn't give him a Berserk attack, so he just breaks if you Berserk him. So this might be an enemy that a lot of you haven't seen before. There he is. This is the Maximum Chimera. The regular Chimera was mistranslated to Harpy. Then this enemy that should have been Maximum Chimera is instead Maximum Chimera, which in addition to the Chimera bug being spelled in another way, Chimera. So you had, remember the bug that had the 3 heads, like the spider head and the bug heads? That guy was spelled K-I-M-A-R-A. And then you had the actual Chimera enemy that for some reason his name was Harpy. And then you have this guy who spelled K-I-M-A-I-R-A. So they had 3 chances to get an actual C-H-I-M-E-R-A Chimera in the game, and they botched all 3 of them. He can be morphed into guard sources, but there's several other better ways to get guard sources. He has a chance to counter magical attacks with freeze, but because of what was probably a mistake, the freeze counter doesn't hit the character that did the magical attack, but rather the last character that the Chimera hit with a physical attack. If you haven't used a physical attack, it'll just use it on the center target. Also, both Harpy and Maximum Chimera don't really follow the typical Chimera gimmick of each head and tail having different elemental attacks. They just kind of have regular attacks. So they kind of missed the whole bus on the Chimera gimmick, but at least the enemy looks cool. There was a comment from Philip, Yanush, I believe is how you say his second name. He mentions that the Crazy Saw has a typo in the guidebook, which I did not know about, so it's a pretty funny one. You'll notice that it says he has a whopping 39,000 HP, which is incorrect. He has 3,900 HP. One thing I forgot to mention about Diamond Weapon, which I had kind of forgotten about over the years. I think when people ask me about like Japanese version to English version, I usually talk about how the encounter rate is a lot higher, which ends up making the game actually kind of easier because you level up more. And I also talk about Ruby and Emerald Weapon being added. I totally forgot that Diamond Weapon was also added. He exists in the Japanese version, and there's still like the cutscenes and stuff, but the actual fight doesn't exist in the Japanese version, which I often forget about. But you just walk up and then it just plays the cutscene. You don't actually do like the fight. And the Rising Sun was a dummied item in the Japanese version, and they added it to him for his steel for the English version. All right, so let's talk about Hojo. So in this fight, Hojo doesn't do anything other than just use Capsule to bring out his minions and recast them if they die. The minions are usually in the fight, but they're just invisible until Hojo uses Capsule. But there is an unused formation number 859, where the minions aren't in the fight. So Hojo can't use Capsule, and instead he just stands there. I'm wondering if that version of the fight was like an original test to see what they wanted to do with this fight, and then later they added the enemies. And these are, of course, two enemies from the Galnica, which is somewhat lore interesting because kind of adds to the lore of the Galnica. It's definitely being like Shinra experiments, since Hojo's here using them. Then we have Helitic Hojo. Helitic is a mistranslation of heretic. It's supposed to be Heretic Hojo. And the way this fight works is that if you defeat the body or you defeat both arms at the same time, the fight will end. So you have the regular body here, and then you have the left arm, which holds him up, and the right arm, which does the stab attack. If you defeat both arms at the same time, the fight will actually end. Or you can just fight the main body. The main body has 26,000 HP. The right arm only has 5,000, but it can be revived. And the left has 24,000 HP, but can't be revived. So the left arm almost has as much HP as the main body. So usually it's better to hit the main body. If you defeat one of the arms, it stops Hojo from casting Biogas and Confuse, but it does unlock Sleep Hell if you defeat the right, and Silence if you defeat... or Sleep Hell if you defeat the left, and Silence if you defeat the right, I believe. Might be backwards. And given the body has less HP than the two arms combined, it's usually better just to attack the body, like I said. Alright, and then we have Lifeform Hojo. The actual name of this enemy is Lifeform Hojo N. However, the two previous fights have 3 targets. Hojo has his minions, and Helitic has his 2 arms, and the battle system can't handle going from 3 enemies to 1 enemy in the same battle. So there are actually 3 different Lifeform Hojos, and 2 of them are invisible. Now, they could have just named the other 2 whatever they wanted because they're invisible anyways, but they named them all Lifeform Hojo N, and what happens when there's multiple enemies with the same name in this game? They give them letters, right? Like, you know, Touch Me F. So A, B, and C are added to the end of their names, causing the name of the visible one to become Lifeform Hojo NA. So if you ever wondered why, for some reason, it's Lifeform Hojo NA, that's why. It's supposed to be Lifeform Hojo N, but because they had to put invisible enemies to match the 3 enemies from the other 2 fights, it ends up getting that extra A. So now it's Lifeform Hojo NA, which was probably not what they meant to do, but because of the way the battle system works, they had to. Somebody who wrote for the Final Fantasy VII Ultimania Omega didn't know this because he is still listed as Lifeform Hojo NA in the book, which is pretty interesting. And I don't know if anyone's ever noticed this before because I looked through the book myself in preparation for this because I wondered if they indeed called it NA, and they do. So if you look really closely, let me turn off my light. If you look real closely at Lifeform there, you can see the Japanese name for Lifeform Hojo, and then you'll see at the end NA. So they were unaware that that A is actually just there because of the invisible enemies, and they thought the actual name was NA. The Japanese has an extra ultimate at the start of the name, Ultimate Lifeform Hojo N. Lifeform's combo attack is coded as 4 separate attacks, so each one of them can do different ailments. The first just does damage, the second one can cause poison, the third one can inflict darkness, and the last one can inflict sleep. But because it is coded this way, any counter materia can go off on each individual hit, making counter attacks super strong in this fight. You can combo this with cover as well for a super strong effect. If you give somebody counter and cover in this fight, they'll just go off. Also, Lifeform only has 100 MP, and all of his attacks, even his Absorb attack, takes MP, so a single magic hammer causes him to only use combo for the rest of the fight, as well as waste a lot of turns as he has no MP check code. A Lifeform also has his own concept art, and in the art, it shows that there's an original idea for his face. It was supposed to open up like a helmet, but we'll never know what it was supposed to look like under there because they didn't end up implementing it. So here's the concept art, and as you can see, they even have like a little arrow. This was supposed to like open up, and then there was supposed to be like a maybe creepy face under there or something, but never ended up getting used. All right, so let's talk about Ultimate Weapon, who just blasted me with Ultimate Beam 2 seconds into the fight. This is the first and only game that his name is Ultimate Weapon instead of Ultima Weapon. But the weapon he drops for Cloud is called Ultima Weapon. Ultimate Weapon will always start above the Junon Lake, then he'll fly around to a couple different locations until his HP is 20,000 or less. Some of the locations result in a ground battle and some result in a flying battle. The ground battle locations are Midgar, Fort Condor, Gungaga, and the North Crater, and the flying battles are Mount Nibel, Medial, and North Coral. During the grounded battles, you can steal reflect rings from him, which is the only source for this other than the one you can get from defeating Genova Death. And during the flying battles, you can steal circlets, although you need either long-range materia or the steal as well materia. When you first fight Ultima Weapon in Medial, his HP is actually saved as a variable, meaning that when you fight him over the Junon Lake, he'll be missing any of the HP you took during the Medial fight. So if I bring up Ultima here, you can see, even though we just started the fight, he's already down to 91,000 HP. That's because we did 8,000 and some change to him during the Medial fight. This means that if you deal enough damage to him in the fight, he will actually never even be in the Junon Lake, and instead he just spawns over Cosmo Canyon immediately. This would be really hard to do in Medial. You would have to like really cheat the game and get like Knights of the Round or something. Which, once you have Tifa, that is the first chance you have to get Knights of the Round, I believe. So if you immediately got the Disc 2, like after the Junon escape sequence, you immediately went and got a gold Chocobo and got Knights of the Round and spammed Knights of the Round on him, then maybe you could make that happen. But otherwise, you're never going to do that much damage. If you kill Ultimate Weapon in any of the fights prior to the Cosmo Canyon fight, he'll just spawn over Cosmo Canyon for the final fight and have a restored 20,000 HP. But if you deal enough to go under 20,000 without killing him, he won't heal, meaning that you could potentially send him to Cosmo Canyon with as low as 1 HP. You could even do this in the Medial fight. So in the Medial fight, you could do just 99,999 damage. And then when you got to this point in the game, he would be over Cosmo Canyon with 1 HP. During any of the chase fights, if you do more than 20,000 HP of damage, he will immediately flee, meaning the only way to get him to land immediately is to do one giant burst of damage like Knights of the Round. While he's flying around, if you can catch him, you can bump into him 4 or 5 times, and then he'll go directly to his next landing spot. If Ultimate Weapon happens to settle above Midgar during the Midgar raid section, the player will have to do the entire Midgar raid before continuing the weapon fight. During the flying fights, he is immune to Earth, but for some reason, he is also immune to water, which he isn't immune to on either of the ground fights. So once again, another fight where a flying enemy is for some reason immune to water. I don't understand what this gimmick is. I don't know if like water has to come out of the ground to hit enemies or something, and maybe it can't reach. I don't know what the idea. Maybe like water in this game is supposedly like just a wave. So if you're flying, you're like above the wave. I don't know, but for some reason they stuck to this gimmick of a lot of flying enemies being specifically immune to water. Ultimate Weapon is the best fight for learning Shadow Flare, as he always uses it as his final attack against the character who killed him. And with the Reflect Ring, you can reflect it back on him and still learn it. Plus, you know who he's going to use it on, so it's easy to get him to use it on the person with the enemy skill. Ultimate Weapon has a concept art where he looks more like Bahamut than himself, and the label gives him the normal Ultima name, so Ultimate must have been a later change. And here's the concept art. So at some point, his name was going to be Ultima Weapon, and then they decided, like, oh, we want Cloud's weapon to be called Ultima Weapon, so we'll call him Ultimate Weapon instead. And yeah, he looks a lot more like Bahamut here. He's got like the big thing over his nose, which he doesn't have anymore. He does still have this, which I think is just a weapon thing. But yeah, looking a lot more like a Bahamut dragon than a weapon here. And then there's also another concept art that shows the Onyx Dragon, which was a OG enemy that would eventually just become Ultimate Weapon instead. They kind of took this idea and turned it into Ultimate Weapon, but at some point, it was called the Onyx Dragon. And yeah, he looks a bit more like Ruby Weapon than anything. So whenever he flies away, he always starts over the Junon crater, even if that's not where you fought him. So this first fight over the Junon crater, it's a lot easier to catch him. After this, it's a lot harder. So the first one we got here is the Epiolnus. Great name. This is a really odd mistranslation of Aepyornis, Aepyornis, which is a type of bird known as the elephant bird. Looks like this. It's an old, extinct dinosaur bird. Also, this guy has a pretty awesome steel that is probably not super well known. I'm not sure I ever knew this, honestly. But they have wizard bracelets for steel, which is pretty huge. One of the best equipments in the game. Then we got these guys. These are Rilf Sacks. Rilf Sack is a really weird enemy. The name was probably supposed to be something similar to Leaf Suck, as it has the Blood Suck ability. But what is it actually? Like a vampire leaf? Or like, what is it actually supposed to be? It's got like an eyeball. But yeah, I don't know. It's like, I think it's a parasite that's like taken over a leaf, or it's a parasite that just looks like a leaf for the sake of like camouflage. He also has the same ability as the Cactuar. He has an 87.5% chance to set its evade to max. So he's actually like as hard to hit as a Cactuar. He also has a 1/3 chance to use Autumn Leaves at the start of the fight, and then has a 50% chance to use it as a magical counter once it's under 1/3 HP, which is unreasonably rare because this guy only has 2,000 HP. So that's probably never going to happen this late into the game. And this is the Diablo. So the Diablo actually has a really cool AI. He counters fire with ice and ice with fire. But because of the way that it's coded based on the ID of the attack it receives, not all attacks work correctly, with a few funny ones like Fire Fang causing Fire Veil to Fire Fang and Fire Veil causing a fire counter, and random things like Ink and Loco Weed causing cold counters. So the way it's supposed to work is you use an attack. Do I have like, I don't have regular spells. Try like Flamethrower. Use a fire move, and he's supposed to counter with ice. So there, it didn't even counter. Alright, so we'll hit him with fire. And now he counters with cold. Then we hit him with ice. And he counters with flame. So, cool, but like, when are you ever going to see that? This would be much better if it was like at the very beginning of the game where you were actually using those spells. And then, yeah, there's some funny ones. So if I hit him with an ink... he counters with cold, which doesn't make any sense. If I hit him with a fire veil, he should counter with cold. But instead he counters with flame. So I don't think this will auto-kill. It'll poison him, though. I mean, it's basically an auto-kill. Yeah, so this is where this is so interesting. So they are not immune to poison, but they are immune to poison damage. So they're poisoned, but they're not taking poison damage. But the element of poison auto-kills them. So if you use a poison spell like Bio, they insta-die. But the ailment of poison doesn't hurt them. But they're also not immune to it. It's like, why is it like that? Why would the element of poison auto-kill them, but then the ailment of poison doesn't even hurt them? But then they're also not immune to it. Which, huh? Yes. Let's go. There he is, the Tonberry. As mentioned before, he can only be found in the battle arena. He was supposed to appear in the Whirlwind Maze, specifically the area where the weapon eyeball is, but that area became a cutscene area, so he ends up never being found. Actually, in fact, I have a picture here of the area, this area right here. So you were supposed to be able to run around and get into fights here. We had a theory that more was supposed to be done on that screen, but it seems part of the Whirlwind Maze was cut, and you simply just teleport from the Sephiroth Illusion Room to that cutscene. It seems like you were supposed to actually run around that room and do more stuff. Tonberry has a very rare attack called Time Damage. It works similar to Master Tonberry's Everyone's Grudge, but instead of attacking twice within a turn to activate it, you must attack the Tonberry 3 times between its turns to activate the counter. The idea was that if the entire party all attacks him at once, then he would counterattack with this attack. But because he's only found in the battle arena, that means it is actually a really, really difficult attack to ever see, because you only have one party member in the battle arena. The only way to see this is to give Tonberry slow, give yourself haste, and have a very high dexterity stat. Time damage does damage based on how long the player has played the game. The formula is hours played times 100, so if you've been playing for 100 hours, it'll do max damage. Since this is the only other attack Tonberry has other than Knife, Death Force, a safety bit, or Resist makes this fight free. And he also has some concept art. And in the concept art, Nomura makes it clear that the Tonberry does not appear with other monsters. That's this line right here. This double exclamation mark line. This is him saying he does not appear with other monsters. He only fights alone. That was a very specific point for Nomura with the Tonberry. He wanted him to always show up on his own. So yeah, this is what it would have originally looked like if you fought Tonberry in the Whirlwind Maze. And I think attack is the fastest, like, gives the enemy the least amount of time. There we go. Time damage. That may be the rarest attack in the game there. I quickly won the fight because I was about to die and didn't want a game over. But yeah, that may be the rarest attack in the game. Because that is the only way to get it to work. Is to have almost max dexterity, haste on you, slow on him, and spam 3 attacks. Now, if that battle existed in the regular game, it wouldn't be that rare, because then you could just attack with all 3 party members. Yes! We got him. So, Hochu is a mistranslation of Ochu, probably to help with pronunciation. They probably thought that Ochu might be weird to pronounce in English, so they put the ho there to make it like obvious it's Hochu. It only appears in the battle arena. He was originally intended for the ancient forest, either all the way through the ancient forest or maybe just in the cave at the end. The original battle formation for the Hochu in the ancient forest does not have a no escape flag. So there's a good chance that Hochu is actually supposed to be a boss. Maybe he was supposed to be a boss in the cave right before picking up the apocalypse. But either way, it is interesting that he has a no escape flag. Probably means that he was supposed to be more than just an enemy. And the fact that he's a mini boss in the battle arena kind of supports that as well. So he probably is a removed boss fight. He has a circlet to steal and is also the only other enemy in the game besides the Master Tomberry to morph into a ribbon. Strangely, he's not weak to fire, but he is weak to water, which is really odd because he's literally a plant. Ochu originally comes from the Dungeons of Dragons monster Otyugh, Otyugh, which looks pretty similar but doesn't have legs. This is what that thing looks like. So this is the inspiration for the Ochu. Otyugh. I have no idea how to pronounce that, but it's a Dungeons and Dragons monster. And yeah, you can see the resemblance. All right, starting off we have the Dark Dragon. So the Dark Dragon has 2 learnable enemy skills, Laser and Dragon Force. Manipulate seems like the intended weakness, as he is weak to weak against gravity and doesn't use laser on his own. So it seems like the strategy here is you manipulate him and then have him use laser on himself. He also has a scaling chance to counter magic with Ultima as his HP gets lower. So the lower his HP gets, the more and more chance he has to counter any magic spell with Ultima. And Dragon Force is a really good enemy skill, by the way. It's basically a poor man's hero drink. It doesn't give you attack stats, but it gives you 50% defense and spirit. So it's like a better hero drink for defensive capabilities, but doesn't give you offensive. And yeah, you can use laser on yourself, and it will do massive damage. And it also won't get rid of the manipulate. And now we have the Parasite. So the Parasite, many people don't know because Parasite himself never uses them, but Parasite has not 1, but 2 learnable E-skills, just like the Dark Dragon. He has both level 5 Death and Magic Breath. You have to manipulate them to get both of them. Parasite is a super easy way to get sadness on the team if you want it, as they spam Paratail, which gives sadness 100% of the time, specifically on characters who don't have sadness. So if you just let them attack a couple times, your whole party will get sadness immediately. Can be really nice for challenge runs, like challenge runs where you can't use tranquilizers. They will always counter magic with Magic Extinguish, which silences. And they are immune to Earth, even though they're just barely hovering over the ground here. They are still immune to Earth, just like a flying enemy. The Petrified Gargoyle is immune to everything and will only unpetrify when attacked with anything that isn't the normal attack command, or if enough time passes. If you unpetrify it yourself, it will counter with Rock Finger. There is a line of code that allows you to kill the Petrified Gargoyle with a soft, but it's bugged so it doesn't work, which is really interesting. I never knew that. I always thought it'd be cool if this guy had a gimmick where you threw a soft on him and it like auto-killed him, similar to the one in Final Fantasy IX. And there isn't one, but I never knew that there actually is one. It just doesn't work. So that's really interesting, and also funny that once again there's another thing that doesn't work in the AI. So this is Scissors, another household object name, but kind of a stupid name for him in my opinion. At half HP, he will counter with Scissor Attack, a terrible name and part of the reason why I was always confused with this fight, which instantly kills a party member and splits into 2 new enemies. For some reason, Scissor Attack also does a super small amount of normal damage before instantly killing. If you can pass the health gate, you can kill Scissors without it transforming. If you let it transform, you will get more XP and AP in the fight than if you one-shot him, because you'll get XP and AP from both parts. If you steal from Scissors first, you'll only get an Ether, but if you wait until it splits, you can get 2 Ethers. The top Scissor has a 1/3 chance to kick a party member from the fight with Scissor Tornado, but he only does it 1 time. Okay, there's Scissor Attack. So it does 4 damage, but then insta-kills. And then, of course, he splits into these 2 parts. There it is. So there you go. He kicked Cloud. The Magic Pot is, of course, completely invincible until given an elixir, even from death effects like Game Over. Mech elixirs do not work. It has to be a regular elixir. They give massive AP, XP, Gil, and a Turbo Ether with every kill. Will only say gimme if not attacked, even after being attacked once. When attacked, they have a 1/4 chance to steal something, or if he has already stolen something, it does the attack, but nothing is stolen, and a 1/16th chance to run away. I always thought the Magic Pod had a better chance to steal rare stuff like ultimate weapons than like the bandits at the start of the game, but in reality it just feels like a better chance because you have better stuff at this point in the game. Here is the concept art, and one funny thing about the concept art is it shows little feet underneath the pot, which you normally don't see. But if you've ever seen this thing run away, when it does its runaway animation, it actually like pulls its feet out from underneath the pot and like runs away. It might be similar to the, there it is. You see their legs? See his little legs? So this is the Alamagni, who has an infamous pincer attack in this area that has killed many of my challenge runs / grinding sessions. This is one of our last, maybe our last guidebook enemy, because in the guidebook, the Alamagni is misspelled Alamange. Also, the name entirely is a mistranslation of Araman, which you've probably seen before in other Final Fantasy games. He has level 4 Death and level 3 Flare as magic counters, and is also level 48, so with Manipulate, he can be killed by his own ability. And so actually, I'm really glad that we got the pincer attack, because there's a funny quirk with the pincer attack. So as I said, if you manipulate one of these guys, and then you use level 4 Death on yourself, on himself, he's level 48, so he will die to level 4 Death. But there's a weird quirk specifically with the pincer attack, where if you manipulate one of these guys and have him use level 4 Death on himself in the pincer attack, this will happen. So he's dead, but his model didn't disappear. It's just there for the rest of the fight. And if we do the same on this guy, he'll die, but this guy's still here, just chilling out. So this is the Mover. The Mover is a rare enemy. He only shows up in the swamp area, and it's only a 4.69% chance to get this fight. They are the only enemy in the game that doesn't give XP on defeat, but they give even more Gil and more AP than Magic Pots, and they don't require an elixir to kill. They also have Turbo Ethers as a steal, but they also always drop a Turbo Ether, so there's no reason to steal one. They morph into Protect Rings, and they're the only infinite source of Protect Rings, since the only other Protect Ring you get is the one you steal from Shizo. Even though they have an incredibly simple design, they surprisingly have concept art. And I'd like to point out, in this concept art, look at how cute this concept art is. The cutest thing ever in any of the concept arts is that they put a little mover in the word mover as the O. I mean, come on. That's just like, come on. The attention to detail on a concept art. And they even show like the triple attack too. And yeah, they have a pretty unique attack, which is a reference to the Magus sisters. This attack here. That they can only use if all three of them are alive. Delta attack, I think, right? This is Christopher and Gighe. So Christopher has a very strange sadness and fury mechanic. He has a move called High-Low Suit that is supposed to give you either fury or sadness, but it only ever gives you sadness. It is also only ever used if you already have fury. So, I don't know. Dumb AI again. It is also always used twice, taking you all the way from fury to sadness. Gighe gives fury, then Christopher gives sadness. Then if Gighe doesn't get rid of your sadness, Christopher will use Suffocation Song and kill you instantly. So there was supposed to be like, Christopher either gives you sadness or fury, and then Gighe can give you sadness. But then if the High-Low Suit doesn't give you fury again, then Christopher auto-kills you with Suffocation Song. But because the AI doesn't work right, it just always gives you sadness. So it's actually kind of dangerous because it'll instantly put you into sadness, even if you're in fury, because he always uses it twice. And then he'll use Suffocation Song and kill you. Gighe, the Japanese name, is a pun of Gigi, which is a name for a bad horse, and Ziggy, referring to David Bowie's alternate ego, Ziggy Stardust. So yes, this is a reference to David Bowie. This is why Gighe has a guitar for a tail, and both him and Christopher have music-related attacks. So as you can see, he's got the guitar tail with almost what looks like a cigarette at the end of it. He's got the crazy vest with the stars on it. He's got the crazy hair. It does look like a cigarette. I don't know if it's supposed to be, but that's what it looks like. David Bowie, the enemy. Gighe also has a lesser-known move that kicks a party member from the fight. So yet another enemy that can kick you from the fight. But he doesn't use it very often. There it is. So yeah, pretty spooky move. So the Master Tonberry has the most HP for a normal enemy in the entire game, 44,444, which is specifically because 4 is known in Eastern Asian cultures like Japanese, Chinese, and Korean as the number of death, because the word sounds similar to the word death. You've probably heard before about like hotels skipping the 4th floor and stuff like that in some Asian countries. So yeah, the number of his HP is the number of death. As an extra prank on the player, gravity not only doesn't work on Tonberry, but he actually absorbs it. The Tonberry's knife can be avoided with Death Force, a safety bit, or resist, just like with the regular Tonberry. Other than moving every turn, he also has a counterattack that goes off if you attack him twice before he gets his own turn. So similar to the Tonberry, with the time attack that went off if you attack him 3 times before he gets a turn. If you ever wondered how his counter works, it's if you attack him 2 times before he gets a turn. The counter, Everyone's Grudge, does damage equal to the amount of enemies that character has killed throughout an entire playthrough, times 10. And it deals static damage, meaning it will always do that exact amount of damage regardless of defense and other effects. And of course, he can be morphed into a ribbon. So, if you want an easy way to beat the Master Tonberry, throw Death Force on everybody, and then only attack him after he moves. So, attack him once, Wait until he moves. Then attack him again. Wait till he moves. Attack him again. So on and so forth. And he'll never counter you. And his knife won't kill you. And you'll get a free win. Alright, the King Behemoth. The King Behemoth has a ton of HP, is resistant to gravity, and has high magic resistance, and counters all spells with Comet too. So he is basically the anti-magic enemy, which is pretty cool. The Dark Dragon is also kind of the anti-magic enemy. He doesn't resist magic in any way, but he can counter with Ultima. But this guy's like the king of anti-magic. However, he is not resistant to any ailment in the game, so a single Bad Breath or Hades just wins the fight. He also has Flare on his manip table, but he never uses it himself. And he's also level 60, so both level 5 Death and Suicide works. I'll show off Bad Breath, which just completely wins this fight. Boop. That's a confused, poisoned, minied, asleep frog. Also silenced. Here's our final golem enemy, the Armored Golem. Armored Golem is a strangely complicated battle, not surprising, having 5 different stat tables based on his row and whether or not he's in defense mode. So on his turn, he can move forward or move backwards, and there's 5 different rows he can be in, and they all have different stat tables and different attacks. And then on top of that, he also has a defense mode that he can go into, which also changes stuff he can do depending on which row he's in. He also has a super powerful Megaton Punch attack that he only uses when he's in the front row. And he can also be morphed into a guard source, but there's a lot of better places to get guard sources. So let's let this guy get into the front row so he can whack us with a Megaton Punch. And then probably try to hit Cloud and miss because of the misstyle. Oh, he's coming. There it is. He actually hit him. I'm surprised. Didn't do a lot of damage, but he hit him. And there's his defense mode. Oh yeah, does he have the same crest? Of course he dies right when I ask. He has the same crest. I think it's different colors, though. I think it's different colors. But yeah, same crest. This is Pollen Salta. Pollen Salta is similar to Snow. She will use Fascination on any target, unlike Gemnesmi, who only does it on male characters. She has Fire 1, but never uses it. She uses Fire 3 instead. And she's the only source in the game for the Angel Whisper enemy skill, and must be manipulated since otherwise it'll only cast it on itself. And if you've never seen, Angel Whisper is a fantastic enemy skill. It will revive and fully heal, so it can be used on a dead or alive party member. And here is the Death Dealer. So as mentioned before, Death Dealer's entry in the Brady Games Guide is listed as Deathclaw instead. We showed that off during the Deathclaw fight, I believe. Death Dealer is the only source in the game for the Kiss of Death item, which auto-kills all enemies with a better chance than the death spell. So it's actually a really good item if you want to just get through like random encounters fast. He uses tarot cards, Star, which double casts physical damage, Sun, which always inflicts silence and darkness, World, which always inflicts stop, Hidden One, which always inflicts death and only targets members with stop, and Emperor, which is supposed to heal Death Dealer, but for some reason they made Death Dealer immune to healing, so instead it just heals 0. And you can also use the ability Roulette, but he only uses it as a counter while already being under 25% HP, so manipulating him to learn it is much better. He also has Fire on his table, but he never uses it. Oh, he used Roulette. Land on Cloud, please. And he killed himself. There's Emperor. All right, watch closely. They both used it too. Yeah, what a great attack. It's supposed to heal him, but they accidentally forgot to make him able to be healed. So it just does nothing. Nice. So there you go. There's all of them. Which hidden one's kind of wild, by the way. Kind of wild looking. So here is the Dragon Zombie. The Dragon Zombie, just like the Dark Dragon and the Parasite, has 2 learnable E-skills, Shadow Flare and Pandora's Box. Shadow Flare is used more based on missing HP, and Pandora's Box is only used as a death attack and only used once per save file. So you only ever see it once. He uses it once and then never again on that save file. If Dragon Zombie is petrified, it will not use Pandora's Box, but the next Dragon Zombie will still use it. If you could fight Genova Synthesis and then return, you could actually see a second Pandora's Box because the fight uses the same global variable. So there's a global variable that flips whenever you see Pandora's Box, and then it says, like, never use Pandora's Box again. But when you fight Genova, it flips that variable. So technically, if there was a way to beat Genova and then get back without fighting Sephiroth and ending the game, you could then see Pandora's Box again, which is a really weird detail. Dragon Zombie is also the only infinite cauldron farm. The only other cauldron item you get is a reward for the final submarine game at the Gold Saucer, and can be instantly petrified with White Wind. So if you don't want to fight this fight, which it is a pretty scary fight, you can just use White Wind for an instant win. Here we go. Yep, hits everybody, ignores magic defense, does a crap ton of damage. But magic barrier does help. And with that, I believe we have a mastered enemy skill materia. Every single enemy skill in the game. There it is. So, our final enemy of the Enemy Trivia Challenge. It is the Iron Man. The reason he was the final one is because this is the only place he shows up in the final gauntlet once you're past the point of no return. This is the only place this guy appears. He is a gross mistranslation of Iron Giant. I don't know why they called him Iron Man. It's not the worst name ever, but like, obviously it's supposed to be Iron Giant. Gravity works on him, so due to his huge HP bar, it will hit for 9,999 at the start of the fight. He's also weak to water, which is kind of funny. I guess he's like rusting. Can be morphed into an escort guard, which is really useful, but given that he's past the point of no return, not as useful. And yeah, he's the only source, infinite source, or I guess it's finite source, but the only source of escort guard other than the one you pick up. He can use adrenaline, which gives him haste and barrier up to 4 times, and starts using it as a counter after losing at least 25% of his HP. It's time for Genova Synthesis. A. So Genova Synthesis is coded differently than most bosses that have multiple parts. Each of her tentacles are just a copy of herself and invisible, which is why the names are all the same and why the Quadramagic Ultimate glitch doesn't happen in this fight. So as you can see, instead of being like Genova Synthesis and then Tentacle A, Tentacle B, instead it's Genova Synthesis A, Genova Synthesis B, Genova Synthesis C, which is really confusing. I don't know why they did it this way, because now it seems like there's 3 parts you have to kill, but these are just the tentacles. And also the the cursor is kind of on like those bulging things, not the tentacles, so it's kind of confusing. When B is killed, her left tentacle, she gains defense. And when C is killed, her right tentacle, she gains magic defense, which I didn't know about, actually. I didn't know that the body gains defense when you kill the tentacles. Strangely, the left tentacle has 10,000 HP, and the right tentacle has less than that. It has 8,000 HP. If you kill one, it'll stay dead, but if you kill both, Jenova will skip some turns and then revive both, but only with 25% HP each. When below 15,000 HP, Jenova will start her countdown, and when she hits 0, she will use Ultima and then end the fight. If the party survives, it will automatically win, but get no spoils from the battle. If you kill Jenova's body during the countdown, you'll get 60,000 XP and 500 AP, but if you kill both of the tentacles and the body during the countdown, you'll get an additional 1,000 AP, 500 AP from each tentacle, which is a massive amount. Using Knights of the Round at any point during synthesis will give Bizarro 60,000 extra HP and Safer 80,000 extra HP. Bizarro Sephiroth. So first of all, I highly recommend my in-depth look at Sephiroth if you've not seen it yet on YouTube. If you want to know more about this fight is incredibly complicated and would take me all day to explain. But that video does a really good job of explaining all the differences between the one-party fight, two-party fight, three-party fight, the ridiculous amount of AI that goes into this fight, all the mistakes they made during this fight, and just kind of how much of a car wreck this fight is. Probably the funniest thing to mention is that in the central fight, during the three-party fight, in the central fight, the magics are bugged and they both absorb ice and lightning, even though the left casts fire and earth. So normally the magics cast different magics and absorb whatever they cast. So like the left will cast fire and earth and absorb fire and earth, and the right will cast like ice and absorb ice. But in the three-party fight, when you're the middle party, they both absorb ice and lightning, even though the left is supposed to absorb fire and earth. So that's one of the many mistakes they made during this fight. The second interesting thing about this fight is Aurora Fence, the attack, was mostly likely supposed to be cast on Sephiroth himself, because all it does is heal all status effects, including death. So I get questions all the time about what does Aurora Fence do, because it's such a weird attack. But basically, it's just a super mega ultra dispel. It completely removes all positive effects, all negative effects, and it even cures death. So, yeah, that's all it does. And it seems like it was supposed to be like a move he uses on himself, but he uses it on the party for some reason, which is probably another mistake. Bizarro, as you know, has 3 different fights and a multitude of HP values. The minimum is 60,000 and the maximum is 180,000. Showing that they really wanted Sephiroth to feel like an epic fight regardless of when you reached him in the game, which I think is pretty cool. Usually I'm against bosses or like enemies scaling. You know, like I talk all the time about Final Fantasy VIII and how all the enemies in Final Fantasy VIII scale, which I think is just a mistake when it comes to RPGs, because I think what's the most fun about RPGs is the feeling of getting stronger. And if all the enemies always scale all the time, then you don't really get the same feeling of getting stronger. But I think here it's used in a good way. Because once Disc 3 starts, you can either immediately go and fight Sephiroth, or you can go fight the weapons, you can go do a bunch of side questy stuff, you can go to Ancient Forest, so the range of how strong you could potentially be is really, there's a huge gap. So I think it's good that Bizarro and Safer scale a bit. They don't scale like insane, but they scale a bit so that no matter when you fight them, they're at least epic and you don't just one-shot them. Unless you have Knights of the Round, then you just one-shot them anyways. Bizarro is the easiest boss in the game to encounter the Quadra Magic Ultima glitch, which is when you have Ultima and Quadra Magic with HP or MP absorb. The game doesn't have enough memory to store all the values, and so it soft locks. The name Bizarro was most likely picked because the translators translated the Japanese name as Reverse Sephiroth when it should have been Rebirth Sephiroth. So here is the concept art for Bizarro, which looks really cool. And as you can see, the name is Sephiroth's Rebirth. So, you know, if you wondered where the name Rebirth came from, this is probably where. And also, he was probably supposed to be Sephiroth Rebirth. And here's a colored version. It still says Sephiroth's Rebirth. And then, of course, got to show off the Pandora's box. I get this question all the time. People will send me messages and say, like, I was fighting Bizarro Sephiroth and suddenly he had, like, multiple arms and stuff. What happened? Well, you used Pandora's box. That's what happened. So there you go. Now he's got a stutter. Like I said, watch my video on this fight. It does a really good job of explaining it. This fight could have been the coolest fight in the game, but unfortunately, all of his parts make like no sense and don't have an actual visual as to when they're dead. And also, all of his animations take so long that it just really bogs down this fight. And I think the biggest problem with this fight is the multi-party fight. You have to... The multi-party fight, it starts with the middle party, and the middle party is the one you don't want. You have to use the other parties to take out the other cores. So the beginning of the fight is just a complete waste of time. And you have to kill a part in order for it to give you the, like, do you want to go to another party thing? If there was some kind of, like, if you could go into this menu, and there was, like, an option to change parties or something, that would have been a lot better. But instead, you're just stuck fighting with a party that can't defeat him at the beginning. And then you have to destroy, like, the head or something, and then switch over, and then, you know, do the other parts of the fight. So it's just a mess. Yep, so there we go. So this is the Quadramagic Ultima bug. Alright, here he is. Safer.Sephiroth. So, in my in-depth look at Sephiroth video, I said that Safer Sephiroth may also have been translated to Seraph Sephiroth, given his form looking like a seraph. But interestingly, Safer may also be accurate, as Safer can also be transliterated as Sepher, which when you put with Sephiroth and translated from Hebrew means Book of Numerations, which could reference the 10 aspects of creation that I talk about in my Sephiroth video. So basically, the name may have been on purpose, given that Seraph, Sepher, and Sephiroth are all such similar words. So a lot of people have deducted that this is supposed to be Seraph Sephiroth, which makes sense because he's obviously a seraph. But what's interesting is, like, Safer also makes sense because of the way all the words come together when you transliterate them. So Safer works, Seraph also works. This fight has some removed dialogue that was going to display during the black screen before the fight starts. So in the original version, which actually if you watch my Shinra Archaeology Cut series, you'll see it because they inserted it back into the game. But in the original version, there was you know that black screen that happens when you beat Bizarro right before Safer appears? There was gonna be text there. And it was gonna say, over, it's all over, ... everything, ... everyone, ... everything, ... all finished, ... now everything will begin anew, ... with me. And then he was gonna spawn. But then they removed it for some reason. Safer's stats are greatly influenced by the previous two fights and the party's levels. His HP can range all the way from 55,100 to 400,000. Safer follows a pattern of attacks: Wall or Dispel, then Dean or Shadow Flare, then Attack, then Fly Up, then Pale Horse, Supernova, Break or Heartless Angel, and then drop down and then repeat with Wall or D-Spell. I talk about exactly how the cycle works in my in-depth video, and it's pretty easy to memorize so that you'll always know what he's going to do next, which makes this fight considerably easier in a lot of challenge runs because you actually know what he's going to do. And honestly, a lot of the challenge runs that we've done in the past were really only possible because Safer always does the same thing. If he could just randomly throw out a Shadow Flare or randomly throw out a physical attack, then this fight would be much, much harder. In the original Japanese version, this fight is pretty different. He has very different attacks and a much different version of Supernova that has a much shorter animation and it deals regular damage instead of percentage damage. Although Supernova and Heartless Angel normally can't kill, if Safer happens to have an HP value that triggers Lucky 7s, they will deal 7s to all party members and can kill. I have a video on YouTube called Can Heartless Angel Trigger Lucky 7s or something like that? And we show off how if he's in Lucky 7s and he uses Heartless Angel, he can actually kill you with Heartless Angel. And same with Supernova. And he also has an early concept art that labels him as Master Sephiroth. Here it is right here. He's Master Sephiroth. And this is a pretty famous concept art. I've seen it all over the internet. A lot of people have used this concept art and like colored it and whatnot. But yeah, really cool. And also, he has 7 wings, which I think is pretty interesting because it's like the final reference to 7. We've been referencing 7 all game long. We get the final reference to 7. It has 7 wings, if you include the big red one. Final Sephiroth. This Sephiroth is level 50, which matches the Nibelheim flashback Sephiroth, which is kind of interesting. It's like the same guy. But he has 0 in every stat other than 100 dexterity, and he has 1 HP. This fight basically operates as a preemptive strike. Sephiroth starts with no ATB bar, and Cloud's first attack will do double damage. If you don't use Omni Slash, Sephiroth will hit Cloud for 96% of his HP. Then even though Cloud has no counterattack materia, Sephiroth's AI will tell Cloud to counterattack, which ends the fight. There's no way to lose this fight, but if you hack the game and cause Cloud to always miss, it'll create an infinite loop. Also, Cloud has a special, more detailed model that is only used in this fight. If you ever noticed, he has a much more detailed model in this fight, but only this one. And if you notice, if you pay close attention, you'll notice that the first hit of Omni Slash does double damage because this fight is technically a preemptive. So there you go. The first attack did like 7k. There we go. We did it. Enemy trivia challenge almost complete. We got two more big boys to talk about. This has been a true blessing of a playthrough, really. I've done many challenge runs over the last 9 years on this stream, and even more over the freaking how many years now on YouTube? 18 years on YouTube. But this has been one of the coolest, I think, and the amount of people that have like reached out and said that they've really enjoyed this playthrough has been really nice. So thank you guys for being here for this and enjoying it and all the support you've given. Enemy trivia for Ruby Weapon. So Ruby Weapon is not in the original Japanese version. It was added to the North American and PAL versions, then later added to the Japanese version via the international version. In order for Ruby to appear, you must first defeat Ultimate Weapon, then fight at least one random battle, and then he'll appear on the world map. In addition to the High Wind, you can also initiate the battle on the back of a golden chocobo. Ruby's battle always counts as a back attack, so the party starts with no ATB, and Ruby actually gets a back attack bonus to its physical attacks until it is attacked at least once. So if you don't attack Ruby, and he does one of his physical, like, big swing attacks, it'll do double damage. Its Whirl Sand attack can be avoided by entering the fight with 2 party members dead, causing it to put its tentacles into the ground immediately, but Ruby will still use Whirl Sand on its 25th and 32nd turns. So if you don't beat Ruby fast enough, you will still get Whirl Sanded even if his tentacles are in the ground. Ruby is completely immune while its tentacles are up, even to paralysis. Even when its tentacles are in the ground, its insane 480 defense and 500 magic defense cause it to take very little damage from everything other than defense ignoring attacks like Pandora's Box and fixed attack damage like question marks and coin. Ruby's tentacles do percentage damage and inflict status ailments. I was always confused at the damage from the tentacles because they seem to sometimes do more damage than normal. The reason for this is that each tentacle has 2 different attacks that look the same, one being stronger than the other. Ruby can cast Ultima during the fight normally, but also specifically uses it as a counter to Knights of the Round. But you can avoid this by paralyzing him first before you use Ultima, or before you use Knights of the Round. You can drain Ruby's MP to stop Ultima, Comet, and Shadow Flare, and make Ruby waste a turn when he uses it. When he uses them, but it'll take 25 magic hammers to do so. As with the other weapons, and also Airbuster, Ruby weapon also resembles a mech from the Gundam series. This time it is MSM-03C Hygog. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, but it's this guy. So if you're a fan of the Gundam series, this is the mech that they used for Ruby weapon. And you can kind of see the body, not so much, but definitely the arms, you can tell, are very similar. And even like you can see the shoulders kind of having the big shoulder pads, also similar. And Ruby also has some super early concept art, unfinished concept art here. That's pretty cool. I specifically like his head. It's very spooky. So before Cloud goes crazy with his lucky 7s, and before we start the underwater timer, let's do our final piece of enemy trivia. The final enemy trivia for the enemy trivia challenge. It is Emerald Weapon. Emerald Weapon, of course, just like Ruby Weapon, is not in the original Japanese version. He was added to the North American and PAL releases, and then added to the Japanese version later in the international version. Emerald Weapon actually has a bunch of elemental strengths and weaknesses, believe it or not. He absorbs ice and water. He halves gravity, which, because his HP is so high, barely matters, and is weak to lightning. The eyes actually have different resistances. They also absorb water and ice, but they do not resist gravity. They take normal damage from lightning, and they're weak to fire. So main Emerald Weapon is weak against lightning, and the eyes are weak against fire. Doesn't usually really come into play much, but interesting. Emerald will use Emerald Shoot and Foot Stamp in Phase 1, and eventually enter Phase 2. In Phase 2, the eyes will attack, and you will alternate between Emerald Beam, which does 63% HP damage, and Air Tam Storm, which does damage equal to 1,111 times the amount of materia a character has equipped. And, believe it or not, is materia spelled backwards. I know, crazy. Also during Phase 2, he will counterattack to the body. Counterattack attacks to the body with Revenge Stamp, but he won't counter if you use a limit or if you specifically use a Bahamut summon. There is actually specifically a check that looks for Bahamut summons. Bahamut, Neo Bahamut, and Zero Bahamut. And if it's any 3 of those, he will not Revenge Stamp, which I find really interesting. He has like some specific weakness to Bahamut, which is really cool. And you would never ever know about that unless you look into his AI. Many of Emerald's attacks get rid of different positive status effects. Emerald Shoot gets rid of Barrier, M-Barrier, Shield, Death Force, and Resist. Emerald Beam gets rid of Regen, and Revenge Stamp gets rid of Haste. I think the Emerald Beam specifically getting rid of Regen is like really interesting. Once he uses Revenge Stamp 10 times, he will enter a anger mode where he'll start using Emerald Shoot and Emerald Beam less often and will start spamming Airtam Storm once he reaches it once. So once he uses Airtam Storm once, he'll start using it constantly if he's in his angry mode. He will also counterattack Knights of the Round with Airtam Storm, but only if his HP is below 50%. Emerald Weapon has 16 different HP values that will result in him entering Lucky 7 state and dealing 7,777 with all of his attacks. I have a video all about Lucky 7s and a specific bug that causes Lucky 7s to activate on more than just 7s. So check that out if you're interested. Emerald's legs count as their own enemy, but they only have 1 HP and they don't exist as a target, and they don't have any AI. They were made just to make sure that the Airtam Storm animation would work correctly, where his body like separates from his legs. But if you use a program to give Emerald Weapon an ailment, it'll only apply to the top half of his body. So like if you give him confusion, the top half of his body will spin, but the bottom half won't, which looks pretty funny. Emerald Weapon is the easiest enemy to fall victim to the Ultima Quadra Magic glitch. Just simply use Ultima Quadra Magic with any HP MP absorb while he's in his second phase. Emerald Weapon is one of the only enemies that you can game over and defeat at the same time because of the timer. And if timed correctly, you can cause the reward screen to overlap the game over screen, causing tons of issues. If you then start a new game, including magic being placed in the limit break slots, instant fight wins, and data errors. There's some pretty cool videos online if you can find them of this. But basically, if you win the fight and the timer hits 0 at the same time, you will both win the fight and lose the fight. And then if you go back to the main menu and start a new game, it causes all sorts of really weird data errors and stuff. Really funny stuff you can get to happen. Usually the game just ends up crashing eventually, but sometimes you can actually get a stable game that has like really goofy stuff. Like I said, like magic will end up in your limit break slot and all sorts of wild stuff. And then also, similar to Diamond Weapon, Airbuster, and the other weapons, Emerald Weapon is once again a reference to the Gundam series. This time it is AMX-002, who looks like this. So this is the Emerald Weapon Gundam. This one is a bit more of a stretch than the others, but given how obvious the other ones were, I'm willing to bet that this is indeed Emerald Weapon here, especially like the eyes and stuff. We're going to get revenge stamped like 3 times. Yeah, we might be dead. We might be dead. That is so stupid. Actually, wait. If this doesn't kill Yuffie, I think we just won off Ultima. What is this fight? How did this happen? Oh my god. We were literally going to die to revenge stamp there. That's crazy. What a way to end. What a way to end the playthrough. That is ridiculous. What, literally like one more Earth Rave, he would have been dead. And he double shoots Red 13. And then, because I had already queued up the attack, I was going to die to revenge stamp. But then the last Ultima killed. That is insane. I couldn't ask for a better ending. Couldn't ask for a better ending to this playthrough. Wow. That is crazy. All right, well, that's it. That is the end of the Final Fantasy VII Enemy Trivia Challenge. We went through the entire game and gave trivia on every single enemy. Like I talked about before, this is really a special game in that we can even do something like this. I really don't think any other game would have the same level of trivia for every single enemy in the game, whether it be broken AI, crazy references, crazy names, crazy rare attacks, like just all the crazy stuff that the enemies have in this game. I don't think there's any game like it. And, you know, a lot of these challenge runs I've done over the years have given me a bigger perspective on Final Fantasy VII and a greater love for Final Fantasy VII. And this is up there with one of the one of the best playthroughs in terms of me appreciating this game more, because I never really understood how much work they put into every enemy in this game until I did this playthrough. All the hidden things, all the AI like stuff that they did for enemies that you're never going to really notice because you're just going to kill them in like 2 hits anyways. All the super rare attacks, all the removed stuff, like there's just so much. So thank you for making this playthrough possible. Everyone that supported this playthrough, it's meant a lot, and I now have an even greater appreciation for my favorite game. Thank you so much for watching this absolute marathon of Final Fantasy VII enemy trivia. I hope you enjoyed watching it as much as I enjoyed putting it together. And it was a lot of work. I mean, between all the research I had to do beforehand, then the challenge run itself, then putting together 10 hours of clips for this video, it was a lot. And I could not have done it without your guys' support. So sincerely, thank you so much. If you want to support more long form videos like this, whether it be maybe another trivia video or maybe an explanation of an old challenge run that I've done, the absolute best place to do that is our Patreon. We do have another support page, 4eightproductions.com/support, but if you want to support specifically this type of video, the Patreon is the best place to do that. And you will get other benefits. There's a bunch of exclusive videos on there that you get regardless of what tier you sign up for. But thank you so much even for considering that, for checking out the Patreon. It means the absolute world to me. And with that, we'll see you in the next one.